Welcome one and all right back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel and I'm joined by Cubby, and I couldn't be more excited to kick this night off. It's gonna be two hot and heavy best of threes, and it's gonna be in Group Ascent, so you know it's gonna be some fun gameplay.
Oh, then an FPX plays tonight, so we'll see if it is fun gameplay indeed. All right?
That's fun.
Yeah,
plus
it's Group
Phoenix,
Ascent, so it has to be good.
No,
right?
it's fun plus Phoenix. It's literally in the name, Cubby. Come on, it has to be there.
It is. Well, we're going to see if the Rising Phoenix has any Rising for us today. And excited to join you tonight, Mazel, as, of course, these games are fast and furious. It's wild to think that Anyone's Legend just 2-1 BLG less than 24 hours ago and have another match to play tonight. So games keep on rolling. We're going to keep on casting. We're going to see what ends up happening. If we get any surprises, as we have the groups for you as they look today.
Yeah, we take a look. Not too much movement in that win. I mean, obviously AL joining the 2-1 squad, but you have to see that top esports domination there and feel real good. BLG knocked down a peg. The domestic kings in top esports back at the top. Some movement around in that middle of the bracket there in Group Ascend. Obviously, we still have not played another series in Group Nirvana. It's just such a stark contrast when you look at double round robin versus single round robin. It just feels like it's like the little kids left in the corner to watch everybody else have fun. I don't know.
It's the Riot Games stage and then the supply closet, right, Mazel? That's how it works.
Yep, that's exactly it.
Anyway.
Let's go ahead and talk about the format, though, which has been interesting. We obviously made it a little bit more simple for you all to understand, but the biggest thing you have to know is the top 4 in Group Ascend will make it directly into the playoffs. The bottom 6 have to go into this play-ins into the playoffs to join those top 2 from Group Nirvana. The bottom 2 from Group Nirvana will be eliminated for the entire year.
Yeah, I think that's the craziest part about that supply closet group is the fact that the stakes are so high and they really only play a single best of 3 round robins. So every game, every series does matter. Whereas the double round robin here, really excited to already get a rematch of a few series, including the one that we just saw last night, Mazel, in BLG versus Anyone's Legend. And for me, that victory, I mean, that really is step 1 towards a potential top 4, really lock of the official playoff appearing spot. I don't know if we're going to call it, playoffs and playoffs proper. For me, when you're playing for your lives, that's pretty much playoffs starting right there. But the opportunity to skip that stage could be big. I mean, 8 teams are in there. You never know what can happen. And the top 4 in this group, it is going to be a very competitive threshold to make. And Anyone's Legend really took a step towards really solidifying themselves as that top 4 team at the end of the split last night.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about this team themselves. It is a team that's taken the league by storm. It was a team that was so close to being our first stand representative last split. But here they are yet again, looking to try to be in that top 4 category in this second split of the year.
Yeah, of course, Shanks failed to lift his first trophy along with Anyone's Legend at the end of last split. But they've gotten off to a good start this split. For me, eyes on the bot lane, Mazel. I know that you're really excited to talk about Hope, but do want to talk a little bit about Kyle, who has been playing really well again in this split. For me, I thought he was really the strongest support until playoffs, like the last couple rounds of playoffs came around last time. To see Kyle have a big performance yesterday going up against On was another step towards a really good season that he has been putting together from start to finish.
Yeah, I also just remember when he first came back, or came into the league rather, when we were getting all these kind of different metas and support. He was one that was really innovative there, so maybe we get a little bit of comfortability there for him. But this team, AL, has taken some great shots now across the board against some big name teams in this Group Ascend. We're going to take a look at some Anyone's Legends clips here, as well as that BLG series was a banger. There was a ton of crucial moments. This first one, this is literally just a Hope highlight reel. This man picked apart BLG of all teams on the Kaisa, and it felt really good to watch him pop off in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, his Kaisa has always been a strong point, but was a big difference maker last night in what was a pretty banger 2-1 series. A little bit of back and forth in there. Of course, the York didn't work out. I will say, I think
it's so sad.
Yeah, I do think that Jace is its best matchup, so I'm glad that people are playing York. I think a lot of the changes they made to him are very beneficial. Give his pets a lot of stats, and also just the shred that he brings into his kit is really nice. So I hope that we end up seeing more Yorick as time goes on.
Yeah.
Just Curious if we're going to see it outside of Jace matchups. I think that's where he's going to be really comfortable. Historically has been a counter too. And against that Renekton just didn't work out the way the Flounder wanted to. But if you take that game out and scratch it off, it's like, hey, we tried to play York, lost a couple fights, don't work out. The other 2 games were really convincing in anyone's Legends' favor, and they had Hope step up big to win some of those big fights down the stretch.
True, and we did have another clip. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but it was a pop-off on the Nefiri by Tarzan. And just absolutely going off in game number 3. And those are the kinds of moments where you can see that flexibility. You can see that kind of difference in play style they're willing to execute in a best of 3. And that is deadly, as BLG know all so well. Let's go ahead and take a look at FPX now, though. A team that we are just still asking ourselves, what is possible with this team? They have some names that are on the come up. They have some old names coming in. It has not been consistent, and they are definitely feeling the hurt here in Group Ascend.
Yeah, look, this was a team that we were surprised to have made Group Ascend. Really felt like Shadow and this squad stepped up in that 3 seed, best of 3 playoff where they had 4 teams narrow down to 2, as 2 made it to Group Ascend, 2 made it to Group Nirvana. FPX ended up playing, coming out on top of that, the quick way, really, Mazel, as they really stepped up. It really felt like the direction from Shadow was big for the team in those games, and we just haven't seen that same direction work out, as they have faced some of the toughest opponents of the LPL so far, and it's not looked good. Also losing the Thunder Talk, not a great look for them either, so they've really struggled in this group so far, and we'll see if that changes tonight.
Yeah, they did have some close ones in the first week against IG and that Thunder Talk series, but then against Top Esports, that might have been one of the most domineering victories I've ever seen in League of Legends history. That was a dominant series by Top Esports, so I'm looking to see if FPX can bounce back. Again, this is a week where they have to play 3 best of 3s. It's a tough week for them. That's a lot of games to prep for, and anyone's Legend is not an easy team to prep for if you look at them. So we're going to take a look at some of these clips from FPX and see maybe if we can glean some pride or at least some moments from them. And again, I think it leans off of what Shadow and Sheer can do in this combo, and I know they need to find consistency.
I know what you were saying, though, and of course it's 3 best of 3s for FPX this week. It's a heavy schedule, but you're facing a team that just 2-1 BLG last night, and in a sense that can be very intimidating considering they took down such a strong opponent, but also, I'm going to guess that anyone's Legend put a little bit more time into prepping for BLG than FPX. So an opportunity to potentially catch them off guard in back-to-back match days today. And if you're an FPX fan, that might be the greatest hope you have coming into this series. Because, again, the gameplay that we've seen so far, they haven't been on the same page. Fights have been really split. They've been getting outplayed just mechanically, not making great decisions. When you compile all that to being in the Ascension group for LPL, it's going to be tough to win games when all those factors go in and don't come up your favor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to think of the story of them getting here. There is some respect to be paid to FPX on their run into the Group Ascend matchup. I know that qualification little mini tournament that we had was a tough run from them, but one that Shadow in particular actually had a massive hand in finding those victories, and definitely has cooled off a little bit as time has gone on in this Group Ascend setup for them. But it's still a team that definitely deserves to be at this point, but at this point also they are a little bit of a punching bag for the rest of the team.
Yeah, they ascended to Group Ascend. They just haven't ascended within Group Ascend. Instead, they remain at the bottom plateau, where a lot of teams have been punching down and getting the best of them. So we'll see if the Phoenix can rise, or again, opportunity for anyone's Legend. I mean, I don't think I'm being outlandish and assuming a team prepped harder for BLG than FPX, especially with FPX 24 hours after. So maybe an opportunity to have some decent drafts, have a good read on your opponent, as, of course, anyone's Legends played a very big series yesterday. This one not so big this morning, and we expect this to be a 2-0 in their favor, but if you're FPX, got to look at it as opportunity at your doorstep, as always.
I hope we get some fun picks. Not only I think it would assert dominance by anyone's Legend.
Mazel.
He did pick York.
That's
he
pretty
lost
fun on the other
it,
side.
though.
Yeah.
He lost. But I think the biggest importance here is, like, what attitude is AL going to come into this series with? Are we going to see them try to flex their muscles and play around with the meta a little bit and figure out what works? Are we going to see them just try to be dominant, maybe give some carries to Tarzan and see what exactly happens? I mean, we also have to think about the 1v1 setup. Who's going to get that blue side first and foremost? I think if blue side goes the way of AL, game 1 is going to be very tough because they can just have their pick of the litter.
Yeah, I mean, I think any game's going to be tough going up against AL. But, yeah,
Any
side would
game,
be rough.
no matter what.
I will say, you tease Tarzan playing carries. I think that when you're playing this many match days, and so many days, you just kind of have to trust yourself and be you. But at least Tarzan on carries. The Fury in Game 3, I got to say, that is quite curious from yesterday. Because it is a champion that was pretty much only seeing Game 1 or Game 2 play in the LPL because it was of such high priority. It's kind of curious to see that champion played when a few other champions are off the board and see it find strength, especially using the Sejuani to flex it up to Flandre, another unique pick for him that really opened up Tarzan to play a carry and put up a big game in that Game 3 in order to beat up BLG.
That's the power that this team can bring. A lot of the flexibility in the meta, a lot of flexibility in the draft. Shout out to Kelsey Moser, our producer behind the scenes, for getting that clip back up there for us. Big, big stuff. Now, a lot of that setup goes into now what the priorities are going to be looking like for draft as we're going to be getting out onto the stage, getting ready for the 1v1 side selection setup. But we've seen the jungle meta has fluctuated from carries to facilitation. More so, I'm very interested in this top lane matchup between Sheer and Flandre. Obviously, a lot of known quantities between the two after spending all their time on JDG in their come-ups, but it is also thinking what has changed for both of them since they separated on that JDG team and what coming into this series they're going to be showing.
Opportunity for Sheer to take it to Master Splinter in Flandre.
He was getting more playtime in the end. I don't know. Maybe Master Splinter's a little mad. Who knows?
Hey, I mean, Sheer is someone that we have said is the strongest player on this team. He is the top laner that we view as on the come-up, and to go up against a familiar opponent. Again, opportunity awaits. FPX, it really can't get much worse than what we've seen so far. Even the games they've taken really haven't felt that convincing. So really need to see them be able to step it up if they want to show they can compete in Group Ascend. And we'll say that's kind of the fun of the double round robin too, is not only can you look forward to some of those big matches again, but we can see if a team like FPX can improve throughout this Group Ascend. Because again, this is a team that we are a little bit surprised to see here in the first place. They haven't performed like they have belonged here, but maybe throughout this process, playing a lot of games, we will see FPX put up better games, get better, and certainly something that we are looking for tonight if they want to have any hopes of beating anyone's Legends, a team that, of course, is just 2-1 BLG yesterday.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing is we do get to see all these big matchups twice. So we get a little bit of extra fun in that regard. But I will say, going a little bit deeper on the Flandre Sheer relationship, when you spend so much time together, when you're scrimming all the time, especially when you're both playing and you're both trying to figure out what works in the meta for you, I feel like we can get a little bit gremlin status in what can be potential in the 1v1 here, right? Like, there's got to be some matchups they played in 1v1s to practice that are, like, just absolutely despicable. Do you think we just get, like, a specific Flandre Sheer matchup in this, or is it going to be more meta stuff?
Who knows? I mean, maybe Flandre was hiding stuff from him, too, or Sheer as well. You never know what
I was cooking this up the whole time.
I've got to say that at least with Flandre, it's been interesting to watch him both splits, because, of course, lane swaps being so prevalent in that split, a lot of people just assumed, oh, it's Flandre in a supported position. He's going to be fine, right? That has been a lot of Flandre's career, is making sure that he was more valuable with the resources that he had than his opponents. And regardless of how many resources he got, he was always going to find a way to be valuable when you started the group, right? Now we're kind of seeing that flare be different since you are laning. We're seeing a little bit more of that Scion, even being able to bust out the Yorick. I know it didn't go his way, but we're seeing him kind of reach deep into his pool in a different way this time around, and I have seen that be quite curious. So wondering really what Flandre wants to bring to the Rift, because to see him reach deep for stuff like Sejuani, like Yorick yesterday, was a lot of fun, and the big element of why they were able to take down BLGs. So we'll see what he wants to reach for against FPX today.
Well, there they are, anyone's legend taking to the stage. Very happy campers after taking down BLG yesterday and using some of that momentum maybe to down smash into FPX there. But since we're going to be getting a little bit closer to it, and since we're going to be seeing the other side of things, it is Tarzan versus Sheer in the 1v1. So jungle versus top. I know we did not get a tracker for the positional wins of the 1v1 that I know you wanted. Yes?
I know it's Tarzan. I really respect Tarzan as a player and mechanically. So let my next statement bear no regarding Tarzan as a player. I think it's really disrespectful to trot out your jungler for one of these 1v1s, man. what are we doing? We've pretty much only seen solo laners so far. We're just like, You know what, Tarzan?
He wants to have
you get
fun
this one.
too, man.
You get this
Come
one. You get this one. There's no rule about your guys have to like play so many 1v1s, you know?
Dude, junglers are people too, Cubby. They get to have fun, all right?
Tarzan gets to win. Congrats, buddy. You know, that's like me taking a team fight, Mizel. Come on, let's be honest here.
It is. I will have to agree with you, though, man. Like, I know I talk about it all the time, but putting, you know, even in fun content and stuff, putting skill position players versus non-skill position players, you see a big difference, and you wonder how those mechanics are so different. But we'll see if Sheer can get the better of him here. Maybe it's just a crazy pick. Maybe it's a cheese strat. That can also happen in the 1v1. You just wait for the Ring of Fire.
Make sure you know when the Ring of Fire is, too. Something that these guys should know.
Something
also,
that Sheer probably needs to have done some research on. I'm just saying.
Also,
the fact that they let him get the 1v1 again is a little mind-boggling.
I forgot Sheer was the victim of his own demise in that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a little taken aback. I'm not gonna lie. But chance at redemption.
Yeah, it's like I mean, he can't lose the same way again twice, right?
If he does. Never touching a 1v1 ever again in his entire life. And his life is young. That's a lot of years with that 1v1.
That's the kind of player, like, in practice, he has a post-it note on his monitor, like, fire spawns at 8:30. Like, whatever time it is, because frankly, I don't know either.
Does everybody else on the team hate 1v1s that much? Or is it a situation, like, they're willing to give Sheer, who died to the fires, another
Maybe
chance
just
at
runs
it?
the team house. That could be it, too.
Yeah, true. You know,
actually, that could be kind of fun for the teams. You know, just have like a little gauntlet to see who plays the 1v1 every week. Maybe Tarzan won this week. Maybe I'm, you know, disrespecting his hands for what?
Yep, exactly. That could also happen, which would be very funny. We're already into it now, though. Blue side is very important for both these teams, honestly, in this matchup. We get all the top laners banned. It is going to be the Gwen, Rumble, and Renekton banned by Tarzan. The Volibear Poppy already the bans by Sheer. See what else he wants to go for here in the final ban.
We haven't seen a lot of Jason 1v1s. Maybe we see Tarzan be willing to bust out, like, we've seen Varus really emerge as a dominant pick. Of course, Corki was the popular one last split.
Varus.
Would you look at that? Varus finds his way to ban this.
Tarzan Varus. That was definitely on my bingo for sure. Who's going to lock in first? Who's going to throw the gauntlet down? It's definitely not going to be Eve. I'll tell you that much right now.
Maybe York.
Flandre's like, I got you, bro.
Do it.
Oh.
Oh,
that was the longest 0 seconds ever.
I mean, he got the counter on the Rift, right? York needs some doubles to get into this one, but this is actually a winnable matchup if you are the York player.
Okay, well, maybe we'll get some action then. Honestly, though, I could also see this just going to a farm fest until the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, it could be. It's kind of fun that, again, this was a matchup that before York was changed. I think this is York's most viable matchup for pro player, one of them. Really strong against Jace, of course. Can use your W, the walls, like Jace when he Qs in, can kind of predict he's going to do that. Can use that to get out. Your pet can catch the shock blast. You can split it up from yourself to actually split up the Q hammer 4 damage or hammer form damage. And it's really tough for Jace to actually go in the first spot. So, yeah, I can kind of match the harass with the E2. There's a lot of positives for this matchup for Yorick. It does take some time, though, and usually a steel caps to get on in. So, expect Tarzan to go really defensive here to try and survive the poke. And if it does go for the full duration later on Yorick, I feel like that's where he's going to really have an opportunity to take down this Jace.
Last time we saw the 1v1 with the Yorick, it's definitely a pain for the Maiden to be up when the Ring of Fire comes through. But we are on to the ARAM map for this 1v1 side select between AL and FPX. It is Tarzan versus Sheer, Yorick versus Jace. First turret, first to 2 kills, or during the Ring of Fire, first kill is the winner. And will absolutely select blue side.
And not 100 CS. Keep that one in mind, too.
Not 100 CS.
Nope. That's not going to happen.
It's not allowed.
We want blood. And not for the minions. They only matter for the gold.
You know, it's so funny to me. I always think of the first buys for champions, even on 700 Rift, as like RPG inventories. And right now, Tarzan actually has like a pretty good RPG inventory.
What makes you say that, Mazel?
He's got like a vest. He's got a shield and a sword. Like that's like a classic adventurer status. Whereas, I don't know how Sheer is running around with 3 swords. Zoro status for any One Piece believers.
This must be an old school RPG, you know, because what you have in the inventory does not
doesn't
impact.
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You could have an elephant in there. It wouldn't even matter.
Wow. Both of them opting to go for the refillable potions, so we'll be opening those up.
So we'll be chilling.
Yeah. Again, think Tarzan really gonna need steel caps in this matchup, and just kind of curious to see where he goes from there. As of course, getting these creeps, gonna get some potential summons going up against Jace. Looks like he's got 4 available, so we'll see if Tarzan's able to bring any out and hit the E going up against Jace.
Is that that's the cat Yorick skin, right? But just with like
I'm not sure.
The chroma.
Like, yeah, with the panic chroma. I think that's the move. I mean, he's repping the team mascot if that's the case.
You're right.
Look at him.
Oh my God, super powered. Look at all those little pandas.
Dude, the
Oh,
mascot's
God.
attacking Sheer.
Okay, well,
Is this sanctioned? Is this wrestling?
I think this is officially the skin that all of AL have to use if they play it. Sorry,
Yeah.
you're gonna be fined for not playing that skin, Flandre.
I now found out why Tarzan played the 1v1 instead of Flandre.
This was the reason.
He's showing that he is more patriotic towards his team than Flandre, who was not
Dude,
rocking
the fact
those
that
guys.
it's literally just pandas is
Yeah.
hilarious.
Team mascot, baby.
Probably one of the best team mascots. Whenever they switched over from Rogue Warriors to Anyone's Legend, like, it's cool that it kind of kept the theming of like fighting and keep kind of the like legendary status, and you know, the panda fits well. There's the big panda. Oh my God, look at that kitty.
Of course, when you get the big panda out, it's like having 3 evolutions of Pokemon out on the map.
Who's the middle evolution? There's not.
The maiden. The maiden is the Yorick's the big one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That makes more sense. I viewed Yorick as the Pokemon trainer, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan actually did a decent
He is
job
one.
of sustaining himself back up here. As, again, one of the positives about this matchup versus Jace. Always going to take poke versus Jace. Yorick has a way to get through that one. Like
The
Tarzan
main's
really wants to
important
get
here.
this wave in.
You got to make sure. I know it's a long way away, but you got to make sure you have the maiden at least up for the Ring of Fire. See if she wants to take this one out a little early, take away some of the damage potential of Tarzan. The 1v1. All this
down.
for the maiden. I don't know if it was worth it. The flash coming through from Sheer, the barrier from Tarzan to block some of the turret shot.
I mean, nice from Tarzan. He actually sustains himself out of this one now. And is going to get the back second. Sheer has to be sent back. We'll have no summoner spells. And something that we can see Tarzan potentially punish.
Ooh, he's got the demolish too. Oh my God, he's gonna get so much money. All right, well, Tarzan sustaining pretty well in this one. Has a lot of gold to spend, but pretty darn even with Sheer in the totality of things. That extra gold going his way though, with that plate going down. See if Sheer can get a response of his own here. It's definitely feeling like a Ring of Fire fight coming through.
Let's see if the maiden's up in time, as that is a long cooldown. Sheer, of course, getting another plate to himself. As looks like he's going for that Black Cleaver to deal with the armor that Tarzan was likely to have in his inventory, as it was a steel cap start for him. No surprise there.
He just stutter stepped like 6 times right there. Love that. Tarzan's having a great time on this Yorick.
Little emote spam, you know. Got to fit it in there. He's rocking the team mascot. How dare he not put some moves on the Rift, too? That's like not
true.
even trying as a mascot.
Go Pandas! Pandas are so... Oh, go. They didn't know where to go. They just got diffed by minions. And that's shocking.
He's still fitting him in.
Dude, he's
Oh
having
my
so
goodness.
much fun, man. He's having so much fun. That's actually incredible. That is actually incredible. So if we do end up getting the Ring of Fire fight, we have phages completed for both of them. We're potentially looking at those first items being completed for that. Who wins in that 1v1, do you think?
Maiden's going to be up, so I'll take the Maiden. And York, actually. Level 11, really big.
50 seconds.
York. Yeah, I'm going to go with York here. I actually don't know how Jace gets through this. York is going to have everything up and available to himself, so...
Honestly, Sheer should start backing right now.
Yeah. Like,
just make sure no problems arise. Make sure you don't get caught in the flames.
Level 11 hit. He's not going to pop the Maiden now. It's going to be Sheer. Oh, wait, he did pop it.
Oh.
There's no flash on Sheer still.
Yeah, I got to try to get as much damage in as he can before the back comes through. 20 seconds until that'll be spawning as the Ring of Fire comes through. Oh, God. Don't give up the Maiden. Oh, no. Okay, well, Tarzan is going to lose the Maiden right before the fight. That's a bit unfortunate.
That changes things a little bit. I'm
also
actually
really needs to get back.
I don't want to say I'm unsure now. I think it's pretty Jace favored. Tarzan might have a level on him, but no barrier either. You got flash up and no Maiden. I mean, if Jace is ever going to win something against York, it's got to be with those conditions, no?
Let's go, Sheer.
Okay.
He moved out. Let's go. Let's go. Sheer didn't die. That's huge. Good job. That's character growth, man. That's like the anime arc everybody's waiting for in the LPL. But now we're about to get to our second iteration of that anime arc. Tarzan versus Sheer in an all-out 1v1. Same items except for a Doran shield for Tarzan.
Level 12 for Tarzan, but no Maiden's going to really hurt here.
Yeah, I don't know how he
Fish
fights.
for an E, maybe.
I mean, he's waiting. He's keeping some of those graves up for
Might
himself.
get hammered out.
There's a massive minion wave here. The minions are actually going to do so much work for Sheer. Sheer buying a lot of time. Here come the minions. The pandas. Is the namesake of anyone's legend going to be enough? I don't think so. Sheer going for the shots, and that should be enough.
Oh.
No, Tarzan. He's using the bush. That was so masterful. Sheer is dying to the pandas. Sheer, he's down. Tarzan's having fun with it, and the pandas come out victorious. Look at him. The jungle just beat the solo laner.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go!
He sidestepped the shock blast, and that was it. Tarzan gets away with a bit of murder. Nice way to step into the brush. Got the vision break. Couldn't finish up with those auto attacks.
The bush play, man.
Oh my goodness.
Can we
Who
please
needs
get
solo
a
laners
replay,
anyway?
man?
Jungle
Please.
supremacy in lane now. As you can tell, the team was having a good time with that. That was a fun celebration between Tabe and the guys having a good laugh. That's
Flaundra's like, you want to switch, bro? Like,
That was too funny, actually. That was
dude,
way too... It's
I
Tabe
live
can't get
for
a
the
smile off his
energy.
face.
Yeah, I love for that energy. I live for it.
Oh, okay. Well, at least Sheer's having a good laugh, too. But you just got diffed by jungler, my friend. That's not the best feeling in practice. You know, if that's in practice and your jungler is beating you in the 1v1s and, like, Yorick versus Jace, your jungler better be chirping you, man. If not, he's not being a good teammate. You better be getting chirped for that.
I hate to see it, and I swear, he might get 1v1 privileges again. I hope that other people on the team are going to step up.
That's fine. I mean, again, I didn't want to take anything away from mechanically. I just find it funny when a jungler is going out instead of one of your solo laners. And hey, Tarzan, he got that win. You know, he took advantage of the moment. That's what I like to do as
Dude, the
competitors.
dopamine, man. They're smiling. They are smiling.
I mean, he put a smile on my face. That was a stupid 1v1 until it wasn't Marcel. So kind of a fun one there.
It was a good time.
He won Maidenless, guys. Remember that one.
Maidenless.
All right? Tarzan. Life lesson? No, I'm kidding. All right.
Life lesson.
I'm kidding.
Anyways, we're going to be getting into this one. It is a fearless best of 3 between AL and FPX. We already talked about it. It's been a little bit, so we'll remind everybody. AL coming off a massive victory over BLG 2-1 last night, trying to use that momentum into an unwinning FPX team here in Group Ascend, trying to stave off a terrible start for FPX. They just need to find consistency. We take a look at Shadow and we take a look at Sheer to be major components to that for this team.
Look, to be fair to FPX, the fact they made it to Group Ascension is a big win for them.
Yeah.
They were not expected to be in this group. They made it to a 3rd seed in the placement groups and then managed to win out against the other 3rd seeds to find a spot in Group Ascend. That was a really big win for them to dodge out in Group Nirvana, where pretty much all of us as a team had them. So for FPX, it really is just the extra games. Can they scale it all? Can they actually show that they have improved throughout this? Because while it's been a disappointing start for them, it's not like it's very far from the expectation then. And like they lost to Thunder Talk, and even them as a team, like that's, I mean, they are still close to the bottom of the standings. We still had them ranked far above FPX coming into the season. So we'll just see if FPX can really get any surprises, or at least start to look better in their games, because not only do not have a series win on the board, but nothing's really felt too close so far, and that's where the real concern is for FPX.
You still got a lot of games, right? It is a double round robin with 10 teams, so it's a lot of series, but you want to start finding a little bit of growth in that one. Now we are into this one. AL obviously chose blue side after winning side select with Tarzan. It will be the Vi, Sejuani, Gwen ban, the Rumble, Varus, and the Fury ban on the other side by FPX. First pick of the Zins out for Tarzan.
And Chase left up and left through draft. I think that a lot more teams have been comfortable playing the Scion into the Jace, which has kind of helped him drop in priority a little bit. Still a really strong pick in the top lane, but wound up being Tarzan Xin Zhao first picked, as sometimes, you know, might expect Jace, might expect Ambessa. Not the case, though. Instead, going to be Talia for KR, but a really big pick for FPX. And Talia, it may not be the lane dominant champ that you expect, but her ability to impact the map and the strength she brings to team fights, whether it's damage, utility, Talia, a champ in a really good spot right now. But beatable in the laning phase for sure. So we'll see if anyone's actually able to play around that.
The space it provides is massive, and we're gonna get the sheer Scion coming through here against said Master Splinter, like you said. Again, these guys spending a lot of time together on the side of JDG in that last year before they got split up. The Yorick, we got the undead duo coming through the top side. Flandre versus Sheer.
I mean, these picks for me really tell me that anyone's legend want to play away from the 5v5, because that front line for FPX between Talia, Scion, and now a Pantheon coming out of the jungle, that's really tough to play into if you're going to continue to push in. But man, if you play away from it, ability for Yorick and Azir to get that lead in the 1v1, the 2v2s, really big. So for me, anyone's legend really indexing towards trying to split up the map. And part of the reason why I kind of like the Pantheon pick, because at least they're able to answer or have numbers advantages with the Talia and the Pantheon. Also brings a point and click to combo with Talia. So I do like the pick from FPX, but like the answer from anyone's legend so far to really play away from Talia and Scion and try and spread out this map.
I like the differing strategies here. We're in the second phase of bans, though. It's going to be some of that sustained poke damage taken away by FPX in the Ezreal ban. It is also that engage focus there from AL with the Nautilus ban.
Yeah, curious if they're taking that away to maybe set up a support. I think Alistar, even though it struggles into Talia, really strong right now, and having a support that has the ability to have 2 spell rotations, really nice in a lot of these fights.
The MF ban.
Yeah, MF. Curious what they're setting up here, Mizel.
I mean, Kai'Sa doesn't feel that great here, honestly.
Maybe Ashe potential if they want to try and defend. Those arrows to come rolling through Sodlands could be big.
Ooh, the Callista ban. So taking away a little bit of that 2v2 pressure in the bot lane. Kai'Sa could be the answer in the end for Awesome, as it will be locked in. So a lot of dive potential now with this Pantheon Kai'Sa combo.
And more ability to overload side lanes also brings a ton of damage to the table, something that the Talia and Scion are kind of lacking. And a deny from Hope, too. FPX have definitely thought something through for this first game, Mizel. Key is now, can they play through it? Anyone's legend going to grab some range and continue to go for this lane dominant identity. Going to FPX, they're going to take Jinx for themselves. See if Kael wants to pair a blind Lulu's dangerous, so expecting something else, but they could use a little bit of main engage as it's only Xin Zhao right now. Disengage could also be really nice if they do want to try and play to stretch the map out, as Braum is something that can catch, but doesn't really add to the main engage Hope at the moment. Pairs nicely with Jinx, though.
You're going to be looking at Shanks for a very massive hand.
Blind Braum's back,
get
man.
These big ones. Yeah, it's been pretty cool. But you got a lot of eggs in the basket of Hope here to carry on the Jinx, and a lot of setup tools for him as well. Looking for a lot of direction from Tarzan and Shanks in that call.
No way we're grabbing Blitz into that. I think Nico is what lines up. Again, we've seen Braum be a really strong pick so far this season, but a lot of people would refuse to blind it for a lot of reasons. I mean, one of them is pretty much it's any and all range supports, right? Creates a really tough matchup for Braum. And also, he doesn't supply that main engage. It's mostly secondary engage. Of course, he can be that with Glacial Fissure, but would much rather drop that later on in fights or secondary. So it's really only Xin going in. I'd like the grouping identity for FPX. Just think it's going to be really tough for them to win any lanes. Even the Nico down bot. Like, yes, that can help against Braum, but you're still going in the Jinx, who has big range advantage down there against at least the Kai'Sa. So think FPX, they are going to really have to try and attack those sides. And Flandre playing Yorick, I mean, it's going to take at least 2 people to deal with him. His goal is to have 3 or more. And I think that's something where they could really set up to absorb. So for me, economy on him early to make sure they can stretch the map. And then Grub Take going to be really big to look out for when it comes to Anyone's Legend.
Well, it is Anyone's Legend trying to push themselves to the top of the table in Group Ascend and try to get them to 3 series wins on this split here. It is FPX looking for their first series win of Group Ascend. They do not want to fall 0-4 and be at the bottom of that table with so many games still left to play. Maybe we see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel here against an Anyone's Legends who just come off the back of a great win over BLG. We get some differing strategies. We get a lot of onus on this setup for the Pantheon of Shadow. But I'm looking at this comp and this strength from Anyone's Legend to be represented here. I want to see some cleanliness from this team that should be in that top 4 category and getting themselves automatically into the playoffs after Group Ascend is over. It is a very tried and true comp from them. We'll see if Flandre, against his old split-time partner on JDG and Sheer, can get the difference on the Yorick, can actually find a win on the pick. As we get into game 1 of our first best of 3 of the night, Anyone's Legend versus FPX. FPX Gyro, FPX Gyro, FPX Gyro. There we go, man. The Gyros were really good. Let's go.
Huge. Attempt was made, you know.
A little unfortunate there.
Really interested as Yorick continues to make its way in, at least with Flandre playing it. I will say this is a champion where it really does feel warranted to see it a little bit. Some of the changes they made to this champ and its kits, like the pets getting pretty much every stat that you build. So Trinity Force, really powerful on this item, or on this champ, with how that item buffs up what the pets get.
He's got the skin.
As well as some of the percent. I mean, I don't know if he rocked this last time. Maybe they figured out the tech. I think word came from above. You must play the mascot, please.
You must play the mascot. It is contractually obligated. Shout out to Awesome playing the IG Kai'Sa World skin with the Chroma. Has 2 of them down there with Joy in the bot lane. But both junglers are going to be starting on the top side, so we're looking at bot lane focus for both of them.
Not too surprised, as I think Kai'Sa really needs to get big this game for Awesome and for FPX, because, again, the damage from Sion and Talia, it's only so much, whereas Kai'Sa at 3 items is a win condition, right? Can supply all the damage you need for some comps, and definitely the role of Awesome in this one. Again, for Anyone's Legend, I think it's really important that these solos get going. They have very winnable matchups that they can take advantage in the side lane. The nice part for FPX comp is that they can play defense. The cross maps between Pantheon, Talia, and even Kai'Sa being able to reach and interact is big. So kind of fun. We have 2 very different strategies crashing up against each other in this game, and we'll see if FPX can come out on top. Props to Shadow. Again, when this team promoted into Group Ascension, his direction and early game plans were really big for FPX, so we will see if we can make anything happen on this Pantheon, as especially looking at mid lane with that Talia there. A good lane for him to potentially visit and play through.
Yeah. It is going to be the on-hit Kai'Sa to add some sustained damage here. A lot of lethal tempo on the rip between Shanks, Hope, and Awesome. See if that comes out to anything. But does that change the way this matchup in bot lane goes? I mean, I like the choice of going sustained damage into the Jinx so you can kind of keep up with that DPS.
That's the only keystone being taken on Kai'Sa right now. So we haven't really seen much of the variation of the build. Besides like Dune Talls or Kraken Slayer being built first. So see if there's any switch up there. But No surprise down there at the moment. We do have Tarzan, despite clearing to go bot, going for that top crab. Again, Pantheon really, really strong early, so trying to play around that. And Shanks, I like how he's keeping the wave here too, because again, with the Zero, you can't play defense a little bit against the wave Pantheon, but still hard, because that stun is a point and click that Talia can follow up on nicely. And Shadow at least going to cancel the recall, I hope.
Okay.
So comes in hard against Braum.
It is very hard against Braum. Those concussive blows will make you look like you slipped on a banana peel. Looks like FPX will back away from that attempted dive. They did have vision on Shadow around that corner with that ward there. So a reset coming through from both junglers as we get redeploys back onto the top side of the map for both. We will have Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds. We'll see if either team really wants to put Prio over that, or if it will be the Grubs that they take Prio over.
I gotta believe it's gonna be Grubs. The key is, does FPX want to answer the first 3 Grubs? Because I think a rotation here just to send Jinx Braum top potentially. Even mid as okay.
No.
Looks like Hope's gonna walk bot. All right, so only support going up. I feel like first 3 Grubs really important for anyone's Legend. I'm not sure if they're gonna be stronger though for it. Because again, fighting into Sion Talia can be really scary, and the combos that FPX have available to them right now with in this game with so many people being so squishy, it's going to be something that anyone's Legend could really struggle to deal with the first one. So curious to see what choices they make here, as they really do want Grubs just to fit what their comp wants to do.
Looks like we're going to move junglers down to this bot side first. Let's see if they want to get anything going down here with the push that FPX were able to develop. Go try to clear out some of this vision. Dragon's going to be force started by Tarzan. We have a 3v3 forming on the bot side.
Clever defense from Tarzan. Simple yet effective. As it got
the man made wind into lightning.
Yeah, got him an extra camp too. So again, slowing down the game against Pantheon. Very valuable. A lot of power packed into his kit early on.
Yeah. I think it's underlying how much power Zinzao has had in the meta. Like, it's actually ridiculous the amount of damage you can do in early skirmishes with this guy. I do, like, we still have the fact that Pantheon is better in that situation, but as time goes on, like, Tarzan's value is just going to skyrocket.
Yeah, so, and slowing things down really nice. Shanks does get the flash out of care. Tarzan was below, so would have been able to follow up upon that, but that flash takes away a big summoner spell from Shanks. That's going to mean Dragon goes over to FPX. Now we're going to see if they tend to contest Grubs at all. At least going to bring Jouet with them as they walk up.
The reset? Okay. Hope is going to stop.
I like how they're playing this. I think that they can maybe stop this for only being 1 or 2 for Tarzan. Shadow, no flash for now, but he's going to burn, or no smite for now. He's going to burn his smite to at least secure 1. And that should be it. Again, FPX, they have a lot of strength in their comp right now, so I think it's correct that anyone's Legend at least playing this one a little cautiously.
They're just saying we're going to, okay, FPX lost all confidence there. And even though Tarzan doesn't have smite and Shadow has his coming up, it will not be a contest. And FPX just spooked themselves a bit, and that'll be 3 Grubs going the way of anyone's Legend.
I guess if they lose that Grub, like Xin would have hit 6 off that. They should have been able to track that. So maybe FPX is concerned about that. Tarzan also, you can see, cares though mana. Not great conditions, so maybe concerned about that too. But that's a really nice win for anyone's Legend. As those first 3 Grubs, again, they pick solo lanes to win those solo lanes. As it was Sion, Talia picked right away. Azir, Yorick were picked to win their lane and then have pressure on the side lane. Grubs help you win your lane harder and push those side lanes harder. So getting the first 3 early on, really big for anyone's Legend.
I think it's going to make that next Grub fight here in about 3.5 minutes even more important as well for FPX to kind of try to deny at least a couple there, if not all 3. But that'll be something we return to later on. It's also the fact that both objectives are going to be spawning at the same time, just about. See if anybody wants to trade early. Tangle Barbs is going to connect onto Hope, but nothing else coming of it. I do want to check in on the jungle pass, though, because this was my big spotlight for the night. Can Shadow kind of keep up with Tarzan, or at least now on this Pantheon, try to stay ahead of Tarzan? And he is looking at bot lane right now. Does have the Grand Starfall available.
Yeah, Talia too. They could have a 4v2 here if they do press
They're on
R.
vision.
And Hope and Kyle, they are on vision, but still able to force them off this wave and will deny it and hold on to the cooldowns. So still like the idea of the direction from FPX. I said Hope was able to get back in here and is going to soak all this. So It just ends up being some drop waves.
Oh!
Flandre.
Sheer showed Flandre the ropes here. Will be a good health chunk returned, though, afterwards, after they were able to get that big chunk. Now, Shadow is forced to flash out. That's a big flash down. Pantheon loves to have his flash to initiate combat. Mega Death Rocket will go a little bit wide there. Some Care in trouble in mid lane. How did this happen? He is down. First blood to anyone's legend. It goes straight to Shanks.
Kyle burned flash. I'm wondering if he jumped to a teammate and then Q flashed, and that ended up catching Care, who of course was flashless. Big mistake though is Tarzan.
That was a really good crescent guard from Tarzan.
I mean, that's too easy though. Shadow has to expect that one, you know. It's good value from Tarzan, but that's way too easy defense from the Xin, as Flandre, of course, soaked 2-3 tower shots. That's what made this one look close, but still not very close to sustain from the Q. Helping keep Flandre healthy and keep him up in this lane as he's starting to take a nice lead and foothold in that match from the top side.
Still, it has been FPX finding little micro plays for themselves. And
yes,
against AL, it feels good, but in the end, it doesn't matter.
It's
Copium?
Yeah,
Copium, anybody?
It's Mega Copium, I think. Yep, there it is.
Oh, no.
WQ Flash using Shanks as that piggyback to get in. Takes care of Care.
Is that Braum gameplay approved?
Yes, you know. I called it off screen, Michelle. That was a pretty easy one. Nothing too fancy there.
Easy peasy. Just getting warmed up here, you know? We're only 10 minutes in to this first game. Still dead even, though, as we are going to get their lane resets. Actually going to bring Awesome to mid lane now as well, as those grubs spawning in 50 seconds. We said how important that will be for FPX to try to deny. It is also going to be a path up that way for Shadow after he clears his bot side jungle.
As Kyle looking to link with Hope, of course, in that top side against the Sign. I'm kind of curious that FPX hasn't swapped up their matchups, Mizzelle, as you were somewhat getting into. With Grub spawning so soon, really identified this objective as being important for anyone's legend. Shanks, of course, going Nash's Tooth Rush. He gets that in 6 Grubs, Mizzelle. We have seen how Azir can just break the game, especially in the LPL, with a lot of good Azir players being able to really snowball 6 Grubs hard. Shanks for sure being on that list as a solid Azir player that we have in this league. So FPX playing with fire if they were to give all this over. That said, anyone's legend, they will clean up mid and have a shift themselves, and looks like they're just going to drop this one to take a free dragon. So we'll take the split, and we'll take the free dragon instead, which again can be valuable for them. At least they were able to use Grubs to get something else, because they don't want the 5v5. They really want to play away from this composition. So FPX, again, the one better in the grouping and decently strong now. They're able to group up and force them off. Yeah.
I am surprised. I thought they would actually be able to put up a little bit of a contest there. It will be
I like it.
The final grub not taken by FPX either.
I gotta say, like, I kind of like it from both teams. The fact that FPX pulled off was nice, but like anyone's legends, they don't want to fight. I think that this really shows that ignoring the fight and finding ways to play around it, it is important for them. So the fact that they, again, pulled off of that, yeah, I really feel like that's telling how they want to play this game.
And FPX will also take the dragon. So AL falling asleep at the wheel a little bit here. Gonna lose out on 2 full objectives. That does go their way. Now Kyle completely on the wrong side of the tracks here. Shanks trying to get, that Grand Starfall was a little toughy. As Shanks getting a little bit low now. Gonna have to burn his flash. AL forced to run away. Tarzan just goes back in. Okay, this is a little wild. Crescent Guard went through. Flash out from him. Now Awesome goes through. Tarzan sacrificing his life here, trying to stay alive, but goes down to FPX. And I am very curious of what's going on my screen right now, Cubby.
A bit baffled why Tarzan went in. I will say that ult from Shadow was also not very strong. I, again, kind of understand why anyone's legend might want to drop things now. They just don't think they can win the fight. They need more items, need more time. I get that. But it kind of feels half-assed both ways in the sense that, yes, they didn't want that, but also then why were they here in the first place? And then, of course, when they don't want it, they get out. Tarzan's like, wait a minute, I actually might want that.
Wait,
that was a big mistake, too.
In a 1v4, you're like, I want that for sure.
Shanks is rotating. It's fine. He has no issue.
Oh my god. That was
hey,
actually a charge, audacious charge of all time there. They did go get the 4th grub. Congratulations to anyone's legend. And honestly, it's actually kind of a big deal. Again, because we said grubs are very good for this squad, especially in the side lane pressure. And we are seeing them try to play towards that, even with these kind of chaotic plays. They are trying to play away from FPX, as you were mentioning here. So yeah, on the side of FPX, for them to try to be proactive around Shadows, what I want to see next.
Yeah, no, I don't really like how anyone's legend have their lane set up right now, because Shanks ended up back mid. Looks like he just recently TP'd, but I think having him in the side is really big. Azir ability to escape with that EQ, and of course gives the bot lane a chance to rotate to either side of the map, and really again forces FPX to stretch their resources. So I think that keeping things here, it kind of encourages and makes it easy for FPX to just collapse upon the Jinx Braum. Whereas if you split up the solos, if they collapse upon one, then you can at least take stuff on the other side of the map or the other. So things a little bit goofy right now. That Alarm is just going to take him back to lane. And anyone's legend is going to continue to try and play defense on the bot side.
They have to, though. This turret's getting a little bit low, and FPX forming around it. About to run out of the minion wave. Glacial at least going to be ready to go. Does end up getting used. TP. Here comes the TP on the flank. FPX getting a little low. The Super Mega Death Rocket does go wide there, but Flandre finds one in the midst of all of it. And here comes Tarzan too. Shadows left to his own devices. Sheer trying to take down Kyle. He's all by himself though, and all of AL turn to him as Kyle walks away. It is truly Santa Claus season in anyone's legend. They're dropping presents all over FPX.
I guess the Yorick TP was all they needed after all, as anyone's legend that played a lot of this game so far are playing away from FPX, but when FPX overextend anyone's legend, they find a time to strike, and it's a Flandre TP on the Yorick of all people, who, yes, he goes in, yes, he goes down, but that's what bought the time, bought the space and the health bars for the rest of anyone's legend to make a play and drive home now a small lead in their favor.
Yeah, Tarzan is a madman in this one. Keiko, look at what he was able to do here, but really good just decision-making from anyone's legend to pull the trigger on this play.
I like the start from Kyle. Again, absorbs so much, and that Glacial Fissure, with Hope firing in the back half, they did a lot of damage early on in the skirmish to even enable the back half, and Flandre following up on this really nice. Sheer's TP was too deep. He wasn't able to really be the bodyguard for his team, as the TP a little deep, a little late, and Sheer just ends up falling in the back half. A big win here for anyone's legend, as again that's going to start to open up a lead in their favor. Kara did bounce back and cleaned up that bot outer turret for his team, but not before anyone's legend took the bot outer in the replay. Now Shadow getting engaged upon.
In a lot of trouble here. Crescent Guard going to block a lot of the damage back from Awesome, but Shadow will just go down. Hope gets excited, and it's starting to look like a setup party for him, as there was a Weaver's Wall used defensively by Kara to get away from Shanks. And I'll just say, Shanks did end up burning his flash right there, but that Nashor's Tooth is probably the most valuable Nashor's Tooth, at least first item in this game right now. It got so much value in that first fight, and now he's going to be closer and closer to second item. AL also got the feats of strength off of those plays, and Shanks going to need to try to use this Nashor's Tooth to get away from Kara. He's like, you just ran away from me, Kara. Why are you back here?
Oh, nice move.
Oh, runs into it. Gets away from the Void Seeker. What are these sidesteps from Shanks? Gets the kill back in the 2v1. And now Awesome. He's going to succumb to the might. That is Tarzan. That is the 3-talent strike. And that is anyone's legend.
And a shutdown secured for Tarzan as Shanks. Some good movement in there. Dodged out on one of those empowered rocks. Would have been a slow. Able to step around it. Trades himself out in the 1v2. Enables Tarzan, who had the red buff on, to chase down Awesome. And that gets anyone's legend. The third dragon stops the soul stacking for FPX as they pick this one up and, again, solidify themselves 2K gold lead.
A little bit of an advantage. Definitely not the biggest smackdown that maybe we were expecting coming into this one. FPX has definitely given them a little bit of a push, but it's starting to feel like they're winning out.
The comp that they want to play, it's, played slower. They're playing away from stuff, trying to get resources on, and once they've turned it on here in the last couple minutes, I still feel like anyone's legend really favored in this game. as Shanks later on gonna really try and be that DPS with the Jinx for his team. A nice pairing here is, of course, Shanks can be aggressive or also throw that Emperor's Divide out to just peel for the Jinx. Always big. Speaking of ults being thrown out.
Oh, they're all going on to Hope.
Hope.
Hope is dead. Okay, they unleashed the entire package onto Hope, and Hope dies for it.
Yeah, honestly, a good catch from FPX. They burn everything and get Hope, who wasn't connected with his team, was trying to go through that corridor, join the team on Rift Herald instead. Take him down. Now, Anyone's Legend, we'll see how much defense they're able to play. Of course, Shanks rotating over. Should be able to get most of this wave, and it's a nice win for FPX, but the objective still goes to the side of Anyone's Legend.
It does indeed. I want to check in now at the win condition setup for these teams. I know we said some really serious scaling, but I want to look at the little micro moments for them, especially that side lane between Flandre and Sheer. Is Flandre just going to start winning out in this matchup?
Yes. He kind of has been, but we just haven't seen it culminate to anything big. Again, those levels for Yorick, it really empowers the maiden, the items now too. So the more that Yorick gets, the more his pets get as well. And again, the idea of this comp for Anyone's Legend, Sion and Talia should not be able to match on side, either side at that for AL. So expect to see Shanks and Flandre split up on the map, much like how they are now. And looks like FPX, they have that Sion and Talia into the opposing lanes, and I don't think they're going to be able to stop them with either combo, which is where the real strength is.
Does look like we got the Voracious Atacon, so the GAs will be available if they want to go ahead and take that one. Still a while till that Baron does end up spawning. The Atacon will be on top side this time around. Still nothing else to speak of in this in-between moment. Oh, if nothing is happening, I feel like it behooves Anyone's Legend, and I think FPX need to get Shadow reinvested into getting advantages for the Pantheon, because if you aren't getting any kind of lead, the Pantheon just becomes a stun bot and becomes a little bit difficult to manage on the map where you can actually be impactful.
I fear it's a little bit too late for that one already.
Too little, too late?
Yeah, okay. I think it's a little bit too late for Shadow, as Tarzan already has that cleaver done and is very strong in this game, as we've seen.
Hey, he's been strong out of game for a while as well. I mean, this guy has been on a tear. It was so saddening to see AL fall and not be able to pick up their first title there in split number 1, but it is a team that was right up there with top esports, and they're looking to return to that dominance here. A charge will go down in mid lane, take down that turret, so we'll get a little bit of that standing gold to buff up this lead to about 2,000 for Anyone's Legend. It is still FPX though, looking for something in this mid lane.
Yeah, and as long as Anyone's Legend able to catch FPX looking for anything in the mid lane, they're just going to lose that on those sides, as of course being shoved in. See Flandre going to start approaching that bot inner turret, and FPX onus is on them to really pull, hit an objective, try and bring people in, speed up this game, but they just can't do it against Anyone's Legend already. You can see Flandre just trying to push Sheer out of this lane entirely.
Oh, here comes awesome. That's a lot of health damage. Flandre gonna be forced to flash. It's still gonna go down. Gets half health back, but still falls to awesome. And that's the power of the Kaisa into these healthy targets.
Yeah, it was a big Q. Got some health back. Of course, not close to enough, as now FPX, they get a kill on one side. So again, this is how they have to play the game. They have to use their globals to try and pinch. Now is another one going to be used. Care, he's too far up.
Oh, Care in a lot of trouble after those concussive blows go through. He gets out with the flash, though. So he's out of there.
I did not expect Kyle to be there. Winner's Bite connected, of course, got stunned up and had to be sent back as he pieces out of that fight. Shane's going to be strong on this side, but again,
do they just do Atacon?
In a nutshell, that's what FPX has to do. They have to use their tools to try and find plays in the side. Anyone's Legend is going to try and play defense and deliver back. As you can see, the strength of both Shanks and Flandre, even if Flandre went down. And yeah, I don't think Anyone's Legend are going to be too... they don't want to play these objectives too quick. They want to make sure that they get advantages and they're able to use their map pressure to play them. So don't expect them to pull anything. Whereas really feel like FPX is going to have to start pulling stuff soon, or else again, if the scaling kicks in with Jinx 3+ items, that is something you can use to not just match the Kaisa, but outrange it. So you have to be really particular about where FPX starts to pick their points in the fight, or else Hope could melt down Awesome, who will be in range of Jinx, and he doesn't take a good R. That can be really hard on him.
And we are on second items for everybody, it seems, coming into this fight. Dragon number 3 potentially for FPX to set them up on a soul point. As now Anyone's Legend trying to approach from this north side of the fight. The Dragon getting lower and lower, though. Shadow, it's going to be taken by the Super Mega Death Rocket. Jinx strikes again, denying the soul point from FPX and evening the Dragon score into a mid lane push that's going to get a tier 2.
These rockets from Hope really haven't connected so far this game. We've seen a lot go wayward, Mazel, but that's a big one, as that's going to deny the soul point. It really, FPX put everything in making sure they could find that dragon, and then Anyone's Legend, they just steal it, walk away. They had the fast track to mid, a TP top for Shanks, and this outer's down. So Anyone's Legend end up with everything after that last set of plays.
Yeah, I mean, they just got a snowball play there. Shanks trying to make it out. Gets the Atacon, but that's going to be the immediate play from Dwayne with the flash. And Shanks just got his entire team thrown, or his entire enemy team thrown at him. As that'll be all 5 members of FPX on topside starting up the Atacon. Here comes Tarzan out of base. Here comes the TP from Anyone's Legend. You got to think those resists are going to be a little bit low, but here you go. Trying to get into the fight, trying to get the steal again, but it goes the way of FPX now with GAs at their backs. The rebirth of the Phoenix is here, and they're able to choke back this deficit that they were developing against Anyone's Legend.
I got the flash out of Tarzan in the back half, who was too far up. Let's take another look at this Super Mega Death Rocket that rang true. Yeah, I gotta say, this might look kind of bad from Shadow, but I feel like if Jinx R hits there, it is almost enough to take down the monster. I think it's, what, capped at 1,500 now? That was at 1,600. So kind of close. I will say a little bit less blame on Shadow for trying to go for the Smite Q there. I didn't see if everything hit. I was kind of looking at the rocket timer, but of course, Smite came down before the R. Ends up going down. It was a little bit closer to a bang-bang play, though, there, Mazel, which is how Jinx R damage works.
Yeah. I think it's always so tight in those situations as well. But now FPX, though, with that Atacon GA and that freshly taken Epic Monster objective, maybe feeling very confident here. They take a side lane turret now. That outer turret will fall. Feeling pretty good now. All 3 items completed for Awesome as well with that Phantom Dancer there.
Yeah, of course, the kind of the crit variety here of the Kai'Sa. Start to see playing around a little bit with some Kai'Sa builds. This has been one that's been a little bit more popular with Yuntal is just really strong item at the moment. Able to go into this path, and now FPX, of course, they want to try and use that Baron to force a 5v5. Still have the withdraws, so they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive here. They have gotten Anyone's Legend out of some of the side lanes now. You can see that they have Shanks grouped up with only Flandre on side lane duty. So, serious boys for FPX hasn't been that bad. They're going to try and go with the withdrawal still up.
Oh, they got the seismic shove on the Shanks. Shanks not going to get locked down, but the rest of AL are. Crescent Guard not enough. Tarzan falls. Here's the GA still going too for FPX. They get the reset coming through. They get the play on mid lane. They get the backs out of Anyone's Legend. FPX, they're close to taking the lead here.
Yeah, not bad. Again, a lot of strength with withdraws up. Able to find a fight. They got him away from the turret just far enough. They're not going to be able to wrap up this turret. Flandre just strong enough. Instead, center their sights on the Baron. Of course, Smite was taken down. FPX did a nice job of snowballing this. Withdraw still available,
so
just a little bit longer. Now they should be falling off. Yep, there they are. They're off for the Baron. Baron almost dead. No Smite for AL.
Yeah, I mean, that Baron's just going to go down. That goes the way of Care as well. Now the fight after. Shadow getting a little bit low. If Hope starts getting excited, though, that's the linchpin here for Anyone's Legend. The cleanse comes through, and here comes the autos. Hope is popping off again, just like last night against BLG. It might be the Baron going their way. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide, but it'll still be more kills going the way of AL as they almost clean everybody up, but Awesome and Care will still have the Baron buff.
I will say Sheer got Hope at the end there really big because no marksman means that Anyone's Legend cannot take nearly as much in the back half. But FPX, they take the Baron, lose most of the team. At least the Baron's off the map for them, but Anyone's Legend going to have a little bit more strength and going to use it right now as this inner turret will fall.
They just got the lead from AL, and unfortunately it will go back the way of Anyone's Legend after that side lane turret goes down and all that gold goes their way. Take a look back at this one. A bold play by FPX, and I like it.
I mean, Smite's down, right? You got to make these plays as FPX. You want a group. You want to have the 5v5s. The issue is that they were down some tools from the last pick. You can see no ults available. So Jinx Braum with no R's to really stop them, able to play this front to back. Really nice. Hope does get the flash out of Awesome with well-placed Zap, but does go down to Zombie Scion. That R just a little bit late. FPX going to continue to try and burn these objectives before AL can respond. AL
oh my god,
stopping this.
Ooh. Not again. Not again. That is soul point for FPX. That's actually really good. And I am so proud of FPX for some of their macro decisions we've seen so far. They've been really able to pull apart AL.
Yeah, they've been doing all right. Again, when you have two completely different styles going up against each other, like Onus is really on FPX to draw in the fight. It's been a nice game of cat and mouse here between what fights AL wants to take or not. But I just appreciate that FPX recognized this, and like when they're approaching objectives, they're ripping it. They're trying to get in immediately.
Oh, stop the TP! He's gonna try to get the play on the Shadow now, though. Flandre gonna speed away, but I don't think it's gonna be nearly enough. Care coming over as well, trying to get the kill back. Oh my god! Go to the grave with me. Yorick ends up taking one with him, and that'll be the 1-for-1. AL not really able to get much elsewhere on the map.
Still, you can see some of the perks of AL, able to collapse on those side laners. Flandre thought he was safe, even tried the TP out. Collapse came in. Of course, being able to trade 1-for-1, as good as it gets for Flandre, but still not all bad for FPX. Will slow down the Baron play. As, okay, yeah, Care walked up, got his base stop, even had to flash out. As that is a lot of damage that came out from Flandre, but of course, he was exposed in the side. Shanks wasn't pushing up very far. Long way to go. FPX can afford to drop that bot lane now for a long time instead of responding to that wave. They respond to Flandre up top.
Oh,
Care locked him in. He went down for locking him in, making sure they got the kill. But, yeah, again, FPX has ways to play into this comp for AL, and it's good to see them using it.
4 items now for Awesome. Gonna have the Lord Doms getting close to 4th item for Care as well. More importantly, we have to hit the 3-item threshold for everybody for AL. And that is going to be that Shojin's with the Sterix completed for Flandre. He's going to be very difficult to handle. It will be also the GA for Tarzan, so he can play a little bit more hot to handle. Still really good presence by FPX on the bot side jungle of AL.
I'm just curious to see when AL is going to be able to maybe get this 3-line setup going yet again, as their TPs will be up soon. Both Shanks and Flandre being very respectful of the power that FPX could have with, again, the pretty much double 2.5 globals plus Kai'Sa ult that we've seen FPX use pretty well to attack.
We're going to be at a crucial junction here for AL, not really wanting to give a Hextech Soul over to FPX and their comp. Going to just imagine the chaos that can run rampant in these team fights if they do end up getting that objective. So 2 minutes till the timer comes up for AL. We talked about their scaling. We talked about their win condition. Me and letting the time go on in this game. Is it going to be soon enough?
We'll see. I will say, for anyone's legend, I'm a little bit concerned for the upcoming Baron and Dragon fights, because we have something over the lower third now. But if you look at AD items, Awesome is up pretty much a whole item on Hope. He is really strong at this point.
And two levels.
Again, the AL team, they want to play sides and try and pick you apart. Well, that Hextech Soul, that's going to drag everyone in, I think, play into a lot of the strength that FPX can have in these groupings. So we'll see if they're able to play right.
Awesome. Going to be massive. They can try to get a little focus on him. That'll be one of the crucial factors for AL. Try to get evening of this setup for themselves.
I mean,
a little bit of hesitancy
right now. Hope's going to buy something here, but again, pretty much up, a full Phantom Dancer. That's a really big deal for Awesome.
Wow, that's actually so wild. That's a big strength for the Kai'Sa, but also a lot riding on the shoulders of Awesome when you grab this Kai'Sa in this kind of composition. I have to see if he can navigate these. Really fun to see the duality of these two carries as well, in terms of their growth and also the longevity of their careers, at least in terms of the difference in those. But now it is also 50 seconds till that dragon spawns. Baron at about 20. Doubt Baron's going to get the focus right now as AL are already positioning around bot side.
Yeah, Hextech Soul can be game-breaking. And the setup right now for AL, expect Wander to be top here for a little bit. And We'll see if TP is forced for him to come down again. He's going to be really respectful of the reach that the FPX comp has. Because there is, of course, the option that FPX drop this and play hard for Flandre or play hard for the Baron. So I like the fact that Flandre did hit the base before this one spawned on the map. And it's going to go start to play through bot so he can at least be within reach of his team if a play does break out.
Yeah, TP is super important to keep an eye on. Shadow also now has his own GA. So both junglers just willing to play with their lives in this setup. And this might just be the objective that breaks the game open.
They're ripping the objective. This goes down really fast to a Zero Yorick. So they pretty much just gave this for Baron control. And I think that Baron, they've got to start this here. Yeah, Shadow has, but the team's a little bit late. They're going to wall him off and try and burst it down.
But the wall's just going to go down here soon.
I mean, think they get it in time, though. That's a Fed Kaisa.
Oh, Tarzan's going to get in the pit. Oh. No, he doesn't get it. The Shadow secure of the Baron. But afterwards, this fight is looking like it's going to go AL's way. Sheer goes down to Hope. He's going to go zombie mode. You got to stop him. Flash play from Tarzan. Not going to get him. But Care gets flashed on by Hope. Hope almost gets obliterated by the rocks, but doesn't end up hitting the zap. See if Kyle can get in range here. Baron minions the speed up as Talia gets along the wall. Tarzan going to try to chase him down. He does end up getting the connection. The turret play, or the turret shot's going to be enough to help Tarzan secure that one. So again, another Baron play by FPX, but then they get routed.
They lost 2, though, and Care bought a lot of time. It's really not that bad to take Baron off the map. It allows you to really answer the side lanes of AL, and we, again, have seen them make really positive plays into Flandre. I think at least they took this down, and it looks like this game is just going to extend a bit. I will say that the scary parts for them later on, if Jinx is able to get full items as a GA came in for Hope, Hope is down sums now. But really tough now for Awesome to jump in, because if you kill Jinx, then she's going to be able to res, and your team has to really be able to respond to that too. So I like the luxury item purchase for Hope this game. And again, at full items, Jinx with that range can be really scary for the FPX comp. Whenever they go in, they do have to be really smart about how they take those fights. But I think that one dropping 2 spread out like that, the manner they did when they just ripped Baron, is actually pretty worth it for them. I think they're okay with what happened.
I like it. It will be also the last item for Awesome, as he did get that GA for himself. So 4 GAs in the game right now. A lot of survivability, a lot of lengthening of the team fights as a full redeploy from FPX out on the top side of the map. The biggest importance, though, is this dragon fight about 3 minutes as we take a look at the Baron take by FPX.
I mean, that was so close as it was mid-dash. Tarzan was going in, of course, Sheer ulting to try and stop him. That was a one-way trip. Care separated, burned that Weaver's Wall, of course, to create the space to make sure that Baron went over. The goal was uncontested. It was close. I like the idea. That was a little bit too close for comfort, I will say, Mazel, but they were able to pull it off in the end.
Yeah, a little bit. The Baron power play, maybe not so much. Hovering around 100 gold right now for FPX, but again, like you said, I think the biggest boon is just taking that objective off the map and not giving this composition from AL any extra pushing power, because once they do, your base will be in tatters very quickly. Shank's trying to defend this one here in the top side, but FPX have brought the full might of the Phoenix onto this tier 2 turret. It'll fall quickly and justly as Flandre is looking at his own rebuttal on the bot side of the map, but going to get instant TPs back.
At least 1 TP down as Care uses his first, so at least they got a tool. I think pretty much everything that was lost was just going to fall here for AL, so nothing lost of substance so far. But I will say that another scary part about this game going late, Yorick does scale really nicely. Of course, all the stats you get do go into those baby pets now, at least a chunk of them. So
he's almost on full items too. He's got the whole breaker now.
Yeah, I think Kaisa, again, she can shred and break everyone later on if Awesome's able to stay up and keep firing. But Yorick is very scary late, so I do like that aspect of the scaling too for AL.
I'm excited, though, because FPX are hanging tough with AL. They actually have a small gold lead at 38 minutes into a team that just beat BLG last night. Maybe trying to upset the balance of the scales here in Group Ascend. But definitely giving AL a run for their money in this game number 1. A minute's time until that pivotal 7th dragon. And trying to see who is going to keep that priority around that objective. See pings and bodies already there by FPX.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think whoever gets this dragon, it's Hexal. You net such a big advantage in this game if you do net this one for yourself. As anyone's legend is going to play hard through bot side, and now as a tandem.
Hope didn't buy an item, so he's still on that full item difference between him and Awesome.
A clever ward, too, from FPX. They just got a lot of info about where AL's at. They really have them really trapped in this corridor before this dragon spawn. Still a lot of progress for anyone's legend to make. You can see through those hovers. Full vision here on Tarzan. Is FPX working with a lot of info.
AL going to try to encroach from the bot side of the dragon pit. FPX going to keep bodies on them. Maybe they just try to start this one up again. Both teams have a lot of attack damage. A lot of setup care. Going for the wall off. They're going to try to burn it. The wall's still there. The dragon going down. They got to get in the pit. Tarzan's going to be too late. And it's already gone the way of FPX. Massive three-man Pop Blossom and the Grand Starfall here on the back line. Awesome. FPX, they might find it. Shanks gets the reset on the fight from the Emperor's Divide. AL, it's still going to be their difference. AL, though, Awesome. He's on full build, and he's going massive. Flandre gets shut down by Flandre, who in the midst of it all, with his maiden at his back, is trying to stave off the fires of the Phoenix. That's going to be a couple quills, and that's going to be a massive team fight win by FunPlus Phoenix.
Tarzan not able to get involved in the fight was huge. I think he has to flash the wall instead. He was kind of trying to go around it, kind of trying to blast code in. He was stuck. They melt the dragon before he's able to get close to even being able to smite. And that Hexal now on the shoulders of FPX. This chance to win, it feels like we haven't really talked about this yet, Mazel, but it feels real now that they have Hexal on their shoulders.
We talked about scaling win conditions for AL, but what happens if you fumble the bag and FPX pick it up and run away with it?
He walked around and tried to get to the blast cone. It was too late. He just had to flash that wall and threaten to get in there. And then this fight, I mean, Jouet just holding the line. Here's where I thought it was scary for FPX because Awesome goes in and dies immediately. And again, Keep in mind, Hope had a GA, so they had to get through him twice as GA is being popped from everyone. But Hope is abandoned. He gets point and click. Pretty much him and Sheer just melt him down as they tried to fight in the front side. And Flandre did as much as he could in this one, really finding Awesome in the back half, but Awesome being able to create that much space after he went in and popped that GA, I think was the big difference maker there, Mazel. And he had so much money in his kit that he sold the GA and has a BT. So he's going to be even stronger in the next fight compared to the last one with that combat item on his shoulders.
Awesome, having a awesome performance here in this game number 1, and now FPX have a permanent advantage in that soul and an almost 3,000 gold lead. They've done really well around the Baron so far. The chance to win is definitely there. Hope still has not hit full items yet, and that's a big detriment to AL, but the Baron going to be started.
I mean, it can't work third time, no?
Not again. Doesn't
you
work
got to hit the objective for that one to work. So with that being desynced, they're going to lose access to that wall that has been really big. Again, we talk about so much how, like, at times criminally undervalued Taliyah is as a champ. Again, it's beatable in lane, but the utility you bring between the walls, the rocks, the Qs, the slows, everything. The value of Taliyah is so big. FPX has been using this champ a lot so far as they're burning this. Sitting behind the Taliyah, who is chunked out, but Baron's gone.
It just goes down, and FPX get out again.
That's
AL, they are getting completely duped by this FPX team. And when we come into the day, when we have those lauded expectations, I mean, FPX are upsetting all of it.
All right, I get we have Gathering Storm on the Jinx, but I feel like the real story is with FPX right here, LPL, is, again, FPX, we kind of teased that any hope of them winning was maybe AL coming in a little bit underprepared as just base BLG yesterday. Or maybe it's just another Yorick pick. This pick is cursed for AL, as this was a part of that losing draft they had in Game 2 against BLG yesterday. Again, Flandre trying to find a win on this pick, trying to make it work. I think it's been good so far, Mazel. But this style, he hasn't been able to really break the map yet. Like, we've seen him be strong, Mazel, but he hasn't really got anything where it's like, oh, like this Yorick is game-breaking in this state. We'll see if full build is enough for him to be that game-breaker. Because they're going to need him to step up at some point. We're 42 minutes in, Mazel. Full build's coming in.
That's the thing.
This game continues to surprise.
That's the thing, though. AL have not hit that. Like, I don't understand where their gold is going. Yes, they're down like 5,000 gold. That is a big difference. But they still have not hit these item breakpoints. And that is the biggest detriment to any hope they have here on the map. I mean, the fact that we have Care and Awesome both at full builds. is the biggest difference. And now they're trying to push this tier 2 in the bot side, trying to answer this multi-lane push by FPX.
Again, as long as the inner turrets fall, it's okay here for anyone's legend.
Like, how is Hope not full build yet?
I mean, again,
I don't understand.
A lot of kills and shutdowns were in Awesome's pockets. He's made good use of them. As I still think it's really hard for FPX to break these inhibitor turrets, even with the Hex Soul. Still think there are elements of their comp that are hard and get outscaled, as Shadow's the look now.
Oh, Winter's Bite does go wide. Glacial Fissure will be used, but this is trouble for Flandre as he's going to be engaged on the other side. Now it's everybody coming in. Grand Stormfall, Pop Blossom on 2, and FPX, they're fighting tooth and nail in this one. They've already got the trade down as well. Care is getting low. Shanks now with that scaling, but it's not going to matter. Shadow is still alive this entire time.
Shanks
finally goes down. Shanks is pumping now, but it's not nearly going to be enough. The flash out. Shadow going low. That GA, it's not going to be enough. No, the burn. Shanks still alive, but the base is the target. And FunPlus Phoenix, they have fully gone flame on as game 1 goes their way.
Oh my goodness, the circle of suck just got crazy in the LPL. We've got Anyone's Legends taken down, BLG just taken down by FPX, who are last in the league at the moment, but a statement win here for FPX as they're going to try and find a series win. Again, lost the 1v1 to Yorick, but able to win the game against it. And Anyone's Legends drop a game to the team we have at the bottom of the table, and we're in for an interesting night here, Mazel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously FunPlus Phoenix definitely played well. I think there were some serious punts by Anyone's Legend, and you have to be able to pick up the punts. You have to be able to catch those. And that's a big shout out to FPX.
In a way, yeah, but again, I love just how FPX, Talia has been such a big prio pick for them.
Yeah.
And we can really see why, how Care played it, but also how they played out that game. Like, the reach of Sion, Pantheon, Talia, and Kaisa, that made the ability to play the sides and play through it, and to slow down the Yorick and Azir that really wanted to win the game through playing those side lanes. So difficult for Anyone's Legend. I think that the comp they presented was not only a good idea into what AL had, but also was executed really well for a team, again, at the bottom of Group Ascend. So credit to Care, credit to FPX, who really played well into what AL wanted to do to win, ended up outplaying them in those scenarios and beat them in a big upset win for a game that went late. And we didn't really spend a whole lot of time talking about like how well FPX were playing or what they could do to win, but man, they got Hextech Soul. All of a sudden, that was it, and that game was over.
The Talia wall setups around multiple objectives and just being able to swoop those away. Coordination from AL and Tarzan not being there on multiple occasions and just being able to have that tempo play feels really good from FPX. And those are the kinds of performances that we have seen from them, especially in that week 1 when we had tight series for them against the likes of IG and against TT. Obviously, it wasn't the same against TES, but the fact that they hand AL a loss here, like you had said so beautifully at the end, the circle of suck lives on, and they will end up fighting.
It's a crazy one right now.
It is a little bit crazy. FPX, though, definitely setting a trend here and winning from the red side, too, after AL did end up choosing that blue side.
It's big because, again, it'd be a blue side game 3 for FPX. You got to assume if it does go there. So that's a big win in game 1. Guarantee that you get one more blue side game throughout the series. And just crazy the fact that, again, I was really counting FPX out. Like, we have not been inspired by what we've seen so far, but we were looking for growth out of our lower tier teams in Group Ascension. Saw a nice win there. Looking to see if maybe AL underestimated FPX as having played BLG the day before, and then, you know, picking Yorick that early. Maybe you did underestimate them a little bit. And hey, props to Sheer. I mean, he slammed the Sion, and R2 was able to kind of survive this matchup and be pretty useful later on, as this comp, this big meatball from FPX ended up holding true.
Yeah. There were some really questionable decisions from AL across the table, but again, it is still a situation where you have to praise FPX for being able to perform in the moment against a team that should be vying for that top 4 and for a clean performance against FPX. That's definitely going to be a little bit tip of the hat to the Phoenix, and I definitely want to see more of what this matchup between Sheer and Flandre could lead out to, but as we take a look back at this one, it was definitely contested for a lot of this game, but FPX were able to keep their head above water.
And I just have a feeling that in a lot of these replays, you're going to see FPX in a side lane making a play onto an AL member up numbers. As, of course, this one was a cleanup from a pass kill, but that really was the story of the game for me. The reach that FPX has in the mid game with their ultimates, it really beat the side laning that AL needed. And props to Sheer. He had some big engages in the back half. Even that last fight, Mazel, I thought that they were going to be down numbers in a tough spot, but Sheer really stepped up this game on the side and managed to be incredibly useful.
Yeah.
And it was a big-time game changer as, again, yeah. To see an attempted play in a side lane with AL down members, this was really the story of the game. And it just, play after play, really added up.
Yep, it did. And it was really holistic performance across the board. The fact that they had this kind of dive setup where as long as they can chain things together, it looks really good. And they can go kind of with that momentum forward. And they used it really well. But for me, I mean, it had to be the kind of Talia wall insta-take of the objectives. I mean, it just seemed like AL had no idea what to do in those situations multiple times across the board.
Yeah, and we said that Kai'Sa brings enough damage to supply a whole team comp. Well, we really saw that with some of these Baron burns coming in, Mazel, as it brought enough damage to kill that Baron in less than 10 seconds. And AL, again, had a lot of trouble responding to that. The Weaver's Ball used nicely. I think Tarzan responded really poorly around that soul fight where he didn't preemptively flash that wall, and that was all they needed. As yeah, this one again, the Weaver's Ball is already down. Not preemptively flashing over the wall to at least be able to be in range to contest that smite. That was a big mistake from Tarzan, and Hexel was so damn strong and really broke this game.
Yeah. And AL just get completely duped in that first game. That's really good stuff from FPX. And there's a reason why we talked so much about their run to this point. The reason why we talked about the strong performances from the likes of Shadow and Co. coming into the kind of qualification mini tournament that we had to make it to Group Ascend. And this is starting to show a little bit of why there can be excitement for this new iteration of FPX after changing so much coming into this year.
This ring gauge from Sheer was so crazy looking back, but Shadow was able to get onto Hope, and they deleted them with Care. Really well done by Shadow and Care, who, again, talked a lot.
Shadow doesn't die, man.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how we like the direction of Shadow. I got to say, that game, we saw good plays from him, again, attacking those side lanes. That was really key. Again, looking back in hindsight, everyone from FPX, it takes a lot to step up and beat a team like AL, and they were able to do it in that first game. So, props to them, a nice team performance.
Who gets MVP to you?
Probably Sheer, in a way. I know that like numbers-wise, he was down. I think he was the most impactful team fighter, though. But it probably is going to go to Care. I don't know why. I feel like Sheer, in a way, really overperformed that game. On top of Care, I think that Care is probably the Pog, but I would give it to Sheer. I think it's really tough to operate Scion at times in the Jinx Braum, and he actually really picked his spots well. So props to him.
I could see it. I could see it for sure. I could also see the Care setup. I think Awesome has some setup in that. I think some of those Killer Instinct plays were really good.
They were.
You have a ton of setup from the rest of the team.
We might have missed the obvious one. Maybe I'm just solo lane biased here. Who knows?
We'll see.
Yeah,
it is awesome.
It is awesome.
Let's go. 7-2 and 9.
It's the boom boom damage award. He got ahead. He stayed ahead. He was ahead versus his opponent for that game in Hope. He took the Kai'Sa away. Kai'Sa was what the comp needed, and he played it really well. So deserved for Awesome. I thought that the people that created space for him and blinded their champions actually played really well that game. So
I also think that Hope is going to be like the Pulp Fiction meme, still looking for his last item after that game. The fact that he never got, like, I'm still mind blown. I would love to see the gold graph and see where it was, but Awesome comes out with the MVP, and IPX come out with a stunning win in game 1 against anyone's legend. We'll see if we end up going all the way the distance or if FPX take a 2-0 after a short break. Not a break. I have one more thing to do, which I completely forgot. We've done this literally every day. Big shout out to our coffee supporters. Your support on a daily basis comes and levels up our broadcast. Not only being able to pay for the cool graphics package upgrade that we got, but also being able to give all of our volunteers a little bit of something back for all the time that is committed to the LPL. We try to bring you as close to a real broadcast experience as we can, and we really, really appreciate your support on YouTube and Coffee. Make sure you go to the link that is going to be in the chat. Drop some support there. We truly appreciate everybody. And now we'll see you for the next game. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and what a game. FPX upset the scales and make sure we keep on getting that circle of sec going, as it is FPX taking a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 over anyone's legend.
Yeah, and a big surprise first game, but hey, FPX, they got their tried and true Talia for care. Awesome had a big game on the Kai'Sa. I thought that Sheer with that blind Scion and care on the Talia. With Shadow, they really set the team up well. They played those semi-globals really well. They shut down the split push, and now we're going to see what anyone's legend actually pulls out. And can't be Yorick, right? I gotta feel like it's going to be a different approach this time around.
Let's go. Dude, I'm just saying, Tarzan is sitting there like, I can win on it. Why can't you, bro? And Flandre still not able to find a win on Yorick against his counterpart of all that time they spent together on JDG and Sheer. And honestly, just a massive holistic step up from FPX. We kind of wrote them off in that game, talking about their compositional difference. But as you said before we came live again, they just couldn't deal with Kai'Sa, and Awesome was just too awesome.
Yeah, again, it was just two different strategies clashing. I really liked how FPX played it with just ripping those objectives with the Kai'Sa so that they got out of the clash and the potential fight from AL. A lot of positives that game. I was really impressed with how FPX played it, but one thing to beat AL in a game, another thing to take them down in the series, and FPX gonna actually try and get that first win on the board would be a really quality one against AL if they manage to take another game.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine, man?
Not what we expected coming in. Not what we expected coming in.
Not at all. Not at all. It would be a tall task to take a 2-0 over AL, but it is still entirely possible. We also talked a little bit beforehand. This could just be the classic LPL situation where a dominant team slips up one game, then absolutely smashes the next two. So we have two different avenues that we can see moving forward here. But what I want to see moving forward is these picks and what strategies we'll see from draft, like we kind of saw those set strats in the last game. Obviously, we already have those fearless bans, so nothing that was played in game number 1 is available here in game number 2. It is AL back on the blue side again, since they did lose. It'll be the Gwen and the Jace ban by them so far. The Nefiri, a comfort ban against Tarzan too.
I'll say with that Scion off the table too, Jace first pick does go up in value. Them taking that away, maybe AL trying to set up for something like a Varus down bot for Hope.
Could see that for sure. I do wonder how much prio bot lane will take now. Maybe giving Hope a little bit of an answer into Awesome's Kai'Sa game number 1. Kai'Sa just still feels so lethal in the hands of the LPL carries. It's honestly taken a huge prio to me in seeing the win conditions for a lot of our teams. The Lilia is going to be the final ban right now as well towards Shadow.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of big Kai'Sa games in the LPL. To no one's surprise, man. Right? Fights break out, you pick the right spot, you carry the fights, as we saw in the last game. But of course, with Fearless now on the table, all those champs gone. And it's a Vi ban, which leaves that Varus open. And yep, gotta imagine that's going to be insta-locked here for AL. So flexibility of the poke and the on-hit build available with that B1 Varus, and both builds very strong at the moment.
I do love that he adds that kind of level to the AD position and giving some of that flexibility going their way, but I still think there's some big potentials on the table for either side. I know this is a composition that FPX have really liked going for in terms of the kind of Yone Sejuani combo. If they do end up wanting to go for that, it would set up perfectly as they grab the Ziggs. So still flexibility in that Ziggs if they want to go to mid lane, but more importantly, it sets up for that potential third pick of the Yone for FPX.
Yeah, also a chance for AL to deny. If the deny does come in, then a likely Corki or Smolder mid just to answer the Yone. Would like Poppy. I think Poppy and the Sejuani get a lot of nice value, and we have seen Tarzan be very willing to play this pick, so I think it's a good angle for
One of my favorite Poppies. Yeah. Him and Jedje, they're my two favorite Poppies in the LPL. They're really damn good at knowing where to be and how to be impactful on this champion. It's also, at least in the past, the trend of both of them just like kind of taking like unique kind of weird paths to just find little advantages early. Against the Sejuani, you're going to have to stay pretty proficient there.
Yeah, still, it can be a really positive matchup here, as the steadfast presence and the phase rush can get you out of a lot of problems. As that's just going to be an Akali slammed here for Shanks. There's a lot that FPX could take to try and CC and deal with this. Renekton for Sheer could be one of those picks, as if Akali jumps in at the wrong time, of course, could get baited by the point-and-click stun. That said, I was baited by Champ Select. Not going to be the Renekton instead.
Like
the
last
Nautilus,
second
so,
Nautilus.
hey, still point-and-click control available with that depth charge and, of course, the dredge line. So, a lot of lockdown going to be taken here by Jouet, who last time he did play this pick, I will say, was really big in his hands with the win that FPX picked up over Thunder Talk.
Very true. Very true. We get the Renekton ban in the second phase by FPX. It's going to be the Corki ban by Anyone's Legend. See what the final bans are going to be right now. It has been fully focused onto carry potential for both sides.
Yeah, and I will say that with that Akali, Mazel, the Gambit somewhat thrown as, Shank's kind of daring care to take that Yone regardless here. As the Corki taken away, we'll see if they do end up taking away the Yone into the Poppy.
Ban.
And that Akali could be rather tough. I gotta say, with that steadfast presence in the Yone snapback, of course, you were able to get through some CC. I'm curious if that changed. Okay, we're not going to find out if that changed.
Yeah, we're not going to find out. I think it's just too obvious of a ban to kind of leave up there. It is going to be the Nocturne ban, though, by FPX. So either they're thinking AL or cooking. They're not super sure if this Poppy is actually going to go into that jungle matchup. But they will grab the Mbessa for Sheer.
Especially with Mbessa being pulled now, option to put Poppy top. It becomes a little bit more appetizing and doable here if you are Flandre. Of course, Alistar, a decent grab here into the Sejuani Nautilus. Those multi-rounds of cooldowns, really big for the Alistar. When you press R, again, your ability to survive through a fight and try and get 2 rotations off makes them really powerful as a support.
What's the counter pick here for FPX? What are we saving it for? Is it going to be the Ziggs mid for Care? Are we looking at Awesome in the bot side with it?
No, I think they were wondering really where that Poppy's going to go. Maybe they were going to shift their mid pick around that. So maybe looking to see if anything gets opened up. I'm not sure.
It is going to be the Poppy Toppy.
Yeah, might be it. So concerned about that. This is a really meatball heavy comp now, as I'm expecting the on-hit Varus, quite frankly. With all this front line that AL's taken, even in spite of the Ziggs.
I could definitely see it. I think you'll be able to chunk through a lot of this front line very nicely. Tristana, he's going to be that final lock-in. Looks like it will end up being that setup of multi-carry potential from FPX. Care looking like he's going to be piloting that. Obviously, we still have a little bit of time to swap Arunis. But I do like the Ziggs Nautilus bot lane, so we'll see if they do end up wanting to switch that around.
I just really interested. I gotta say, it's gonna take a lot of time for Tristana to have the items to really get through the front line. I think AL early on in this game gonna be very much at the advantage going into FPX, whereas Tristana needs a lot of time to get scaling in this, just given how big the front line is. I can't imagine a world where she is able to actually pump her way through a Poppy and a Skarner. So I think it's gonna be really important that AL are able to, play as that meatball and make sure that they aren't making mistakes, overcommitting into Ziggs Trist. I think if they have sound fights and are able to take angles, should be much stronger early and then be able to use that to snowball their way through. But things go late for FPX. Could be really nice with that Tristana Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, the tried and true demolition comp by these two, it's been really, really strong. And we saw FPX with some pretty good macro decisions in that last game, leaning into the momentum for FunPlus Phoenix. Can they take a 2-0 over Anyone's Legend? Coming into the day, that would not be the statement that would come out of my mouth, but it is the one that we are looking at right now, because Anyone's Legend fell in game number 1 off the back some really impressive combinations of FPX. Now in this one, that meatball, it might be a little hefty, but can FPX crack that mold and find the advantage with this demolition comp we talked so much about? It is a upset potentially of the season here for FPX, as they are still striving to find their first series win as an organization here in Group Ascend in Split 2. We're off on to game number 2 of this best of 3. There we go. See, that win got them a couple cheers. Let's go. It's not just me making noises.
Yeah, still a lot more timid.
AL lost a lot of fans in that one, by the way.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, apparently they did.
The cheers went very far down for AL.
Well, I gotta say, going through this, Hope gonna go for the poke Varus. I will say that on hit, Varus ambitious into Trist plus Ziggs. However, I thought that with how tanky and also the Alistar being in front, that might have been enough space for him to feel like he could play on hit. Him being poked, that does really make the timer where FPX can win a lot earlier in this game, because it's not like Hope is going to be pumping out the deeps later on. So I think the early game, even more important here for anyone's legend. They're going to need to really get things going in their favor and use their early strength to push and early tankiness to really push this through before that Triss Ziggs get big.
Couple things to keep an eye out on as we go forward. There's going to be a very interesting series of events on who gets prio in each lane, as we do have these junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. So opposite side focus is going to be coming through here. Early level 1 being played very hot in this bot side 2v2. Does Tarzan just make his way down here quick and try to get influence?
I think it's going to clear for now as Taurus FPX with the Ziggs. And the Naught making some nice plays early on to push back Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, I like me a cheeky little level 3 potential. Shadow has decided to put a stop to that clear and go for an aggressive path into Tarzan.
Spotted,
on
though.
the Skarner.
He can drag it into the brush. Opportunity. Oh, yep. Tarzan going to snag it. As he does smite, Shadow saves his smite. So opportunity now to play the red buff as Jouet comes in as well. Shadow with a smite being up. Yeah, going to relegate Tarzan to the other side.
Really
so,
nice.
Good invade here from FPX. Again, these game plans from Shadow. But we credit them for being really strong and helping FPX make it into this group. And good to see that with some priority taken in the lanes here, able to get a push in. Care made Shanks miss a lot of CS with that first wave.
Yeah.
So not bad so far.
Oh, mid lane, Shanks. Oh, okay. The Shroud going to keep Care from stacking up that explosive charge any further. Shadow going to try to deny Tarzan from taking his jungle.
He smited it.
Ends up getting that one. That's that save of the smite from earlier. Ends up getting the trade on the chicken nuggets. And now we have a bit of an awkward situation for Tarzan as he's going to get jumped on by Care. Gets the X-Stall's impact into the wall. Flash from Shadow. That was bold. Doesn't get the reset from the rocket jump from Care, but might just get the permafrost set up. It is so close, but not going to go either way here.
I mean, maybe if he hits the Q in the first place and gets an auto off, like they could have got the permafrost passive sooner. I think that was a little ambitious to go for that flash into the kill. As I will say, the early plan from Shadow is still nice. It's netted him both crabs from the looks of things here. But Kyle is rotated to try and prevent this, and Flandre is staying.
Okay, yeah, Kyle just looking for it. Care in a 1v1 against Shanks in the middle of it all. That's going to be the flash, and then Dash coming through. Flandre makes his name known in mid lane, and that steadfast presence was massive.
Oh, man, really nice from Flandre. He got the wave in. He dropped one, walked mid, made an impact, and really saves Shanks as well, who, of course, was baiting. He knew that he had more teammates around him. But, man, Care was one auto away from getting Shanks. Just managed to slink his way out of there, Mazel. And that's first blood going over to Flandre. Did invest it in a tier, so not going to be a lot of items and raw strength coming in quite yet. But still, good defense from AL is, again, the early game is going to be very, very important for them this game. They need to take off and really snowball things hard early on. Or else this series might be difficult for them.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Shanks, especially once he hits that level 6, get a little bit more on that aggressive tempo. See if him and Tarzan can combine early. Right now going for a nice trade onto Care. Try to get that last setup. Okay, Care still not getting the resets on the rocket jumps, by the way. Awesome rather. Going to get that jump out with the satchel charge. There's a lot of tech and explosives in this game, and Hope, he's looking like he might explode. Piercing arrow does go back. The flash play from Hope. The flash from Awesome. He's out of there. Now Shadow is here. Maybe it's enough. No, the flail is not going to be enough damage. And God, we are so close to things exploding, but FPX just falls short every time.
Yeah, Awesome lived with barely any HP. The fact that he's still up is honestly a win for FPX, as at least he's going to get the wave in and be able to reset. Hope burned everything to try and sneak out a kill. They were down minions, though, that whole time. Got them very low, and Shadow making an appearance just to make sure things go even. Could open up an angle at Grubs as Tarzan's making his way there.
And now we take a look at this map state here with the grubs started up by Tarzan. Shadow is right around the corner. We have a move from Care, who just hit level 6 as well.
Got the wave
Could
in.
be a big play.
Kael's here, has Hex Flash. He's not spotted yet.
Shadow gets the first one. That will be smote away, though, so Tarzan still has the advantage to get the next one. Unless he just wants to try to clean one up. The reset is there, but the other one didn't reset, so that means FPX get 2 of them as well and gonna collapse onto the third.
They did rotate awesome here, so they brought numbers, bully ball them off the grubs, and the good start continues for FPX.
You love to see that, man. We were so downtrodden on the 0-3 start for FPX, and rightfully so. They had some close series in the first week, but then they got pounded by Top Esports. And to have this big win and this big start to this series over AL feels really good for an organization that hasn't been in the spotlight for a long while and has been trying to find what works for them through developmental pieces.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, this game, I know that AL have to take off early on in this one, but they really lack wave clear outside of this Varus, and they've not been able to get push early, as again, that Ziggs Naught, that's a winning combo. Not really positive in the Alistar in that early landing phase. Tristana just able to play the wave, push in the Sakali. And it's not like Poppy's going to really threaten the push against the Ambessa either. So even though AL has lanes that, can be fine, the push is not theirs. And we saw FPX take nice advantage of that early on. That said, with all the plays being made over towards the grubs and the top side, Shadow going to drop that first dragon and make sure that Poppy misses some waves top instead. So trying to take some economy off of Flandre, who might be under threat if he shows he's going.
He stepped back up. This might be some trouble. There's the Keeper's Verdict going to be used to get Shadow out of that one, but Glacial Prison is available for him. Just going to let it loose and let it go. FPX find the pick on a Flandre in top lane.
That's nice. I mean, there's no flash, no TP. Shadow takes care of that one, and Flandre, he's going to lose a lot in that top matchup. If Ambessa takes off, could be really solid as the good plays from FPX continue at the direction of Shadow. Again, we saw in the last couple series, Shadow and FPX attempt plays. Some were forced when they were bad. Some were called off when they could have been good. It feels like whatever they've done in this one, they've struck the right balance among looking for plays that are good in their draft. And FPX, again, off to a nice start. I like what they got for dropping that dragon. That's really big for Ambessa to have an Eclipse this early in the game.
Yeah. And it's so funny. I mean, this story for Shadow has been a little bit turbulent since he came into the LPL from that Mad Lions squad where he kind of grew that name. First starting on LGD, then going to NIP, then having a little bit of a sub-stint there in the summer of 2024 for LNG. But it's been a bit of a resurgence for him. It feels like a little bit more consistency coming out from this guy who is known to be a playmaker, but struggled to find the consistent level of LPL jungles. And I think we can see a lot of bright things from this guy in that run in the qualification tournament, but especially in this series against none other than Tarzan.
And especially, I mean, Tarzan coming off the last series, too. He carried that Game 3 against BLG, right? And the Fury's been banned all day today. And to do so, again, had the potential to make some plans, make some plays in these 2 games so far. Marcel seen Shadow be good with that early direction. And we'll see if it continues here as the overload's coming in for FPX. Again, they have 3 grubs, and we talked about the lack of wave clear for AL. Could hit Flandre here, who's still down flash. Tarzan here to cover, but that's a lot of damage.
Charge on it too. Flandre's in trouble. Mega Inferno bomb, 3-man impale into the 3-man headbutt pull from Kael as they get the cleanup kill on Awesome. It might still be health bar diff though, as it's now Kael getting low. Shank's going into the fight, looking for a big perfect execution, going for the kill on a Shadow, and gets clean ups there for AL. As Hope was trying to push back into mid lane. It still is going to be Care, not able to join the fight. Public execution going wide from Sheer.
Good defense there from AL, as if Ziggs is allowed to get set up there and siege against the Poppy, who really does lack that wave clear, could be a problem for anyone's legend, at least that first brick threatening the fall. But Tarzan, that 3-man impale, it got Awesome stuck under the turret. The Ziggs melted, and any chance to have a winning play there goes to the wayside by FPX. It's a good answer from AL.
Yeah, that 3-man impale. Don't see that very often. Able to layer that one in for Tarzan. We do have first item spikes coming across the board. Does that change things in this fight? Heart Steal completed for Shadow. He's here for the grub fight. Sheer,
Sheer
in trouble at top side. Going to flash really well at that engage from Kael. That first grub did go the way of AL there, but I think the other two going to go the way of FPX, and they're going to be on full 5 grubs with this demolition comp. That's massive too.
Yeah, I couldn't contest anymore as Ziggs got back mid, was still showing a lot of power. We're going to take another look. I thought this play was nice for FPX. Again, they have Ziggs TPing in. They're looking for the setup, potential dive on the Flandre. Jouet finds the combo here, but Awesome walks too far up to get the combo. That satchel charge also knocks Garner into him, and now Awesome with no sums. Oh, never mind. He flashes away from Kyle, but he's stuck.
He is stuck. He's going to be in trouble. He gets headbutt back to the team, but Shanks didn't have any cooldowns for him. Tarzan going to drag Jouet to the icy depths there, but the dredge line does buy a little bit of time. Not enough, though, and here comes AL. They're flexing their muscles. That game 1 was just a fluke, and they find multiple kills on top side.
The clutch pocket and find coming out from Kyle, who has been so big for anyone's legend so far this year. Mazel doesn't reset, waits where he has the wards and finds an angle onto Awesome, and again makes that Ziggs easy pickings. Really important that angles are found here by anyone's legend. They need to use that and use the keeper's verdicts to make sure they have numbers advantages and then are able to get on top of FPX.
And there is the item matching now coming through for AL. Heartsteel completed for Tarzan. And that is really, really good plays from AL across the board. Gonna also now have that U moves completed for Hope. So now trying to utilize this little advantage as another objective will be on the horizon. It is a dragon. Would be evening of the dragon score 1-1 if FPX are able to take it.
Yeah, and I think for me, eyes on Shanks, your early Rocket Belt on Akali and Sork Shoes at this point of the game. Again, the CC trying to slow down Akali, kind of lacking. Real chance for Shanks to be big. As at the moment, he's not here for the fight, and there's no TP. I think that's might be why we see anyone's legend really sacking this one. As FPX going to take that one for themselves pretty easily, and we have a Cloud Soul spawning on the Rift. Could be pretty big for both teams, as closing the gap important for anyone's legend, and maintaining that gap important for FPX in this one.
Yeah, I personally am just a big fan of Cloud Soul as a whole.
It's strong. It's slept on. It's strong. Movement speed is really slept on as a stat for Legends. It's being there is very important, guys. You know.
True. Being there is very important. Life lessons by Cubby.
Yes. That's exactly
honestly,
that one.
People would probably pay for that. How do we feel about this side lane setup for Sheer on the Mbessa? Because I think this is one of the picks that Sheer has been really willing to lean into so far this split, and pays off very well for him. Does he have that impact in this map state, or at least as time goes on in this game?
Poppy's just a neutralizer, right? Sheer's going to be fine. He's going to get a CS and be big. And as the game goes on, I mean, they run out of damage. That's my concern this game. I know anyone's legend is kind of taking some control, but their damage is not high, and it runs out. So still really important that AL is strong. I love these angles that Kyle's looking for, as again, finds himself now behind Care. Shadow's walking in. It's going to be enough to deter Kyle, but I feel like he's doing a nice job of always trying to reach and find these angles, which AL needs.
He's definitely been one of my favorite new supports on the block here. Obviously, he's spent a little bit of time now on AL, but still has been one of my brightest new additions to the league. It's been really fun to watch him grow into his own. Again, I was talking earlier about kind of the picks in the meta whenever he first came in, showing some different looks in that supportive role, but he's really become kind of that staple piece to anyone's Legends communicative efforts, but as well as finding that direction on the Rift.
He's been a really, really strong support for me. I thought he was the best performer in Split 1, minus when Chris got the best of him in those finals. And it's been really big for AL in Split 2, coming off a big series yesterday. Their win versus BLG, and going to have to try and dig deep to find another 2-1 today as they find themselves down 1-0. And looking at this game, I'm still really concerned. I think Kyle has to make big plays soon. The comps that we have right now, a 500 gold lead for AL really just does not matter that much. When these 2, 3, 4 items come in FPX, they're going to be really scary, really tough to deal with. There's not a lot of damage on the Anyone's Legend side, especially if R keys are down. It's a poke Ferris and a Kali. That's all the damage you're facing. That sounds good to me if I'm FPX. And at an even game, this is starting to get to the point where I think it's scary for AL.
Okay, well, we'll keep track of that and see if that continues to be a thing.
Another 10 minutes like this is not good, right? Like, they have to make plays now to try and, like, make some plays, make some stuff happen. So, let's see what they do around these next couple objectives, right?
And then we will end up seeing the Rift Herald pulled out of its pit. For both teams definitely hovering around this one. Biggest thing is, can you rely on the consistency of FPX? I don't think they've been able to have those tight condition wins so far. So leaning now maybe into their first version of that. AL are going to start this one up. Catch care in the conditional transition to that mid lane. Going to turn right back onto the Rift Herald, and AL will take this neutral.
Yeah, it's going to be enough just to grab it, as looks like we're going to get a swap of the side lanes, too. That said care. Oh, he's TPing right back. They want the fight. Okay, I thought they were going to sack and go bot. Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye, Shadow. You don't get to play in that fight.
That's the objective. Again, Varus is the wave clear. If I'm FPX, I kind of want to get bot to try and play away from the Varus. If they go to a lane where Varus is not, they have big wave clear advantage.
Tarzan looking for a potential flash impale. Awesome. Still has flash, waiting to use it just in case Tarzan gets a little too close. That is a scary scorpion, man. Now they're going to collapse over onto Shadow, who's still trying to take the Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, being chased down by the rest of AL. They're going to get the reset now out of Kyle. Top lane turret almost taken by Sheer, but not going to go down. Dragon in about 35 seconds would be that second dragon for both sides.
Yeah, and that's part of why we saw that, you know, long, goofy chase between the two junglers, because Tarzan was just trying to walk with Shanks to get him into that bot lane, which he was able to pick up. And now, of course, bot probably going to be a little bit more important with that dragon spawning. Cloud Soul on the Rift yet again, as both teams looking for the second Drake here. And
2 items for Sheer.
I'm just really curious. I mean, if I'm FPX, I think that there's like real validity in just dropping this. Just get some farm. Like, ignore fights for the next 5-10 minutes, because again, if you get to this game with 25-30 minutes and it's an even game state, yes, Shanks is scary on the Akali, but you run out of damage if you're playing AL versus FPX's comp. And best of Triss Ziggs late feels great. So FPX is like, their game state's really good right now. If it wasn't FPX, we would be really concerned for AL at the moment, right?
That makes the biggest difference, though. I will say a track record is important. A lot used on a Flandre, and he gets out of there. A home run double base hit. I don't know. It's going to be all the moves from Flandre, as Tarzan is now looking at getting caught by the rest of FPX. We're going to catch Sway anyways. Turret going down. Flash from... Oh, no, that's one of the definite flashes you want back by Sheer. They will still get the kill on Tarzan, and now Care maybe looking for resets here on his own angle. Won't end up getting that full explosive charge setup, but the Demolition Crew, they've decided they're going mid, and they're looking to implode that turret.
This turret's gone. I think it's time to panic.
I don't know. Yep. Oh, it's close. Flandre getting out of there now, and FPX scooping up some decent gold, taking the lead in this game. And they are getting to that scaling condition slowly but surely.
I mean, if I'm FPX, I reset, I give the Drake, and just start controlling the top side of the map and the Otacon. I don't think this is a fight that you want to take right now, as the ults will be back up for anyone's legend. And again, this is the window where they're scary. But AL have not got enough for the comp they have at the moment, Michelle. Again, this game, it's way too close for comfort zone if you are AL. As this fight, and that depth charge on the Hope I thought was pretty big. That tower with no minions got a lot of work done on the AL, and this fight going even. I think this is a win for FPX. If they just traded out on turrets in the end. I'm even surprised that they're trying to contest this, because if you play away from this, I just think that over time, your comp gets so much bigger and better. As Shanks at the moment.
Oh, Sheer and Care, they've overextended a little bit. Now they get the flash play out, and Care's just going to go down now. And the rest of FPX, they fall prey to AL just standing there, looking menacing. And they will end up losing 2 massive ports to this team in Jway and Care, and lose out on pressure on bot side.
I really don't like this take from FPX. Again, they don't have all their ults up. There was no ult on Shadow. Jway didn't have ult when he went down. So, like, why walk into this and the meatballs when AL were going to be there first and set up? I think that playing elsewhere, again, just playing for more economy and trying to set up, like, why are you walking in? There's no reason.
No rhyme, no reason.
They're gonna keep
FPX
it
don't
forever
need
with
it. They're going to
Ziggs.
keep going. Sheer is just in there too. TP coming in as well from Care. Trying to get Kyle. Maybe it's the best lane play. It's double and Pale. Sheer's on the back line though. Maybe it's just enough. Look at Sheer pop the hell off right now.
Watch
the rest
Shanks.
of his team though is in a little bit of trouble. Wallbang doesn't come through. Care getting some pop shots out of Flandre. Sheer doesn't end up following through as Shanks did come through with 2.5 items now. And after all is said and done, AL will take that dragon.
Yeah, and he's got all backups, so no way you can walk in. But again, like, as FPX, why are you fighting that? You scale so hard. Again, AL have control, and I think anyone's legend just really took advantage over mistakes from FPX. Fighting at a timer where they didn't have cooldowns, the scaling in the game. Just give that in scale. You can play for Otacon and set that up and then be in a really advantageous spot after the dragon's taken if you give it over. By not doing that, I think that's a pretty inexperienced mistake from FPX, just not understanding what this game is. Again, the damage runs out from AL. If you survive that, you're in really good game state. Instead, like, why are we walking in for all this? This is just not warranted in the game for FPX when time is their friend the way it is in this game.
That's actually just a little bit of the recipe, I guess, that we expected in this game. Some really good moments from AL. Some lackluster ones from FPX. But we have seen more better ones than worse ones for FPX, which I think is a boon. But again, not playing to their win condition, not playing to the strategy that enables their comp. And we are now on second items for a majority of people in the game. Almost third item there for Sheer as well. Does this second item change states on the map, Cubby, even with this small lead for AL?
Yes, I mean, I think every item that comes in is just advantage FPX. The one big concern is Shanks. Shanks can delete anyone that he looks at right now. Again, lack of CC to deal with the Akali. Akali can do a lot of damage in these fights. Shanks needs to really step up in this game if they want to win, because he needs to delete these priority targets, or else they will rain hell upon his team as this game goes on. And if it's a DPS war, it's unwinnable for AL. They have all the tanks in the world, but they have none of the damage in the world that go behind it. So I think that's really where the big difference is.
We have seen some sketchy decision-making from FPX here. Now they're going to try to commit onto this topside play, engaging with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and they get Hope. Hope is down. A 3-man impale yet again. Kyle trying to get the headbutt Pulv combo. Tarzan still kicking. Big blast cone out there, but Flandre has come to join the fight. Now maybe overextending. Public execution goes wide from Sheer. Dashes into the stun of the Steadfast Presence. And here comes Shanks at AL around the horn of this red buff. Still taken though by FPX. Shanks is hunting. Maybe a little bit left out by his lonesome there. Nothing else coming of this top lane play, but massive stuff from both sides, honestly.
I mean, Hope died, and again, he got quite caught there. I don't know why he funneled into that choke, as I feel like AL were the ones that really overreached. But again, for me, Onus still really is on them to make plays. I just think it has to be around Shanks. Shanks is the one who is fed. At any angle he gets, any look that he gets where FPX don't know where he's at is going to be really strong for Shanks. To, again, it's so important that he's finding big targets where he has this setup, but there's not that DPS throughout.
And again, you have to remember,
through here.
Yeah, he is a little bit caught there. But you have to remember, I mean, this was the Team WE transplant combo of Hope and Shanks, and they have been a massive influence on how AL actually win games, and it's really nice to see more resources delving into Shanks' pocket here with this Akali. He picked it third in the draft here too, as Flandre is going to take an outer turret, matched on the other side of things by FPX and Sheer.
Otacon started though. AL going to try and get a fight.
It's already halfway.
Yeah, awesome. Just burned his ult coming up here for Shadow and Jouet here in a sec.
Ooh, double headbutt Pulv into the Chains of Corruption. Care with a massive buster shot. Now Shanks on the back line. Impale coming through at AL. It seems like they can do no wrong. In the choke point, in the moment, it is anyone's legend that eviscerate FPX. Back onto the Otacon they go, and this is the anyone's legend that we expected to see.
It is, but again, as AL, you're playing that fight without Sheer. The setup wasn't there. AL did a really nice job of getting vision, getting control, but Sheer was nowhere to be seen for that fight, and he had no TP. FPX just get their bluff called. AL had the numbers advantage. They slammed the objective. They take it and take the fight win as another mistake from FPX comes through.
And like I hate to say it, but this is also why I just get so frustrated at our teams that drop games like they did in game number 1 when AL should look at a dominant 2-0 in this series, because then you get moments like this, these kinds of pop up from key players that we know have that opportunity to just absolutely run this league. And it's really nice to see that performance from Shanks on the Akali here.
They can, and yeah, it's big from Shanks, but again, that setup is so uncompetitive for FPX. Like, I'm sitting up here like,
but
you know,
I mean,
look out for
let's
Akali,
be real.
right?
They're 0-3, right? Like they've literally only won 2 games so far in this Ascend group, and it was a big question mark for them to even win that first game against AL.
It is in a way, but on the other side of the coin, until they fought the second dragon, I mean, I thought they were playing this game much better, and arguably the series much better. So also to have a team, I know they're bottom of the standings, but make mistakes like this one. I feel like this game was far more winnable than the first game at certain points. It just looks like FPX far less comfortable trying to execute upon this. Taking a few fights they shouldn't have looked at. Now, they're really going to start to feel the heat of the mistakes they made, because this dragon, I mean, Soul Point, Cloud Soul is a dangerous one to give over. Could really help AL close the gap and execute these angles they need to find to win the fights the way they want to set it up. And again, FPX, like, if they traded out the second dragon for something, you would have had control over that Otacon where AL won the fight because they had full control over it. I feel like that's really the crux of where they lost so much of their tempo and pace in the game, and really hurt them against a team like AL, who have taken full advantage of those mistakes.
They absolutely have. And now a small but steady lead developed by AL. And continue pushing a little bit of their presence out on the map now that they have that Soul Point as well. A little bit of extra movement speed going their way. We're also going to be very close to third items for their side of things. Do you wonder if that means that we get ever the quick Baron take as well? But actually, we're looking at a bit of a potential side lane play now onto Shanks. Do you wonder if they want to commit for it? Oh my God.
That's valuable.
I mean, a little bit. I would say that's pretty valuable there, as Tarzan's going to run straight at Care, and Flandre's here too. Double Impale into the combo, and Shanks just gets to have his pick of the litter of who he wants to eliminate. That'll be a couple quick kills going the way of AL, and Hope will help clean them up. Kyle found Shadow on the back end of things, but this game is starting to get out in front of FPX.
And again, that fight taken, overextension. Zanya's not respected. They got the Seekers, they got the flash out, but far too much cost in a fight that Awesome wasn't at yet again, as FPX overextend, reach something that they couldn't afford to take, and AL punish.
Quick punishes from what should be one of the best teams in Group Ascend. It's going to be a statement for them as we take a look back at this play. Shanks is just putting on a masterclass of Akali.
The difference here is that he got the Seekers, right? I mean, Shroud's down, E's down. It's like, it's a maybe, but Seekers gets popped. He goes golden. That's double ult value. Flashes away from the dredge line, and even then, I think that he's too big where it even would have worked out once Flandre gets in. That steadfast presence, making sure that everyone stays in place for Shanks to run the rest of the fight. And again, this fight looked pretty easy there.
Yeah, I mean, I got flashbanged by the fact that they threw both ultimates, and it just all it took was one Seekers to get out of all of it. Unfortunate for FPX as they continue to fall down this hole here. Almost 3,000 gold up is AL. But it's more so now with these item advantages and 3 items up for Shanks and for Hope that they can continue pushing into the side of the map that FPX calls home. And now Shadow getting caught outright by Flandre, and Kyle will end up getting away with his life. But maybe not for too long. Baron is still up. They did end up leaving Care by himself on the bot side of the map. A couple pings coming out to the Baron, but that's a full side lane turret going to the demolition squad of FPX.
Grubs Tristana making quick work of that inner turret is something taken. But AL, after that, again, it's got to be a reset from Tristana. Shank's going to fix this bot lane, and Baron's under full control for anyone's Legends. So, going to be an uphill battle for FPX to get in here. Those items coming in going to make things a little bit easier, but still, a lot of these spikes have been delayed. I mean, now we're getting to the big 3-item spikes of LDR and Deathcap just being completed here for the FPX team. So, a lot more power coming in, but anyone's Legend in such a better game state than what it could have and should have been here for FPX. Even just being up 2k gold in this draft, where I will say at this point, I don't think 2k gold matters all too much. I think it really still is on Shanks to execute. So for me, all eyes on Shanks to make sure that he can keep on being the stud that he has been. And for the anyone's Legend, really the role players to keep on creating the space and making these fights easy for Shanks to play out.
FPX cannot get caught in these kinds of situations. AL will take full advantage of it. And I love it because we set up all these things about how comps should work, how things should pan out, and we've had the opposite go down both games now so far. Still a lot to be played in this game number 2 for sure for both sides, but still funny to see some of this scaling end up not being the kind of win conditions so far for FPX. Still time for that to become the case, but now junglers getting onto third item, specifically Tarzan, going to be ridiculously tanky on this Skarner. We also are on almost 4 items for Shanks. As you said, a lot of eyes on this guy. And a guy that honestly has taken a lot of the weight from AL in his combination with Tarzan. Has been very proficient so far this year.
Yeah, I think still we're at the point where the FPX carries don't do enough meaningful damage to the front line to really make a difference. As I see a very early buster shot used here. As anyone legend, of course, dropping
that's
this
Soul
Baron.
coming up.
Yeah, this is Soul coming up, and they've got good control so far. FPX, their battle line very far back. Ajoué trying to make some progress, and FPX seeding mid, going to try and play through bot to enter this is Kyle.
But nobody can follow, and now, I mean, you're just pulling the trigger on a play that was never going to work for you, FPX.
That was one shot.
They're completely split apart. They just get taken out. Like,
Shadow can't Q there.
I appreciate it.
I mean, you can play that if you don't Q, but Shadow doesn't have flash, burns Q for nothing, and just gets collapsed as the 5-man. And again, like this team in comp where FPX could have advantage late, not being executed close enough to the threshold at all to even consider them having a lead. It's been better setups and better executions from AL since that second dragon.
It has indeed. It might not look like that much of a lead, but it is definitely being felt on the Rift for anyone's legend. As we look into it now, it's going to be resets coming through, at least for Shanks. Potentially going to be on his 4th item now as well. Going to be closer. No, we didn't get it. It was close. It must be close. But is this a real realm of possibility where AL can just force the hand at Baron?
And that is what's next on the chopping block for AL, right? Use that Shrine bait people in, and now that Akali's going to be running all over your backline. Has a Cloud Soul to do so. Poppy too. Poppy can be a bit of a horror this game, as she is really fed, gets really tanky, and it's not like Tristana has that percentage HP damage to really shred through Poppy. Gonna have to do it by just continuously autoing, and if you're autoing that Poppy, well, the rest of your team's probably winning out the rest of the fight. So still a tough task here for FPX, who, again, the mistakes they made earlier on put this game in a tough spot. And I mean, Shadow, like, what was that, bro? Like,
Dude, the man has lost his mind in this game. I don't understand. That's like multiple plays that were just like question marks there.
He's taking control.
I might be losing my mind too watching FPX here, but it is a little bit of a circling from AL, who look to try to put the finishing touches on this fight. Way just completely caught out as Hope takes him down, and that is right to the Baron, or actually to the red buff for anyone's legend.
Total control over this top side jungle as it's starting to get pretty dark for FPX. They don't have their support to try and walk in, find those potential wards. Did tuck a couple behind the Baron as they're going to be spotted with the killing of this crab, and now things get really dark. It's a slow take for AL. They have a poke Varus into the Collies, so this Baron take's really non-existent, so plenty of time for FPX to get in, but the setup's still very good for anyone's legend, and Shanks waiting for his prey to enter.
Yeah, he's just waiting for somebody to walk in the mouth. It's like a Venus flytrap at this point. Kyle getting a little bit low, not going to give the reset over to Care. Baron does go the way of AL. They will get out with their prize. Nothing else coming of it for FPX here. And a couple really good plays. And that's why I'm just like so mind blown at the duality of performances from FPX in that game number 1 versus game number 2 now. It's just like they used all of their efforts on that game number 1, and now we're getting the culmination of it. As Shadow getting caught out as well. Flash play onto Awesome, and he is down to Hope, and Shadow's going to quickly join him too. Easy does it for AL as they're looking to even up this series.
I really feel like FPX beat themselves on this one. Like, you reverse time over to that second Drake, and you give that over to AL. I think that your game state is so much better than it is now. It even wasn't that bad, but it looks bad because FPX, they're just getting outplayed across the map by anyone's legend, who have played this map so much better as a team and really punished FPX as anyone's legend end up finding the win here in game 2.
It is going to be an almost 7,000 gold lead going into this final push here. Sheer, not nearly the piece to the puzzle that FPX were looking for. And as those pieces get burst into flames, Sheer will be the final one to go down. And that will be 3 kills going the way of Shanks to finish it off. The confident Akali is going to even up the series for anyone's legend and go 1-1 in this best of 3.
I mean, at one point in that game, I was like, hey, I'm a little bit scared for AL. Like, they're behind the pace of the game. They need to make plays. And FPX just go down to a whimper to that Akali with the comp where they had some scaling. Just not able to make it happen. And again, all that space creation between the Poppy, Skarner, and Alistar just to hold them in place. That damage that ended up coming out of the Varus and the Akali, that was enough against the higher damage profile for FPX, who, again, feel like really beat themselves in the back half of that game, just trying to make plays and contest things where they're down, and instead of being really disappointed making the good cross-map plays that we saw them be able to do in the first game with the tools that the Pantheon, Talia, Kai'Sa, Sion even bring, could have like really replicate that in game 2 and got ran across the map by anyone's legend.
Maybe beating themselves is the theme of tonight's opening series. It is still a situation where AL were the expected victors in this series. It was nice to see FPX get that big triumphant win. But honestly, in both games, and we'll harp on it a little bit more, it literally has been, like, on paper, one thing should happen, and then the opposite happens with these compositions and the execution on them. So I'm honestly very curious what we get for a game number 3, and very interested at kind of what iteration of both teams we end up getting, because you could definitely tell a lot of the steam was taken out of the sails there of FPX after that.
Yeah, it all kind of came crumbling back down as FPX, again, I thought that they had a couple spots where their game state was nice, but between having poor setups, not fighting with numbers, anyone's legend has really dug deep, like had much better fundamentals going into that game. And Shanks, I had an MVP performance in that game as well. So really nice game from Shanks, who, again, more onus on him and Hope to really take advantage of all the space they had from the tankiness that were picked around them. And Shanks really cashed in, made those fights look easy on the Akali. It was going to be tough to deal with an Akali that game, and definitely made it hard for him to be dealt with.
Yeah. Where was that AL in game 1, though, man? Like, where was this team? Oh, that's actually so wild, man. That's why I love the LPL, because we always get the unexpected when it comes to these kinds of matchups. Even if on paper FPX were still looking for their first series win, they still have a chance coming into a game number 3 against anyone's legend. And it's really nice to see the kind of WE standouts now at home on anyone's legend consistently find performances, not only last night against BLG, but here as well in this series for Hope and Shanks. Hope a little bit less so in this second game, but still try to find influence as best as you can. And it's really nice to see them lean on that.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can chain it together for game 3, as you highlighted earlier. Shouldn't be dropping games to FPX, but one thing to drop games, another thing to drop a series. And at the moment, it feels like anyone's legend going to do what they can to not drop that series. Is, again, that game stayed at 20 minutes. Look at FPX's team. Like, that's not a bad state for them to be in. Just, like, man, as time went on, that game got really tough for them to play.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one to swallow for FPX for sure, because it felt like they had AL on the edge. They had a draft that worked out for them in game number 2, but tried and true top team fashion, you drop a game that makes you look like you don't even know how to play League of Legends, and then you come back and you smash 2 games in a row. That is at least a trajectory that AL are trying to get onto. First and foremost, I think the draft has been really fun to watch from them. Not only the Akali making a presence here, but it was also the kind of blind Akali that ended up working for them. The flexibility of the Poppy came into the fold as well. I love the way this AL team thinks about draft in the meta.
Yeah, I still feel like this draft, I don't, it's pretty risky for them to run. I like the idea of the Poppy and the flexing of it. Again, I really thought it was a game for on-hit Varus, because you could see all the space that was being created by AL in these groupings. Fortunately,
by a good old Al.
Yeah.
Good old Al from down the street.
Yeah, the poke Varus is able to take care of business in that one. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights, like FPX, were really out set up for me. That was the big difference. It really started here. Kyle also had a really nice game, able to find a lot of really nice angles on this Alistar, and make sure they're able to play out these fights nicely. Is
the amount of missed public executions by Sheer in this game.
Yeah. And then the combo comes in.
Happens.
Yep, the E being able to follow up after the buster shot. That's pretty nice from Shanks, who can add an outstanding game. But, like, these were the setups where, like, why is FPX playing this in the first place? Like, you're down numbers, down a setup. Just go farm up and play out your 3 lanes if it's being granted to you. It was not the plan for FPX, and they really got punished for it, as it really got AL back into the game.
They did, and back into the series to try to push that upper echelon of the standings here in Group Ascend. Would push them to that 3-1 record, which would be very nice to tag alongside Top Esports, who were sitting at that 3-0 spot. But yeah, there was this attempt of a pick that literally, like, the most worth Seeker's arm guard usage in this entire series, and he finds a way to pick it apart.
It's nice to go see. I mean, a lot of these fights, Tarzan hitting big R's too.
True.
Definitely something else.
Multiple 3-man impales.
Yeah, like, just stands out in the highlight reel. And also, you know, Shadow cut out, like, every single fight as well. That's also standing out a little bit. As the Flash Awesome made for an easy end game with him being there. And anyone's legend able to clean up this game 2. Make sure we get to a game 3 with them at 1-1.
I'm just like, man, that first game, it didn't have to happen.
This game was so disappointing, man. If I'm being honest,
it really was, man.
Like, I really thought FPX had a better chance to win this game, and then they just threw it in, like, such disheartening, unconvincing, uncompetitive fashion. And I'm just sitting up here like, man, you lost because you stunk in that game. Like, it wasn't game 1. It's just none of the fundamentals were right. Why are we fighting this?
He's so real. Why are we fighting this? That is the question that will come up after that setup there. But I do expect that it's got to be Shanks that earns the MVP. Is there any kind of regard for anybody else in this game?
Kyle, he did a nice job of finding angles, but it's a Shanks MVP.
It's Tarzan! I'm as big of a Tarzan fan as anybody else.
Did they have,
I don't know, man.
average impale count 2.5? If it was that, then maybe I'd think about it, but
that's the one stat that made the difference.
I feel like this is more of the, like, wow, I caught Shadow out a lot point than the, wow, I actually, like, played my butt off this game.
Shadow had a good influence onto the Tarzan.
Yeah, he really did.
Sure. Well, that is one heck of an MVP for that one, and one heck of a tying up of the series by anyone's legend. That means we're going all the way the distance for our first series, so you have to wait for the good series later. And this one's turning into a bit of a banger. FPX versus AL Game 3 coming up after a short break. Welcome one and all right back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are into game 3 of our first series. Honestly, looking back, it's a bit of a fever dream on how we got here, but AL did end up having a dominant game number 2 to make sure we go the distance.
Yeah, still really felt like FPX had some winning angles or a chance to win that game at a point, but played the last 15-20 minutes of that game really poorly. I was actually really bummed by FPX, who had a nice start to the game, and then it all just came crumbling down around them as the walls were closing in.
Yep.
Not quite the way they were able to make the walls close in when they had Talia on their team and had control over that. Now the walls came closing in against them. It was Poppy
tough.
W, maybe, you know?
Yeah,
Locked
maybe.
in. I'm trying to weave in walls, you know?
Put 2 and 2
Wall
together,
bangs.
you know?
Yeah.
There you go. You missed a couple of them there, for sure. No, but it still was a really positive performance from AL. Again, kind of what we expected from them throughout the series as a whole. A little bit of a shocker that FPX did take that game number 1. But if we look at a little bit of introspective look to FPX, the fact that Sheer got his Ambessa and didn't have the kind of legendary performance, even though he was like kind of like the only lead that FPX had, feels a little bit bad. Maybe they try to readapt their focus for Sheer in this next game.
That could be the case. Again, I just feel like as a team, like they didn't play together. They were taking fights down numbers without TPs on poor conditions. They didn't get their setups off. So I think anything that can really help them with that, I'm not sure if it's as much an individual thing outside Shadow playing way too far up and trying way too hard to make stuff happen. But again, that was later on in the game. So that I think early is still decent.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that the game 3 is going to be very much decided in the draft in terms of what focus we get for either team. Execution is still another conversation that once we get into the game, we'll have to answer. But I really like the way that these teams have been setting themselves up for success through draft, particularly AL. After maybe a little bit of a wonky setup for them in game 2, they were still able to find the execution, but it definitely felt like an AL flavored composition.
Yeah, I think Shanks being a real point of strength on this team, if you're an AL fan, that's hopeful moving forward. I mean, he is someone that I think if you want AL to have those aspirations to go to MSI, go to Worlds, hoist LPL trophies, he's the one that really has to close the gap for me with being that elite mid laner. We saw him have a great run in playoffs this past split, but fell short to Cream and Top Esports and wasn't quite as good in that series as he needed to be to win. So for me, I think that he is still the player I really look to with this team, where it's like, oh man, if he can just get 10-20% better or that much more consistent, like this team can really take off. So I think him stepping up in these games where I know it's FPX, but hey, you're down 0-1. It was nice to see from Shanks.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know how much we can continue pounding that in, as we are still waiting for the next game to start here sooner rather than later, hopefully, eventually. But the tale to take has been a little bit of a magic moment for FPX, quickly snuffed out by the likes of anyone's legend, and see exactly what this smorgasbord can be for a game number 3. If it will be kind of the avenue we expect with going through an AL 2-1 victory and then moving up to 3-1, or maybe the Magical Phoenix makes a rebirth happen and they can take this one and get their first series win in Group Ascend. Would be massive. FPX on that blue side, you mentioned it earlier in the day. The blue side game 3 is going to be there. They did make it that way. It is going to be the Victor and the J spanned away already by FPX. It's also the Rumble and the Gwen. Primo top lane bans focused by AL.
Yeah, I thought Jace would actually be a priority pickup here for B1, maybe looking for a Vi for Shadow. So wouldn't be surprised to see if anyone's legend bans that here on the red side, as it was banned away from Tarzan last game, as it was a red side game for FPX. So I think for me that Wukong ban again really signals a Vi opener.
Yeah, I could see it for sure. There could be a lot of setup there for them in that single target direction. I think could be really massive. I really want to see FPX. Okay, Shadow gets it. Shadow's going to take the Defiri. It got left open. Smiles aboard. And now a lot of onus on Shadow with the Defiri pick.
He did get it. In one game he played this, he netted 17 kills on the pick. So we have seen Shadow bust this one out. Defiri's been banned all day, as of course has to be scared of Tarzan's as well. So he won in game 3 just yesterday. But I thought it was going to, be at least in a Fury ban there on 3 to end up picking up the Vi, but that Ari taken away signals the Fury, and I'm curious to see what they actually pair up with the Vi. I think Ryze really goes up in value here as a good pairing with the Nefiri, and also something that you could play if you are Shanks. So
I could see that
at least Ezreal would help. You can create some range and some distance away from the Fury, and Ryze too if that ends up being a pick for Care.
Yeah, I would like the Ryze for sure. I think it's also something in Shanks' wheelhouse too. The Ezreal is just gonna be that safety lock-in for Hope. Maybe not that upfront damage that you'd want from the guy, but once you get to 2-3 items, it's gonna feel really good to have this guy in that direction. Care looking to steal that compositional strength away potentially, or at least foreshadow to what they can take away, as the Gnar is going to be the first lock-in and Ryze immediately afterwards.
And this isn't a takeaway. This is a great pairing with the Nefiri, as the reach you can get from Realm Warp with Nefiri, and also that Empower and Root Prison really holds someone in place while Nefiri gets to jump on you is big. That said, the instant Galio response here. So Vi, Galio going to get Galio in the back line, and Galio early on can really absorb and also push against Ryze, one of the few champs that can, and answer. Always gives you ways to make plays onto FPX later on, and that AoE taunt going to be really big against Nefiri, who of course can go untargetable, but if you're in melee range, and Galio holds that, could be really threatening for Nefiri later on. Yeah,
absolutely. Even with some of the nerfs coming in, this champion is still nuts if you can find the carry moments. It is in the second phase, though. The focus is going to change up for both sides. A bot lane focus for AL as they take away the Misfortune already. It is the Renekton ban as well by FPX. A return to that Kalista ban by AL as their final one. And the Camille final ban by FPX too.
I'm really curious now to see. You got to assume that this is just going to be the pick in the Gnar here. Or you could slam the Karma now, which feels really nice this game. Galio acts as your frontliner, and being able to empower Galio Vi to get that really strong duo in the Ez Karma.
Yeah.
But again, so I guess they might be scared of like a potential Jhin Karma maybe coming through. They really want to take this away. As Jhin, the highest.
I do like the Jhin here.
Yeah. Again, would at least I don't know if I love Jhin actually. I feel like you want to close the gap and have other ways to play. So I wouldn't mind Corki if it ends up being the call, because I think a lot of people will play into you. You just need a lane to help with that because you get brutally poked down. Jhin is the best person to deal with that lane and the poke. So I think that's why we get Jhin.
Yeah, and it's further setting up the utility around Shadow. I mean, they're really trying to enable as much as possible this Nefiri pick for Shadow. It is going to also be the Leona for Dway, and they'll try to get that upfront damage CC lockdown with that final pick.
I really trust Hope and Kyle in this lane, though. I think that's going to be tough, and also that Karma just to run away from the Realm Warps, the Gnar, the Nefiri even, who's locked in to chase you down, could be big. And now Flandre looking for his last pick. He was a big early adapter of the Aurora in Demacia Cup, playing that one top, being willing to play that out. So going to take that into the Gnar.
Do we like
that big point and click R?
Do you like the Aurora matchup into the Gnar?
It will make it so that the Gnar Ryze can win their respective side lanes hard. I think that AL really, again, needs to play hard with the grouping and then really make sure that Hope and Kyle get a lead in this bot side. But I do like the comp overall. I think that Galio is going to make things really difficult for FPX.
Okay. I do still love the Nefiri pick for Shadow. They're definitely centered around playing through him. The biggest question is how active he can be. I still think with the Nefiri, yes, you have some scaling elements for you, but you really want to be ahead of the curve.
I do, and I'm really curious to see, how and where they use these Realm Warps. Again, if you are on the side of FPX, the Gnar Ryze side lanes, I think that you have some decent matchups there, potential to win. Ryze can go into the Aurora later on. Gnar feels really good into the Galio. Like, you have the options to switch that up, and Gnar should win both sides of that side lane matchup, like way later on into the game. So, opportunity there for FPX to have some prio from somewhere, but I just need to see them make better decisions than what happened last game, because after the first 15 minutes, once their plan got broken, they took fights they couldn't take and really crumbled at the seams. So just want to see a more solid FPX this time around if they want to have a chance against AL to, again, one thing to win a game, another thing to actually take the series.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about this series. We've gotten a little bit of everything. Some chaos in both games, and I'm expecting Game 3 to have much more of it. Will we get the version of AL that should be dominant, that should be in the top 4 conversation in Group Ascend? Or will we get the miracle making of what FPX have done already tonight in taking that first game win over AL on their side of things? Can they potentially get their first series win on the split? That is the question left to be determined. Both sides having a very, very stalwart draft on their own. As you can see, we didn't go on a rift, so there's obviously a problem to get into our third game. Of course, we got to extend it. We've got like 40+ minute games. Got to add a little bit more time into the mix.
Oh, okay. We got a snoozer
I think
on
we
stage.
broke Cubby.
I was looking at how the players are reacting to it. We had someone trying to catch some Z's here.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, when we switch cameras, that's when we know. No, we're back. Okay, we're okay. Fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Well,
We'll get in game soon.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, anyone's legend was. I will say that game 1 really outplayed by the Kaisa of Awesome. Looking back, it was a back and forth game. I feel like it was that and the globals that just made it really tough on them to side lane, which is kind of funny because now, of course, in this game, it is FPX very much showing the side lane heavy team, and they beat that with all the globals in the first game. But this time around, with a lot of those missing, I don't feel like anyone's legend can really overload the side lane as fast. Like they have Vi Galio, but you almost need to bring more damage than that later on to the game if all goes well. So I'm curious to see how they respond to trying to break this side lane setup I expect to see out of FPX.
So I was just making note because I was curious. We have a little bit of time. We've seen a lot of FPX already, and you might be wondering why is that? And out of 8 days of games, they played 4 of them.
They play again tomorrow.
And they play again tomorrow. And then they play again the day after that day. And this team just has to front load their entire schedule at the beginning of the split. And honestly, I don't know how that's going to work out for them. Obviously, we have literally 18 best of 3s to play for these teams. And it's double round robin. There's a lot of games left to give. But man, that is a heck of a front loaded schedule.
And it's fast and furious. It's nothing quite like the LNG schedule where they're done on like April 24th or 26th.
Yeah,
and,
something like that.
With how they're playing, that actually might be a done, as I know that Toad Amarillo was tweeting out about that.
That would be wild, man.
That would be wild. To have your entire year done in April, that's...
For an organization like LNG, who had been at the top of the table
Worlds.
for a couple years there, too. And
They were
yeah,
at Worlds last year to done 4 months into a season.
It's wild, man.
When it rains, it
absolutely
pours.
That's the LPL.
Oh.
That is the LPL.
Well, that's also what happens when you go from scout to high chow. But, you know, that's another conversation as well.
You're so right, King. You're so right, King. Oh, shout out to Kelsey. Since we have so much time, she put together our MVP graphic for the true MVP.
It wasn't Tarzan.
Of game number 2. It wasn't Tarzan. It was Shanks. So thank you to Kelsey putting it up for us. 509 on the Akali, and that's the real MVP of last game.
He was doing the boom damage. Again, I had a draft where it was pretty tough to deal with Akali, and this game I like the fact that he's pairing Ryze with Nefiri. We've seen Ryze kind of creep his way back into the meta. Shanks was one of the early adapters of it as it was really cropping back up. I'd say thanks to Dwayne B a little bit. Part hand in split 1, Mazel. Shanks was also someone who was willing to pick it up and played it quite well. So we'll see if he's able to create some of the angles we've seen the really good Ryze players create in this upcoming game.
I'm trying to figure out what he's going to do with his fingers. Like, is he...
What's going on?
Is he doing the head explode thing, or is he just like concentrating the energy on his temples? I'm trying
he wants
to like
bunny
realize
ears,
it.
Like, and just
do it too. Like maybe we can just be crazy like him. We can just put it. Cubby, do it too.
No, I was thinking.
Join me.
No. I was thinking like NBA. You know, like 3-point celebration, like one of those. You like throw three against your head.
I was trying to like get in the mindset of him and see what
he's
like,
banging threes, man.
I think it's this. I think it's gotta be this.
Okay. He's trying to blow our minds with his play, but also with his own mind by how he poses.
Can we please get into the game? Please.
Hey, at least the game's been good enough today, Mazel, where we haven't talked about what we'd like to grill. That's been a positive.
Good is a subjective term, my friend. That is a
They
very
have been good enough.
suggestive term.
Both games were competitive in their own right.
Game 1 was fun. Game 1 was fun.
Game 2 was fun until it wasn't, but it was fun for a time.
Yeah.
It was.
There was a moment. There was time. Hopefully, we'll get through these on-stage issues as soon as possible.
You know what I dislike about the LPL broadcast, like the feed we get? They never show them actually working on the tech issue. Like, I always like
that's
the
showing
covercast.
behind-the-scenes stuff. We're not allowed to see that.
I want to covercast that interaction. Like, oh, it looks like a peripheral.
Grab the blue
I'm trying
wire.
to guess. We don't get word. I need to give you guys the best info in order to do that. I actually need to see the situation going down.
Oh, it's gone. Dude, I'm looking at
Which player are they not
headsets.
showing? Who is it?
I'm just saying, looking at Shear's headset, like, I swear to Bob, this man has bigger earpieces than everybody else. Like, it's not only that he is a small person, but I swear he has, like, extra padding on his ear things to make it look even bigger. I don't know, man.
Today, Mazel learned about ratios and size on the LPL English broadcast.
It is different. Like, it has to be different. There is no way this man is that small. Like, there's no way.
I will say, it just flipped through the players. Only 4 showed there. For FPX.
Context
The issue
clues.
has to be on FPX side. Once they flip through all the cameras again, we will have more info on who it might be.
My producer, Kelsey, also just outed me and Cubby. Forgetting that me and Cubby always are the ones responsible. It is our fault that games do not continue and that we have delays all the time.
I will say,
for sure.
the very first day of the
That was a
LPL
great
unofficial
time.
English broadcast, we unfortunately did not get things set up in time to actually save the VOD, to which I was a little bit bummed about because Mazel and I had to fill for about an hour and 20 minutes.
It was wild.
And we got really out there a few times.
It was wild.
One such might happen when you have to fill for a time as absurd as an hour and 20 minutes. I don't
Hopefully
remember,
that's not
I
gonna
don't
be the
remember the
case this
topics. I don't remember what we talked about.
There was a lot of topics.
I think
we
I
talked
blacked
about
out,
like
if I'm gonna
skins.
be honest. But
I did too, buddy. We talked about skins. I know we talked about like pitches a bunch. It didn't go to grilling, which it went to last time when we got to watch Top Esports put down FPX.
We don't need to return to that.
We don't want to return to. Come on, that was fun. I was having a good time. I'm surprised you haven't dipped into golf with Masters going on.
Nope. Yeah, don't worry about
even
it.
Though you look like, even though you look like you just came back from golfing at 4:40 in the morning.
May or may not have been on purpose. I
May
will
or
say,
may not. Subtle.
If you want to follow the tournament, you should go to masters.com. You can see one of the best websites ever created to follow a sport in action. You can click on any player and see any shot from any of the holes, like regardless of if it hit TV or not. So if you want to follow a golfer for the round, best way to do it is for the Masters. I was pretty impressed by that. I enjoyed that greatly. It'd be like Pro View in League, but you click around for like every play that happened.
You know the beauty of the fact that we're a co-stream broadcast is if we really, really wanted to, we could try to convince Kelsey to just load up the website and go look at some shots of the Masters, which would be really funny. But that's not what people come for. And it's not what we're going to do here.
I saw Shadow early on in the cams, but I haven't seen Shadow of late, I got to say. Sorry, I'm still trying to microanalyze what's going on here. They're showing a lot of Tarzan, but he's looking towards his side. Have we not seen anyone from anyone's legend? I thought we just saw everyone.
I think we saw everybody.
Yeah, they also can't talk during the pause at the moment, which is making things kind of rough. It's very entertaining being up here right now, Mazel.
Dude, they're all
having
yawning.
a great time.
The worst part about it all is like we have this massive delay, but every game has just gone super long as well. So this series is gonna end up being like plus 3 hours here.
And the 1v1.
And the 1v1 that took like 30 minutes because we never get a fast 1v1 because it always goes to the Ring of Fire.
At least Made in this Yorick won.
Dude, the bush play, man. The hiding in the bush on the edge of the Ring of Fire. That was so wild.
They skipped over Shadow there. Why are they skipping over Shadow? Maybe he went to use the restroom.
Maybe he has,
something.
maybe he has something. Might be something.
Maybe it's the tech issue. We don't know. Just have to keep on going.
What if we weren't allowed to talk during pauses? And we just stare at the camera?
But that'd be the worst broadcast decision ever.
It's league ops, man. We're just not allowed to talk about No.
I can't think of a worse broadcast decision to make. Just like, hey, you know how the players can't talk during a pause?
You're
We're
not
gonna
allowed
talk
either.
You guys get that time off too. Just think about what we talked about when we
They
come
never
back.
get time off on the Chinese side of the broadcast, by the way. They're always just constantly on.
That's fine. I mean, running starts is how to go. Also, if it was constantly on, then we'd actually have a flipping game right now, Mazel.
I'm pressing the button, man. I've been like, I've had my finger on the trigger this whole time pressing it. It's just not working. Hey, he's back.
Shadow's back. You know, I saw his chair jolt,
Did he
so
leave?
it kind of looked
Nobody
like
knows.
he got back too. Wait, I
Maybe.
saw a flash on his screen. Maybe we're locked in. Just clicking around. I have hope, Mazel.
I really hope. I really hope he didn't get up. I hope it was like actually a technical.
My micro analyzation of the pause is next level, Mazel. Next level.
Shadow had to go do something, I guess.
Had to swap
hopefully
out
it was
the
important.
AI
Hopefully it
Shadow.
wasn't something he just wasn't prepared for. Anyways, we're on to the Rift finally. The Gyro's still going to be there. It is AL versus FPX. Game number 3. We reset the stage, reset the stakes. Again, first series win for FPX in Group Ascend if they are to win here. AL grouping themselves in that top echelon if they can move up to 3-1 on the split.
For me, a lot of the hope's going to fall in Hope and Kyle in this bot lane to be lane dominant and take that lead across with them for the rest of the map. As Aurora Vi Galio going to really be that front line that can open up for the Ezreal Karma, make sure that Hope has plenty of space and ability to deal damage. And this one is, I will say, curiously enough, Awesome rocking the heal this game. Wanting that instead of the barrier, I will say, extra move speed can be kind of valuable to try and escape a couple things that will be coming his way from AL. So, like the fact he's doing that into a lane that's not going to grab Ignite.
Yeah, I do agree. We've been actually seeing the heal go to a lot. I mean, do you feel like there's a big difference in the utility that the barrier versus heal provides?
I mean, the move speed's the big thing, right? So if you feel like you can get advantage out of that, whether it's, I think, sidestepping a skill shot or creating some space, but Awesome walked really far up there in lane. Gonna get peppered a little bit on the way back. So a lot of trading down here, but should be Hope and Kyle still that will be big in this 2v2. As they will, hit level 2 first and start to pepper this duo of FPX down.
See how much they can gain out of this advantage in bot lane here as well. It is also thinking about the opposite side pathings of both these junglers. Tarzan going to be going up towards top side as this Vi wants to be proactive in his own setup, a big facilitator for his team on this pick, where Shadow, all the eggs are in his basket. This team is built around this Teferi, and Shadow getting an advantage of his own.
And mirrored clears here, so the Fury gonna wrap the rest of this one up safely. Can be okay. And then the Fury shoes again. Shadow has had a big game already on the Fury, and unlike other regions, looks like enabled to feel free to use the Clizzy, the Fury skin, which of course is a new skin that has just hit the shop, and is a banger skin as well. As it's kind of hard not to enjoy Glizzy and Fury here himself.
True. What kind of glizzy is your favorite glizzy? Are you a Chicago dog guy?
It needs mustard on it. Okay. As that is
Chicago hot dogs are weird, man.
They are.
I know
but they're
you're from
delicious.
like that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they are weird. Objectively though, I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with just like a classic hot dog with like ketchup and mustard.
Well, I didn't see the exact chroma that Shadow picked up. I don't know if there are any chromas yet. I think there are.
That'd be awesome if they were all different kinds of hot dogs.
They are. That is exactly what it is.
Are they actually, or is it just like colors?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, it is. Okay. But they weaved into different colors with like different ingredients on a hot dog. It's pretty banger.
Look at that. Love to see it. The glizzy action will not take hold on bot side though.
That's all right. At the moment, we're going to need some action mid. Kara did opt for the TP, but also took the Mana Crystal start. Going to go for the double rubies here, which should really help him survive this lane against Galio, who, of course, can do some damage and has all-in threat against Ryze early on. Does fade away over time where Ryze scales, and we expect it to be the Roa Seraph's build for Ryze. And looks like Shanks might be going for a potential Roa himself, even though we have seen a few different Galio builds. Usually it's the tanky ones, but that Mana Crystal kind of throwing me off, telling me that it might be a Roa that we have.
It'd be really interesting to see if he wants to go for like a tankier setup for them. They are lacking frontline pretty heftily, so Shanks may be taking the back seat in his build. Awesome, gonna dodge out of a lot. Awesome just lost the cannon there. It doesn't matter, maybe. I don't know. Heal coming out for both sides there. A little bit of tension-ish action there. Shadow now going for an invade onto Tarzan's jungle. Oh.
Actually went out on the Smite fight and got out of the queue with the untargetable. It's going to be a control ward donated over, so still got the camp, but Shadow returned to his camps, and we'll see if any plays for the Grubs come out as our top laners in the middle of a reset.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Grubs coming up in about 25 seconds. The Dragon was up on the other side of things. We do have junglers on opposite sides of the map. Shadow maybe even looking for the finishing clear on that side of things as well. I do wonder if this just means that AL want to start up the Grubs early.
I think that Shadow was spotted, or was not spotted on this Raptors. I believe that was dropped as Shanks just based mid. But Tarzan at the moment actually sprinting towards bot. I will say this makes a little bit more sense for him, as Karma is where the early game strength is for anyone's legend. So I think playing for this Dragon and getting that quickly is fine. Whereas this top side, I think it's going to be a Fury getting her hands on a couple Grubs. We'll be able to connect and trade. That's a lot of damage going back.
I like that XP advantage that's going to be given over to Shadow as well for FPX's side. If they do end up getting these Grubs, he does hit that level 6, so should be getting those first 3 Grubs for FPX. Be a nice thing to hold on to, is Sheer getting a very nice trade into Flandre in the top side on this Gnar pick.
Yeah, I mean, Sheer's been really willing to blind the Gnar as the flash comes in from Kael. The root could not stick to Awesome thanks to the Q stun from Jue. And that delays the Dragon take, Mazel, so it's not going to be a trade from Tarzan. Instead, he goes for the look, gets spotted, so just first neutral going over to FPX.
That's crazy. They don't even get anything for that play. And the Fury coming out, the bigger dog of things in this early play. Care, though, now going to be a little bit more of an influence potentially as we look to it. Shanks also going to have a lot of mobility out of that mid lane. Now we're getting to this point. Do we have some more interactions in this early game? And specifically, is AL going to try to force the Dragon?
I think they've got it at some point, as this, you can see every time we look bot towards as Karma, it just feels like they're making a little bit more progress in terms of getting those health bars, though, for FPX. They will take the reset in now. We'll see if that's the trigger for Tarzan to go start that Dragon. That or spotting Shadow up top, which just happened, and Rise is tailing, so Flandre is under threat.
Might be able to get distance for himself to get out of there.
Yeah, got Tarzan off.
Hovering with that Realm Warp, was ready to go. It's going to be a caught in transition, though, is Shanks. He's in a little bit of trouble. The prison not able to lock him down long enough. Shadow going to start up the chicken nuggets here, but he has Tarzan right behind him, and now Shadow locked down. Cease and desist can be used. Not going to pull the trigger on that from Tarzan's side. Kael was right there to support as well as Dway, so it's a 3v3 brewing.
Of course, he used that on the Fury. Chance for Shadow to go untargetable and just completely nullify that. Not worth, so was hanging on to it. No better target found, no trigger pulled, and now, okay.
Shanks just literally cannot move his champion, and the 4th shot goes through. Care cleans it up afterwards, and FPX get first blood.
And Shanks could not be on that wave, and a good find from Jue with the roam from Awesome as the reunited duo for this split finds a kill and gets FPX on the board first.
That's a really good roam timer from FPX, and just using some of this togetherness. That's a big Roa completion from Care.
It means that 19 minutes in, you get the thing fully stacked, right? So early Roa, stacking early can be really nice for the Rise. Of course, get extra power with the abilities every point that goes in, or some bonus mana. And man, I gotta say, for FPX, this AL comp, I do think that they're pretty ult reliant and need to find that cease and assist entrance from Vi to get the heroic entrance coming out from Galio. But at the moment, Mazel, we haven't seen them pull the trigger, and that was a nice find for FPX.
And the more that Shadow is kind of left to his own devices, the more scary I feel like this Naafiri can get into this composition. Kair's going to be scaling as well. A lot of damage going to be coming through him once he gets to those 3 items. As Dragon is started up right now by FPX. This would be the first Dragon of the game, about 10 minutes in. Realm Warp coming through. Kair takes it. Go. What the heck was that use of the mechanics? You love to see it. Kair going to flash immediately over because he realizes he's in trouble. Tarzan takes down Shadow, and that's the big piece to the puzzle. Hope gets another one, and AL have just pounced on FPX. She is way too late to this fight, as the Dragon will go over to the absolute legends.
I mean, Kair, he was halfway through the Realm Warps and halfway through the wall, so he got on the other side. But the back half, Kyle lived, and anyone's legend just run the fight. Frankly, I got to get a second look at that one, because things, again, just kind of came crumbling down for FPX. That entrance felt like it was nice, but again, in hindsight, way overforced, and too many resources burned, with Sheer coming in late, doing nothing. Loses a lot top, so a lot for nothing burned from FPX.
And you can't lose Shadow in these kinds of situations. He is the crux that your team kind of functions off of. And you see how it started off.
A good follow-up here from Shanks.
Man.
All it took was the untargetable being used from the Fury for it to be an easy cease and assist target. As Tarzan disarms him. Finds a few kills, and of course that first Dragon grabbed by anyone's legend as well. So sights all now on the second Grubs. And again, strength in the Ezreal Karma. They're the ones that have rotated mid and are here to contest. Galio going to fix that wave. No ults up for anyone's legend, so would love to see if FPX can push the pace here and really look for these Grubs.
They are going to go for it now.
Should be given,
there was no answer. Tarzan to come over pretty late.
It's
first
waves
Grub
first.
should go down.
Yeah, they need to fix the waves first. They really don't want to fight. They just want to force them out by waves and pressure, and they do so successfully, but still one snagged by Shadow. Good response by AL. I think really would have liked to see FPX play that a lot harder then, because now they have to be able to let Scary. Tarzan has that ult coming back up. They're roughly tracking the timers, right? So I think they're just scared on this wave and have trust that Vi has the R up. That's enough to get them off.
And getting the 2 Grubs is going to be nice. The denial of the 6, I think, is the more important aspect of that here. And we are now to a point where mid lane is going to be the contested setup from both sides, bringing their bot laners to bear. We get to get the Trinity Force already completed for Hope. We have the stop off of the boots for Awesome. Still really like that stop off on Jhin. Feels good with the Swifties. Bot lane presence is being fought over now, though. FPX willing to put some money where their mouth is here. And Tarzan going to fight over that scuttle. Should be able to take this one.
Touch wave is going to maybe look there onto Kyle, but Kyle, of course, does have his sums up. That's another big thing. The flash is burned in the last fight. I mean, Kair, Shadow, both down flash, whereas it's only Shanks missing his flash. Going to look to get in the mix in these fights.
It's going to be an interesting setup there. As Shanks is going to try to chunk down Kair a little bit. It is that Roa that ended up getting completed for Shanks. How do we feel about that kind of stacking build, or at least scaling tank-ish healthy build for Shanks?
Yeah, I'd say a little bit new for me seeing this one. I think it somewhat makes sense on the Galio. This is a matchup where I feel like he's looking to do, I guess, some scaling on his own instead of just going for the MR item now. Ryze does have scaling damage. You don't really need the MR now to slow down the Ryze. Like, he's still going to get his farm and clear the waves, so I think, if anything, that's probably the thought from Shanks, just that, take advantage of the strength of Roa, which really does feel like the mid-lane consensus strongest item is opening up at the moment.
Well, we have hit those first item break points for pretty much everybody, at least getting close to it. Obviously, Awesome still a little bit away from his. We are also looking at the setup around top side for AL. We have about a minute and a half to that Dragon comes up, would be second Dragon for them. Still about 2 minutes for that Rift Herald to come up. They are trying to get this turret down with slow but steady push up there, and helping out by those 2 Grubs. Not going to be able to get it just yet. TP now coming in from the bot side, and Kair is going to try to join this push onto the turret their own right, and it's going to be a fight for first brick.
4 Grubs to do. FPX is up in that, but
doesn't matter.
AL just able to beat them to it, and that locks down Feats.
Little moments, you know, little tightly contested setup for both sides, trying to get that one, but AL will be pretty happy, stealing away the feet from FPX right there. Dragon now coming up about 35 seconds. The timer's getting a little bit lower there. Do wonder how quick they want to push the tempo here. At what point do we see the break point for either side, right? Like at this 3-item break point, are we just waiting to that point? Do we need to see more activity from FPX? Are we just stalling?
I think AL really wants to fight this dragon and should right now. For me, at FPX, they need to start winning on the sides. That will come over time against the Galio, and I think they really want to find the Gnar into Galio matchup with Ryze into Aurora. I feel like that's the magic sauce here for FPX, but they need to use the sides to get some economy and get a lead. Whereas if they group up against the Karmez, they're just going to get poked out and outscaled.
See if they can get that set up for themselves then. Second items didn't get completed before this fight. AL trying to make a collapse play on the Care right now. Between Worlds comes through. Flandre gets Care down about half health. Realm Warp there. Lockdown. CC chain and Tarzan gonna clean that kill up here. Big pick by AL before the Dragon.
I mean, that R just didn't come out soon enough. And again, this is the matchup that you want. You want the Gnar into the Galio and vice versa. But Care's got to recognize that if that ult's coming out, that's not just for the chip damage against the Ryze. That's going for the kill. And not responding with the Realm Warp of your own. It came out way too late, so he loses the cooldown and his life and the Dragon for his team. Big mistake from Care and a great pickup from Tarzan in anyone's sections.
Yeah, definitely tough to see from a staple mid laner of FPX. Again, the team is kind of built around this guy at this point, and unfortunately faltering in this one. Now into that bot lane, turret goes AL, try to take more standing gold. Rift Herald did end up getting taken by FPX in Shadow, so they'll recoup a little bit of something. Look to see if they want to use that in mid or top to take down those standing turrets.
I mean, it's turret now versus turret later, right? Or at least hopefully turret later. As nothing going to be dropped at the moment. FPX, they're looking for resets. Imagine Sheer. Pretty happy that he's going to find Shanks yet again, but does need to take this down now. As yeah, he's about to pop now again. Gonna have to think about what he's going to do with this next wave. As here comes the replay. I mean, again, if you pop R like right now as Care, you can walk out. Aurora cannot stop.
Yeah, 100%.
And then he sees Vi and pops into cease and assist range. Like, what are we doing, mate? That's weight on both occasions there.
You start seeing a little bit of the reason why we came into this expecting such a one-sided victory from AL, because this FPX team has struggled to put together wins. We've said it time and time again. There's a reason why there's a 0-3 under their name to start the Group Ascend. But with this season still very long out in front of them and a lot of games to play, we want to see those incremental growths. And I think in this series we did see a little bit of something in that game number one for sure.
We already
petered out a little bit though.
And there's been some decent moments for FPX. I think, though, in that game, too, once they got lost on what to do, they really struggled. And this game, we're still kind of looking to see what they want to do. Again, we've recognized the Gnar into Galio is a good get for them in these side lane matchups, but they haven't really been able to move the Ryze anywhere successful. Care got picked in a pretty bad spot there, and he's now behind. That's might matter later on in the game, too, because Galio going this build looks like he's going for, I'm going to imagine, a Riftmaker next. So it's going to be like that Drain Tank Galio, and there's I think that's pretty good this game. Like, I don't think we're bursty enough to actually get through a Galio, so we should get value from it. So gonna add another interesting layer to this one.
Do you think
expecting that?
Do you think Sheer's biscuits are getting stale?
No, but he's there's a new tech where you can save them for your mid-game fights, because when you get low, they give you % health back, so they're actually more valuable mids. So they're actually aging like a fine wine in his inventory, becoming more valuable over time.
Love to see it. Oh, Jway loses half his health, maybe even more. Pop shots from Hope in the Between Worlds. Gonna be flashed in there by Jway, so he won't have that tool available for him. And now we actually see AL with this small advantage of about 2,000. We're trying to make plays with Tarzan and co. So gonna be a safety net for FPX developed.
Yeah, I mean, while this is going on, it's still Hope peppering down waves and farming occurring. 2-item Ezreal. Miramon about to be evolved here soon. As, well, this game's really slowed down here, Mazel. And frankly, I'm pretty confident that it favors anyone's Legends, but
I love that you say that, because then we get the opposite every time.
I know. I just feel like FPX like they missed their window where they needed to do stuff, and now it's starting to get harder.
Now to spite Cubby, they will just magically start doing things. And
Might be fun.
It will work. It could be fun.
I'm getting a little bit bored up here, so if we want to start doing things, I think we all might benefit off that.
I think so too. As Rift Herald play still in the pocket for Shadow, maybe saving it as a distractionary tool rather for this next Dragon take. It is about less than a minute away from that one. Would be Soul Point on a Mountain Soul for anyone's Legends team, and that would be very tough to handle for FPX.
Yeah, that would that's always a tough draw when you got Jhin in your team. So see if AL is able to continue their setup that looks to be off to a good start here. Slandari not showing on that wave. No one's showing right now for FPX. They're going to be the first to take. We'll see if they can hold the retake. This is where things get a little bit tricky.
We're going to try to get some positioning down this way.
Yep.
I think okay, I was going to ask, or like wonder if second items were actually going to come through for Shanks. He did complete the Rift Maker now as well.
Oh, he's going.
He is very big, and he wants to get into the fight. Here comes the rest of AL, though. Look at Tarzan. Gets the Lynch onto him, and a Lynch pin, at least of the team, is going to be around again, as Tarzan has been the crux that this team has been built around and works through. You talk, or at least hear the talk of Tabe and how much influence Tarzan has, and that linchpin is looking very tight and very crucial to the hopes of AL, as Rift Herald going to go through on Foreshadow. That's a little bit unfortunate there. The Rift Herald won't get very much off the back of that one, and Dragon will go the way of AL in the end, so that will be Soul Point considered for anyone's Legend.
FPX, they don't stop the Galio, and Jue goes in on his own. I will say that these front-to-backs that AL's been finding, like the value of the Karma Ezreal, it hasn't come close to being broken here, Mazel. And it really feels like because these leads haven't occurred for the Gnar, for the Rise in these side lanes, the team fight value for AL is just through the roof. So, like, the lack of leads in the points of the game where you would imagine that FPX can be stronger, it's adding up to stuff like this now, as Hope just deletes Awesome in the mid lane.
Bye-bye, Awesome. Gonna have to take a little time out there, buddy. About 30 seconds to go on that one. Oh, Jue now ends up taking the engage on Tarzan. There's a lot being used here. Heroic entrance in, and Jue is just going to die. No, Sheer gets a big Mega Gnar ult, and Tarzan goes down. Now it's FPX's rebuttal time. Shadow tries to get the resets there. Is going to have to back away. Hope has rounded the corner, and Hope has come for FPX as they get the big pop shot onto him. And that's going to be a kill going the way of Flandre.
It's a big pop damage coming in there, but again, Hope Kael not able to be dealt with in the range of the Ezreal Karma. The power 2 kicks into the back half as, man, again, Care without a lead on this Rise. He looks so vulnerable to the poke being thrown out by AL here. It is now Awesome again under threat.
He just got back, man. Oh. He's even stunned in the camera right now. I'm the same way, bro.
Again, AL taking over in this game.
Dude, I've been there, man. You literally just die consecutively. You just put your hands down at your lap, and you're like, all right, well, this is my life now.
You just can't walk like that. Like, you have no control over the vision of any of those brushes. Again, like that vision line, he has to clear that wave and go back to where Tarzan's at right now. He has absolutely no respect for where AL could be. And then this fight, I thought Tarzan was in a little deep here, because Sheer has a nice pinch, and it's a good start to the fight, but watch this fight from Kara's perspective. Yes, he gets involved in the Galio, but after that, like, this is it. He doesn't get to do anything else as AL just walk backwards in Hope. Absolutely just free fires upon this Rise. Hope plays this fight beautifully, even weaving that Q into the end against Shadow. 5-0-2 on Ezreal. Shojin now completed. Hope was the one who was granted that lane advantage in draft with this Ezreal Karma. He is the one that executed the early lead for AL, now executing in the fights, now with a big lead on his shoulders. He's the one that's going to carry this game.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it was Shanks last game. Now the other piece to the WE transplant in Hope having his big pop-off on the Ezreal. And you love to see that kind of performance from this guy who's been in the league for a long time, making his name on EDG and JDG. And spent some time trying to rebuild into a potential legacy now with anyone's legend. And the Ezreal, still that question mark in the draft, but still really coming out clutch now as we have hit that precipice of the 3-item spike that we said is of all importance to AL. We still have a little while to the next dragon spawns. Atacon could be the next play if AL really want to push the tempo here. But right now they're actually trying to collapse over onto Sheer.
As Ezreal so far ahead of the curve of the game. And AL had a tempo on that bot side compared to Sheer. He's going to TP to get himself out of there. Nice escape. Still gathering resources in the 1-3-1 again. This is where FPX, I think their comp is strong. They just made no plays in this formation, Mazel. Like, when did we ever see like a Ryze Realm Warp to impact anything? Or a Jhin Curtain to support one of the sides? Or like Ryze tailing Gnar trying to make a play or vice versa? Like, exactly. It was like, it shouldn't be mid too. It should be in the side. It should look like how it did game 1 when FPX were able to slow down AL. They can do that against AL this game. They just haven't been able to pull it off, and not being able to accrue a lead in the 1v1 or the 2v2 for Ryze and Gnar, like where these champions really thrive, has led to the point where this 3-item Ezreal can break everything that's being thrown at him.
And you're just not going to be able to catch him either, which makes it so difficult.
Exactly,
And,
yeah.
I'm actually really liking the adaptation of the Shanks tanky build coming through here. I know we were questioning kind of that Roa, but this man is also just untouchable, and I love that they add a little bit of tankiness to their front line.
I mean, to be fair, this is less tanky than the actual build, right? Like, usual
it is,
one.
Yeah.
It's more damage focused, right? But I like it because it's not like you're going up against that a giant DPS marksman. Jin's a little bit different. He's not going to really have a big impact against you as Galio until later on. And if it gets that late, well, you might feel like you're in trouble anyway. So this build is just the way to go.
I see the setup now around this dragon pit. Atacon actually got started up, so that's going to be really annoying. Atacon might be one of the worst leashes in all of the game's history.
It's a painful
Like the fact that it follows you so far and it has such a wide range. And I need to get the reset now as well as Dragon does end up spawning. Catch on the care. Tarzan trying to find him. True Shot Barrage going to be flashed out of. The rest of FPX signaling the retreat. But Tarzan got the solo bolo. And now gets the rest of the engage from all of AL coming on to FPX. Oh, Sheer is going to have to jump out of that one. Massive pick by Tarzan onto Care.
And mid tower falls because the waves were so much better for anyone's Legend 2. And for how competitive Game 1 was and Game 2 looked at times, this game has felt anything but competitive as Mountain Soul easily secured for AL. They've not been under any threat in these fights, Mazel, as again, this one just looking all too easy as this Ryze has been consistently set behind in this game and now just melts at the hands of Tarzan as Care. Like, how many times in this series, Mazel, have we just seen a fight start off by AL completely outplaying one of the members or just completely catching off guard someone on FPX that's so out of position that the fight afterwards is just unwinnable?
Dude, Tarzan is a menace for that path. Like, dude, he was out for blood.
Nice.
Like, it was actually
nice, but,
disgusting.
We're not respecting the sides of the map. Like, where we have power, you got to play out through bot if you're carry. You can't, like, retroactively walk back when you don't have vision. It's just really amateur and poor mistakes being made by FPX, getting easily punished by AL and making this game look not competitive at all.
Questioned what they would look like in this Ascend group. We're starting to get some of our answers. Still a lot left to play, as we said, for this team throughout this split. But right now in this game, it's seeming all she wrote is AL, as they do take a couple of quick kills off of that one. Shadow is gone. Dway is gone. Sheer's trying to sidestep off of Flandre, but Flandre putting down his hold Prodigy as Care is also just going to fall. And massive double kill from them. Flandre is going to find that extra pick too. And that's the push in the mid lane with the Baron buff of plenty. AL putting themselves at the tippy top of the LPL.
I mean, it was a competitive start to the series, but not a very competitive finish. AL, nice draft, a good play here in this Game 3 to make it look like it was easy against FPX, but a little bit of a scare here in Game 1. Didn't play their comp out the best. Do drop a game, but still end up taking the series.
GG's, a 2-1 for anyone's Legend over FPX, and it still makes you scratch your head. And what the hell happened in that game, number one? Where did AL get the subs for that game, and how did they come to the culmination of finding such a dominant victory over FPX? Still have to give that first game to FPX, though. I did, like, even if I'm memeing aside, it feels bad. It seems like after that second game, especially moments in that second game, the wind was just completely taken out of their sails. But they did take a win over AL, and something to be at least a little bit proud of.
Again, that game one, I thought it was a good look from FPX, who used all their globals really well. But you removed the tools for them to cheat tempo, and you could really see how lost they were on the map against AL, who, again, made that series look so not close in the latter two games by just being so much better with how they played the map. And it made some of the micro moments where AL were just better as players all that much easier. And it ended up looking like a pretty one-sided series, even if it was a 2-1.
And getting a lot of highlight on Flandre.
Yeah.
And Tarzan, rightfully so. Even if Flandre still hasn't found a win on a Yorick, so far it's still going to be something where he was able to put down his old prodigy and Sheer from all of their time on JDG. And
if you eliminate Yorick games, AL's 4-0 the last 2 days, Mazel. Against BLG and FPX, I mean, that's overachieving. Huh?
Dude, it's wild, man. He just can't find the win.
He's just digging his own grave with a grave digger, you know? It'd be what it do.
Oh, goodness. AL, what an amalgamation. And of fun and interesting and head-scratching sometimes.
Yeah,
but this team has been one of my favorites to follow in the recent history of LPL.
They took a game off of AL, and I'm still managing the way the series disappointed in FPX. It was really ugly in the last 2 games, Mazel. They could not set up anything against against AL. It was rough.
It is tough, and especially because the problem is also we've just seen a lot of this team, and when we see a lot of this team and none of it looks really good, it just feels that much worse.
They look like they were lucky to qualify for Group Ascend, which is, to be fair, where we had them. But we're looking for improvement. They did win that game 1. They showed why Talia is being banned against them in super high prio in their series, like both for them and against them. And that's about the good that we have to say about FPX in that series. Awesome had a big Kaisa game, you know?
There you go.
I like the blind Scion.
There you go. Well, luckily next week it's way easier for them because, again, like we said, like out of 8 days so far in the LPL, they played 4 of them. And then they also play tomorrow, and then they have a 1-day break, and then they play again. So literally they're going to have played over half of the games, or at least half of the games on the game days that LPL is going to have played. So going into the latter half of week 3, they'll have a lot less games, maybe able to take stock of some of these rampant series, because it's hard to prepare for best of 3s and just have multiple opponents back to back to back to back, and big time opponents, big name opponents on top of all of it.
I will say I do have a lot of faith in Weibo tomorrow to make sure that I am leaving yet another FPX cast even more disappointed than I probably am leaving this one.
That's the problem, though. You just believed in Weibo.
It's likely going to be a Weibo 2-0. We're gonna believe in them as much as we can.
I don't think so, bud. I
mean, it was likely to be an AL 2-0 today, and man, this game was a slappening. Wow, it's tough when the damage charts look like that.
Not a single person over 10K. That's a shocker.
That's a roughie. So really poor setups being brought out by FPX were punished very nicely by AL. Really, the side laning team wasn't able to side lane. It's kind of that's kind of stinky.
It does feel bad, especially when they ended up getting the Defiri. Maybe AL not needing to ban that one away necessarily, but ended up living it up for that first pick on the side of FPX. Did not pan out for them. So I do love to see some of these iterations from FPX, but I do want to give some more praise to AL for being able to pull this one back and being able to kind of clinch it in a 2-1 victory to move themselves to 3-1. Do we have any standouts for this last game on who we think could potentially get MVP?
Shanks or Hope.
Okay.
I think the answer. I mean, it could be Tarzan again.
I think it could be Tarzan.
Probably give the boom damage to Hope on the Ezreal.
I love that that's been your statement so far.
It's an old one from the LCK that I liked. You know, shout out to Wolf and his boom damage. You give the boom wards as.
Oh man.
Again, like so many moments where there's one member of FPX just picked out or just in a terrible spot. So many like bad entrances or starts to fights where in the end it really is why it is so one-sided in AL's favor.
It was indeed. It was indeed. And that'll feel good for AL. I'm sure that Coach Tabe is going to have a really nice long talk about what happened in that game, number one. Especially after
I don't
Tarzan.
think FPX gets to Leah the second time these two teams
I
meet.
don't think so. I don't think so. We are going to see this matchup again, though, in the future. Speaking of that double round robin, should be a lot of fun to go for. Well, we have a little bit of time before we get into that MVP, though. I want to talk about those next matchups. Like you had foreshadowed to, FPX will be facing off against Weibo. Another tough match, another tough opponent, trying to get a win on the board here in Group Ascent.
I mean, speaking of the upcoming matches, Mazel, do you just want to start teasing the next one? I feel like that's why everyone's here. If we're being honest.
Well, first, let's talk. We have to get the MVP.
Hey, we're waiting for it. I'm done with this series.
What about
We're not on the
AL
next series.
is then also facing Weibo in their next series. So.
That's great. What's the next series we have after this one, Mazel?
We still need to give MVP. We need to
don't care.
finish this and then go to the next one.
Does anyone really care about the MVP for this game, Mazel?
Maybe. Probably not. It is going to be fun, though. We have a legendary historical matchup between IG and Top Esports.
Yes.
If anybody's a fan of Naruto, you know, you'll get your fill in that one, as it's a massive historic rivalry between the two, but also one of the funnest pieces of content the LPL had put through in recent memory, which has still been a long while since then. We'll get a refresh of that before we go into break, but let's go ahead and look at giving our MVP away here for this one, as people do care about it. And it was Hope
damage
of all people. Boom, boom, Ezreal damage.
I mean, Hope did a really nice job in these fights. That W even just onto Awesome. Like, I know he didn't follow up on it, but really helped push him out of the fight. Awesome just walking in such an illegal manner. I can't even call it jaywalking. He just could not be there whatsoever. Then again, Hope, nice sidestep on this. Like, all these plays, Hope is just playing really, really well. I know he was the person coming into this series one in that you really thought had stepped up on AL, and good to see that in Game 3 when they needed it the most. But then that's enough about this series. Predictions before we hand things off and do our ad reads.
It's going to be so hard.
IG versus Top Esports.
So good.
You have.
They look
Top
so
tough
good
right now. Konami looks really good.
Yeah, Konami looks really good. I think it's going to be a fun matchup between ZZ and Konami there. The Ninja Wars will kick off after a short little break here, and we'll get to see a little bit of fun with Mr. Slayer and Bloxer coming in to finish out the day. We'll see you there.
In 2018, an exceptional group of young shinobi. Oh, actually it says League of Legends players. Led by the veteran leadership of Rookie, triumphed to win the first World Championship for the LPL. At the center was prodigy Jackie Love Uchiha, but not long after, Jackie Love betrayed Team 7 to join the Akatsuki. Or something like that. The following claim is backed by very rigorous data and not at all just anecdotal social media glances, but there is a massive overlap between anime fans and League of Legends esports watchers. And in no example is this more striking than the rivalry between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming, which fans have since 2020 dubbed the Shinobi War. Jackie Love was quite possibly the most anticipated player debut in the history of Chinese League of Legends. There were whispers of a crazy talented rising Draven player as early as 2015, and he joined the Invictus Gaming roster as a trainee when he was just 15 years old in 2016, and yet not of age to play in LPL. IG limped along with several placeholder AD carries, including Rookie in the position, in the intervening years until finally the anticipated prodigy came of age. Just as impressively, somehow the year Jackie Love debuted in LPL, he and IG brought the first World Championship home to the region. But a year later, at the close of 2019, yes, the same year IG got swept by Team Liquid at MSI, Jackie Love chose to leave Invictus Gaming. Rumors suggested he had agreed to terms with RNG, and then that agreement fell apart in not the greatest of circumstances, which I only bring up because fans still held out hope that their favorite AD carry would return. However, that did not come to pass, as on April 3rd, 2020, Jackie Love officially joined Top Esports. And this is where the fun begins. Joke videos, photoshops, and more started emerging through the internet around the move. The controversy around Jackie Love's departure from IG and his eventual appearance on the Top Esports roster lended itself in fans' minds to parallels between Sasuke leaving Team 7 for the Akatsuki, the gifted prodigy that betrayed his friends. See it now? The color schemes and logo designs definitely helped as well. Some even traced the source of this parallel to a Weibo post made by G2 Esports of all things, where they posted the following GIF and commented, "There is no right or wrong choice. Leaving and betrayal are not connected." I cannot confirm that this is the original source for sure, but if so, that's even more entertaining. If the comparison just stopped there, however, that would be one thing, but fans began assigning characters of Naruto to every IG and Top Esports member. Baolan, as Jackie Love's spot lane partner, became Sakura. Ning, the IG jungler, became Naruto, since it was fated that he would be World Finals MVP. He also was quite energetic, developed a large stream following, and made facial expressions fans considered similar to Naruto's. That made Rookie the obvious choice for Kakashi, the mentor of the group. The Shy became Might Guy for his mechanical prowess, and notably 369 became Kasame Hoshigaki because of the perceived rivalry between the two top laners. Fans dubbed Knight Orochimaru, partly for a Cassiopeia play, and partly because he's, wait for it, left-handed. It did not stop with IG and Top Esports, however, as Damwon Gaming's top laner Nuguri became Rock Lee as the Shy's disciple. Clearlove became Gamamaru for predicting Ning saving the LPL, and several others with connections almost too tangential to mention. While the memes were entertaining, with fans going so far as to heavily edit openings of Naruto with IG and Top Esports players for millions of views, the rivalry also became intense. Top Esports members credited Jackie Love's experience and skill for their rise from just out of top contention to winning playoffs and the mid-season showdown. In the semifinal, Top Esports and Jackie Love defeated IG and his former teammates 3-1. With all the fervor and excitement, players also joined in. Karsa at one point streamed an Akatsuki cosplay. Rookie commented on how he thought Kakashi was cool, but kind of weak at the end of the show. Players like Zoom and Tien, unrelated to the confrontation at the time, changed their IGNs to put themselves in the universe. Even the LPL official Weibo account used the fan-made hashtag LPL Renjit and posted several photoshops in universe. By the way, that means LPL Great Ninja War. kind of banger, right? But in summer regular season, IG 2-0'd a matchup fans stirred up a great deal of excitement for and dubbed the fourth Shinobi War after the conflict in the anime. The rivalry continued into 2021 with Ning benched and commenting on it on his co-stream. But IG didn't have nearly the success in subsequent years, and eventually the remaining marquee members left. That could have been the end of it, but with Rookie and the Shy returning to Invictus Gaming for 2025 and Jackie Love still remaining on top esports, fans once again took to social media to celebrate the Great Ninja War. Even the hashtags return on Weibo, especially with IG and Top Esports facing off in the Demacia Cup. Perhaps the most anticipated aspect of that Demacia Cup match was the 1v1 between the Shy and 369 for side select, which only barely ended in 369's favor. Even more old videos from fans started coming up, including a really funny clip between Rookie and Ning. They're talking about 369 and the Shy, and Rookie is just super amused because Ning is crashing out over the fact that anyone would dare compare 369 to the Shy, and all while he's ranting and just popping off, it's just a montage of 369 solo killing the Shy multiple times, so quality meme right there. While the anticipated rematch ended in something of a landslide for Top Esports, excitement that the Shinobi War will continue into 2025 has bubbled to the surface. Perhaps, with LPL starting up again, we may even get another taste in the Split 1 playoffs. As Rookie has said to Jackie Love before, "You Wimbo, wait for me." In 2018, an exceptional group of young Shinobi.
Everyone back into the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Your new caster duo is slated for the matchup of the night. It's going to be myself and Bloxer back together again, and I know the video did it just so much great justice there, Bloxer, but this matchup, I mean, come on. Is this the one everyone circled on their calendar once we got into this stage?
Oh boy, I mean, I certainly did. This was looking so exciting coming into it, especially because both of these teams have been looking like some of our top dogs at the moment in the LPL. So much history on the backside of it, so many great players right now, just so much fun.
So much fun indeed. And as you guys have been sticking around through the night after we got somehow 3 games out of FunPlus Phoenix versus Anyone's Legends, we're going to hop right into these two teams that you all know very well to make sure we don't miss out on any of the side select action, one of the ones that are coming our way. So without further ado, let's introduce Invictus Gaming themselves, the first team stepping up into this very matchup. Roster that I'm sure many people across the board are already very, very familiar with here. The Shy in the top side, JJ in jungle, Rookie in the mid lane, Gala and Mako complete this bottom lane. A team that going into the placements, Bloxer, looked like one of the best squads. It's been a bit of a fall off since then we got into the meat and bones of Split 2.
Exactly, they dismantle FPX in their first matchup, but then get taken to task by both BLG and AL, don't really manage to fight back versus either of those particularly well, and even the FPX matchup, they weren't able to cleanly 2-0 them, it was a 2-1, so this team that was looking so good, like you said in the placement, 6-0 in their group, crushed everybody ahead of them, looking like they were on fire, all of a sudden, ooh, it's not been looking so hot, and this team, they have high expectations for themselves. Like you said, so many players that you're going to know and love, and the fact that it just hasn't been working out for them quite in this Split 2 is going to be really disappointing.
Yeah, and you add in the fact that we're getting another edition of this Shinobi War. It's a lot of pressure here on Invictus Gaming, especially when you look back to how Split 1 looked for this team, right, where it was very disappointing, the quick turnaround. The question is not going to become for Invictus Gaming, hot or cold, which IG are you going to get on the night? And I think, you know, you mentioned a bit, Bloxer, about how they looked up against some of those higher tier LPL opponents. I know we grabbed some clips here to show this from that second game against AL. Yeah. If you didn't get to watch this one, I don't think this one, a game better shows the dichotomy of IG better than this single game against Anyone's Legends.
No, there were some bits of this game where they looked like they were on fire, really were able to fight a lot of good situations for themselves. getting themselves into great spots. And then in other matchups, all of a sudden, they're just throwing themselves at AL. Obviously, AL are looking like a very good squad, but obviously they're not going to be completely undefeated either. So the fact that they get really just dismantled, especially in the game number 2, it just felt like they really were struggling once we got into the later stages of the game. The early game looking pretty good for IG. It's these late game team fights and decision making where sometimes, despite being up in gold, they'll just begin to throw games away for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out. I think they went up about nearly 4,000 gold in this game. You see,
they were hugely ahead.
They're punishing AL, who do grab this Mountain Soul, but this was the fight that really hankered out to me. And this is the struggles with Invictus Gaming that you really see in the team fighting. It's just so much desync. I mean, this fight in particular, JJ dies in front of Baron before anything kicks off, and the important thing to hit home about this sort of inconsistency for IG is knowing the opponent on the other side, Bloxer, who has already shown to be maybe a step above in anyone's legend if we're going off Split 1 playoffs.
Exactly. It's not going to be one of the easier matchups that you're going to have right here as IG, and especially off the back of what should have been a game number 3 in the matchup versus AL, where you are up so much, as we've been saying, throw it all away in some inconsistent team fights. You really can't afford to do that versus Top. Top are just the sort of team who, if you give them the slightest little bit of an advantage, they will take it over completely. But even beyond that, Top Esports, they've been able to get themselves massive advantages in the laning phases before we even get to the skirmishes, before we get to the team fights, something that IG haven't really been able to do for themselves. It's been the early skirmishes where they've been looking really good, and then the later game team fights where it's been worse.
Let's get through the formalities. Obviously, introduce one of the top teams on the Split 2 leaderboard as we go through the first round robin. Your defending Split 1 LPL champions, 369 on the top side, Kanavi in jungle, Cream mid lane, Jackie Love the man himself, and Chris to round out that bottom lane. And Bloxer, to pick your brain a bit, what have you seen maybe change for this team since moving into Split 2 after the disappointing international performance and obviously the championship win in Split 1?
I feel like for Split 2, all of a sudden, Top Esports are really, really playing around this bottom side of the map. Beforehand, there was a ton of excitement around what Cream and Kanavi were able to do, and they've still been looking good in the Split 2. But Jackie Love, for me, has been an absolute standout in the beginning of this Split 2. He's had some just cracking performances. The Varus has been looking really, really nice for him. Honestly, anything he's been tasked to play at the moment has been looking like the sort of thing he can just take over bot lane matchups, and that's not something we've been seeing so much in the recent LPL. We've seen plenty of solo kills happening in top lanes, junglers getting involved, but actual 2v2 kills in the bottom lane are pretty rare in the current meta. Not the case here for Top Esports, and if they can play around this bottom lane, that's just another avenue for this team to be able to really exploit.
I'm right there with you, Bloxer. Especially, I think Kanavi really deserves a lot of the flowers for how this topside engine sort of runs through this guy, and I think these clips do a really good job highlighting it, because even if Jackie Love isn't getting as much 2v2 success or more like you're saying he has in Split 2, the top side is where I really feel like TES, if we're talking about repeating as Split 2 champions, going back to internationals and threatening these big-time titles, you need that top side to be running at all cylinders, and if Kanavi's playing like this, I think we might be able to put first stand behind us as LPL fans.
Exactly. In as much as these lanes are looking good, they run through the jungle. It's all on Kanavi to get these lanes into good spots. They can begin to win for themselves, but once you get these little skirmishes and these early ganks that Kanavi been so good at getting off, it's just looking better and better for TES. Like you said, it wasn't the best look for them at the first stand. A little bit embarrassing, if anything. They would have been expecting way more for themselves. And we had questions, going into the placements. We were like, right, this team needs to absolutely crush the placements. They did that. They didn't end up dropping a single game. Now they're here, sat undefeated at the top right now of Split number 2. It really does feel like a return to form.
A return to form, and they'll have to try and do it against their biggest historical foe, with so much of that essence on the line here. The two teams, Top Esports and Invictus Gaming, matching up for the first time in the Split 2 Group Ascend round robin. This is going to be fun. Now, Bloxer, the one thing I'm jealous about, obviously, Mazel and Cubby, they had AL versus FPX. They were hyping up our matchup before we even got on here. I think they had the more fun 1v1. I don't know if we're going to be able to top it tonight with these two teams.
Yeah.
That Yorick,
that
Yorick
was
from
nice.
Tarzan?
Yeah.
Man.
Yorick Jace, fun matchup. The little bush tech that he had to avoid a couple of the extra autos in order to be able to win that 1v1. That was crazy. But hey, we could always get something very exciting here. We're going to have the Shy up against Cream. And in terms of matchups I really want to see, that one's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw clips of the Shy playing Cho'Gath top in one of those games for Invictus Gaming. And we know this guy can break out anything Bloxer. So
yeah.
we could have something fun on our hands nonetheless. But it's going to be fun to see how the questions that we're bringing to the table are going to be answered, like you're talking about, right? Does Top Esports continue this dominance, try and separate themselves with the top of the pack here when we talk about Group Ascend? But for IG, how important do you already feel like this series is, knowing how many more tough opponents they're going to have to see again? And just going forward, if they even want to think about having to avoid that play-in to get into playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. It's top 4 teams in the split 2 that go on. So you really do want to be getting yourself into that top level. And it does feel a little bit like at this point we're beginning to see those top 4 teams really beginning to coalesce. Top, JDG, BLG, AL are kind of the top 4 that I'm looking at the moment. And cracking them is going to be very difficult. IG did manage to dispose of FPX. They've got TT tomorrow, so it's not too bad in terms of the current schedule and the people that they're needing to be around them. They've got NIP at the start of next week as well, so they've got a little bit of an easier road for the next few matchups after this one, but it's really not going to be enough to just beat the teams who you should be beating. They're going to need to take games off of these top teams, if not full series, at least sending it to 3 games every time, because that's going to be how tiebreakers are decided later on. How many games have you been able to win as you go forwards? So yeah, they're going to be looking to win this series, of course, but it's going to be at least picking up 1 game here that's crucial.
Crucial indeed. It's important to remember, with how much history ties these two squads together, one recent piece of history that ties them very succinctly is they were the 2 only teams in the placement groups to come out of it 6-0, which is a very interesting thing to think about with where the 2 squads are currently at in Group Ascend as we start the pick ban to see what our 1v1 champions are going to be. And I'm glad we're seeing bands of boring champions we've been seeing in these 1v1s all year long, Bloxer.
Get the Orianna off of my screen. I do not want to watch it in these 1v1s anymore. It's super fun in actual games of League of Legends where you've got the excitement of hitting a big shock blast in the middle of a team fight. Not in the 1v1s. No thank you. None of that. And actually, IG, they're going to get rid of the Varus. That's what the Shy picked up for himself the last time he was in the 1v1s in that first matchup they had versus FPX.
Oh!
Interesting they get rid of that. Okay.
All right, you know what? Maybe I jinxed us. I was like, all right, we're not going to get the York cooking and have fun anymore. I feel like we can't top it. Kiana lock-in from Cream is got me intrigued, to say the least.
Yeah. What do you play into this? You could either take an ADC and just sit back, try farm, or do you want to just go for a bit of an assassin matchup?
Oh, okay. Well,
okay.
You kind of got both of what you just said. I mean, you got bursty Jace, but you could definitely play from range. I never thought I'd say this. The Shy's picking the more boring pick in a 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I still think the Jace is pretty fun, so that's just speaking to the quality of this 1v1. These are good champions. I'm excited to see this one be played out. It's very much going to be on the Shy to get as much poke down early on as possible. And Cream, he's going to have his dancing shoes on. Fancy feet are going to be very much needed to avoid those shock blasts early. If he begins to fall behind in terms of just pure health advantage, he's going to have a very tricky time once you have that level 6 up for trying to go for those kills.
Blogs, this is such a funny moment as a play-by-play, because the one thing that we always like to pride ourselves on is remembering ultimate names, right? And you don't see a lot of Kianas picked in a lot of spaces, but I can confirm to you. I don't know. Do you know the ultimate name for Kiana off the top of your head?
It's one of my favorites.
Okay, all right.
Supreme display of talent is great. I love the name of that
we're on
ulti.
The same page.
Yeah,
if you'd given me like 1,000 guesses before I learned a lot of these ultimate names, no chance I would ever guess that is even just ultimate in Game of League Legends, because that is way too many words, to be honest with you.
It is. It's very wordy. You can't say it fun in like a big moment in the team fight, but I just love it. I think that and Akali's ultimates are some of my favorites, where they are a little bit wordy, a little bit more like that. I just think it's good fun.
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing some supreme displays of talent, regardless how Cream decides to use that Kiana ultimate, as we get out on to good old-fashioned Howling Abyss. And I see a snowball pick for the Shy, so at least he couldn't keep his hands off getting a little creative, even if he did pick one of the most picked 1v1 champions so far in the LPL, the Jace. He's got the snowball.
Absolutely. Hey, he wants to go in, and to be fair, up against the Qiyana, with all of that invisibility that she can bring, it makes sense. You just don't want to be running around looking for her. If you can close the distance very quickly on, it's going to make these 1v1s a lot easier. Of course, the actual picking up all of the CS, 100 CS, no longer going to be one of the criteria for winning out on these 1v1s. Does he go already? Yes, go the Shy.
Oh my god. Well, we talked about how using the brush to cancel out on a lot of those Jace autos. Luckily, Qiyana has her passive form to try and do that, but Cream is not finding a lot of success early on here, but Qiyana has to go in. There's no real option. Immediately drops the Ignite. The barrier does not buy the Shy enough space, and Cream just drops him to find the first kill.
This is the thing with taking the snowball and going in straight away. You're not really using the Jace to the biggest advantage you can. The thing with the Jace is that you get to poke your opponent down really low first and then go in later on. I can understand wanting to go for that initial fight pre-level 6, but I still just don't think he was able to get Cream low enough to really make that 1v1 make sense for him.
So what I'm hearing is the Shy might already be cooked.
Well, in this game, potentially, but to be fair, we have seen plenty of these 1v1s end with the first kill going to one side, but the tower being picked up over on the other side. The Shy's going to have a lot of an easier time picking up the towers, and they are very squishy in this mode. So it's not necessarily over for him, but he has certainly made it a lot harder. Look at the item disadvantage he's in right now.
I was going to say, I admire your optimism here, Bloxer, because I think when Scream ticks over to level 6, the Shy might go flying. If you thought Cream did a lot of damage with Qiyana in the first kill, you're about to see something, folks.
Yeah, I mean, this is really going to suck. Being down a pickaxe and an extra longsword hurts so bad right here, especially for a champion like the Qiyana, exactly, who can just utilize all of that raw damage straight up. And you can see the Shy all of a sudden having to play way more respectful.
Yep, saw it tick over to level 6. Doesn't want to get close to any of those walls, but takes the snowball in. Cream throws down the supreme display of talent. Hammer stance, will it be enough for Cream to fall? The Shy will be able to dodge the Q, and he finds himself a kill out of nowhere.
Oh, look at Cream. He knew he had him right there. He had that 1v1 picked up. That would have been one of the quickest 1v1s we would have seen here in the LPL. Instead, Shy actually going to be able to grab another turret plate for himself, head back to base. And yeah, as much as you are a little bit cooked being down that much in item, with the fancy feat, with the ability to dodge that one out, and just the raw damage that Jace can still do at an item disadvantage, I like it. This is fun.
One advantage for Cream is he does get the barrier and the ignite back up, so adds a bit of extra burst ability and obviously peel with that barrier. But yeah, I think we're going to unfortunately slow down. I was a fan of seeing if we could get the quickest 1v1 as much as I'm anticipating this matchup on the rift between our two teams, but gotta think the Cream just waits to get that ultimate back up before trying to really do anything.
I was very surprised to see the Shy jump so close to the wall for himself. Usually, in the Howling of this map, it's much easier to avoid getting hit by that ulti. He brought himself right into it.
See if he considers that mistake the next time he decides to take that snowball. I feel like the snowball is the same funny rule as Lee Sin Qs, you know, like you're baited into thinking you have to take him when you land the Sonic Wave. Hold on, though. The Shy's going all out right now and has a huge health advantage. Cream does not have any way out. Burns the barrier. The speed up, the heal will buy Cream just enough space. He'll be able to get that reset through and come back fully healthy, but the Shy is looking menacing.
And he's going to lose a ton of health right here off of his tower. In fact, I wonder how low the Shy's actually going to be able to pick this one up. They're very, very squishy at the moment. Going to be dealing big damage. You can see Cream slowly having to get himself back a ton of the health. He's not going to fully lose his tower, of course, but that's more plating. He's getting so much less of an advantage. That first kill really should have secured Cream this 1v1, as we were saying, but all of a sudden, the Shy straight back into this one and is going to come back now in the advantage. He's got that Black Cleaver completed.
Ooh, I'm just relieved that this awesome 1v1 isn't ending with a turret take, because I'm with you. I think the Shy, if he tried to like min-max it, he might have actually nearly dropped that turret.
Might have been able to take it, yeah.
Instead, he has a Black Cleaver.
Under the tower, grab it. Yeah, this is a much more the Shy way to be able to actually pick this one up. And now with that little bit of armor as well, it's going to be so tricky for Cream to be able to pick up this kill. The Shy just has to bide his time a little bit. Hopefully land a snowball, go in. There's no barrier available for Cream right now. Does have the ignite though, so it's not going to be the easiest of all kills.
Looks like, wonder if Cream got
This is
just
a good
enough for
idea.
the Eclipse. Yeah, okay, so figure I need a match, legendary item for legendary item. We're not close
Yeah.
to the Ring of Fire coming in just yet, so wow, okay. Yeah, we've turned this into
Wow.
Reset
A
Wars.
real, yeah. This is the most recalls I think I've seen during one of these. Usually you get one, maybe two if everybody's cooking. But you can see right here, gonna come back to the lane with a pot and even more armor right now. Just they're really min-maxing about their item advantages at the moment. The Shy very much gonna be in the lead. The thing is, Cream, does he want to go back again? Stop it! No,
Not
fight
again,
each other.
guys, come on. All right, well.
Please.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I was gonna say, I don't know how much of a reset timer we really have anymore, Cream.
Yeah.
Ring of Fire's in about 25 seconds, so I don't think anybody's gonna get any stronger. Potion pop for the Shy. I think that means go time.
Yeah, this should mean fight. Let's see these two actually scrap it out. It was exceptionally exciting right at the very beginning. It has slowed down just a little bit at this point. These are the items you're going to have to fight with, like you said, 10 seconds now until that Ring of Fire is going to force a fight. For the minute, though, the Shy just going to be looking to land as much poke as possible.
Yep.
That's where the advantage is really going to come from.
Ooh. Kiana, a champion that just could turn any sort of stance on its head in an instant. Like you called out the Shy, you want to poke down more with those shock blasts first. Hasn't been able to find a ton of success just yet, but he has to mind every single wall near him in this thin corridor as the Ring of Fire begins to crawl its way in.
Right, how's the bush tech for both of these? It's not going to be a tower kill that's going to end this one up. We are actually going to get to see some kills. We're going to get to see some fighting.
Oh,
There
there's
goes.
the ultimate. No stun
It
lands.
missed. Oh,
That's going to cut
no.
down all of Cream's combo. The Shy just runs this now. The ult doesn't land. There is no talent supremely being displayed. But Cream is definitely making it a bit treacherous, using the
hang on.
invis pretty well. But the double auto comes across for the Shy. The bush tech, will it be enough? The Shy might just go into the hammer stance. Doesn't have the snowball. But guys, the walls are closing in. Shock Blast does not land. But does he have enough of the autos?
Oh!
He does! The Shy gets blue side for Invictus Gaming.
Oh, I love how expressive Cream was throughout that entire 1v1. He knows that he could have locked that one up ages
yeah.
ago. We could have already been in game number 1. Instead, we get one of what I think is the most interesting 1v1s we've seen in a while. We've had some great 1v1s today.
Yeah, you know what? Ours didn't. Ours almost ended as climactic. We had a missed shock blast at the end as well,
Yeah.
but Jace goes 1-1. We certainly had a lot of fun here, but Blockster, now that we know that IG are going to go on the blue side, I want to pick your brain, right? Because we came onto this talking about the history of this matchup, but more importantly, where these two teams are, vibe-wise, momentum-wise so far in the Ascend group. Who are you leaning towards winning this one, and you think we're going the distance?
Oh, I really, really hope so. It does just feel like Top have hit their stride at the moment, whereas IG, they're kind of faltering. Of course, we have a ton of games to play here in this Group Ascent. It's not the end of the world to be faltering right at the very beginning, but obviously every game matters in exactly the same amount at the end of the split. Your win here means just as much as a win later on, so picking up these victories is going to be huge. I think we might see all 3 games, but it's really going to depend on what the vibe is going into this first one. If IG are able to put up a good fight, even if they lose this first one, then I think they might be able to find Top Esports. Despite the fact that they haven't lost any games yet, they have made mistakes. They have made it tricky for themselves. They've looked like they are going to be vulnerable. And IG, when they're on, when they actually have everything going as they want it to in a matchup, look like a brilliant team.
I like all that logic. Always a fan listening to the Blockster breakdown. Top Esports 2-0, everybody. I'm saying it. I'm sorry.
No, you might be right. You might be right.
Here's the thing, right? I think the way Kanavi's playing in every facet of the game right now is going to nullify the IG's ability in the early game. And then if anybody was going to go toe-to-toe with the regular season Gala, who is sometimes been the best AD carry in the LPL in the regular season, it's going to be Jackie Love. So I don't see how Top Esports don't 2-0 this. But I've been wrong many a time.
Let's see it. Let's see it. If it is a 2-0, then that's really going to solidify Top for me as that top dog. We still need to see them versus a couple of the other best teams that we've got in the league, but they have been able to dismantle all of their opponents really convincingly. There's been moments where maybe it was a bit more back and forth, but Top Esports, they do look great. IG, they're going to have to throw something a little bit interesting, and maybe that interest is going to come through the top lane. We've just seen the Shy have a very fun matchup right there on the Jace, but he's been playing a lot of really interesting stuff.
We'll see how Crafty decides to get, especially up against the very, Lake Superior of a champion pool, I like to call it. That is 3-6-9. Like we called out, IG obviously lands on that blue side. We're going to see some of the standout evolution meta picks of the LPL being taken away here. You get the Yone band coming across, Rumble and Gwen being targeted here for Top Esports. So what is the blue side B1 starting to look like if you are IG here, Bloxer?
Oh, there's a lot of very fun champions still available. Things like the Vi and Skarner are very easy to take B1. You don't have to worry about them too much. And because the top tier of champions has been taken away already, isn't necessarily something I say, yes, you have to slam like the Varus if it's up and available. And indeed, IG, they're just going to pick themselves up one of those most solid junglers. It's great to get it on your side already, but it does leave TES pretty open in terms of what they want to grab for themselves. You need things that can survive a lot of ganks during the laning phase, and the Talia does a brilliant job of that and shuts down quite a lot of what the Vi wants to do later on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I just... Kanavi's maybe best champion just got taken away from him. That's always a good first step, I think, if you are Invictus Gaming. So, like, good call out on the Vi. But arguably a more broken champion on the meta might be the Xin Zhao. I think this is a pretty clear lock-in. I also think it sort of denies some combos that IG may want to go for here. I think Cressigard continues to be just such a teamfight altering ultimate in so many ways. It denies so many champions their potency in fights.
Really does. I mean, in IG's most recent loss that they took, it was very much the fact that they could never actually land full MF ultis because there was just a crescent guard from the Xin Zhao sat right in front of it, and it just doesn't matter at that point. Like you said, it's so very strong, and it stops a lot of these very heavily wombo combo focused compositions from working out. It also can skirmish incredibly well into JJ right here on this Vi, and I worry a bit with the MF into the Xin Zhao. This is why we're calling it out. It doesn't work a lot of the time.
I know I've been knocked down by illness, so it's been a while since I got to say this on the unofficial LPL English broadcast waves out there. Misfortune is still the most bait champion in the LPL. It is impossible to execute this champion, and I'm glad that you nailed it even further home, knowing that it's picked into a Xin Zhao, picked into an out Ezreal, a Talia. Yeah, this draft's already looking rough for me if I'm IG. So sorry if I'm sounding like a hater, IG fans at home.
Yeah, unfortunately, the wombo combo composition is one that's very risky. If it works, if you land that combo, oh, it's brilliant. It looks so good. But if your MF is wandering around the entire game, not actually able to land that ulti, just trying to get close enough to do the auto-attack damage, well, into a Talia, a Xin Zhao, you're gonna die very, very quickly. IG are very much indexing into this kind of composition. You can see it between the MF and this Azir right here. And honestly, I think when you pick up something like the Vi for yourself, the full dive compositions often look a lot stronger. You pair it with something like the Kai'Sa instead of the MF, you've got a way stronger identity of a composition that seems to be working a lot more. TES, I like what they have right now. The poke is huge. Around objectives, this team's going to be very tricky to step up to, and it's going to make taking these very key objectives so much easier for them.
And like we talked about, a pain point for IG has been their setup and synchronization around neutral objective fights especially. So Top Esports in prime position to punish it. I also am just never a fan of taking Gala off of like movement-centric AD carries. I think Misfortune is very hard to really be skill expressive, and Gala at his best is one of the most skill expressive AD carry players in the LPL. We'll have to see though as the rest of the top side looks to round out for both of these squads here. And Bessa, Renekton both being taken away alongside some engaged tools here for both of our supports, Crisp and Mako, with Alistair and Rel off the board. So where do you want to go for both teams looking for definitely some primary engage to come across?
Yeah, the Leona Nautilus are two very standard pickups here. I do wonder if we might end up seeing a Poppy for either of these teams. There's a lot of dashes that you can try to counter for yourself. And I think as IG, you might also need a little bit of non-committal engage, because right now your only real engage tools is the Vi going flying in by herself. With all of the CC available to top at the moment, especially with this Leona locked in, is going to make that very tricky. We do still need to see top laners. We've been seeing top laners picked very early on in the picks most often in the LPL here. These teams both leaving them till a little bit later on. In terms of top champions that you've still got available, the Scion we've been seeing quite a lot, but even things like the Cassante are still up and available.
The Shy will lock in the Scion, so definitely checks off the box needed for IG. They've got now some good secondary engage. It's not just JJ flying in with this Vi, and you have a primary tank to buy space for, but mostly Rookie and obviously Gala with that bullet time. But if this Braum lockup comes in, I think it does, you know, once again, shore up a lot of the front line and stuff, but what is the bullet time combo now? What is the wombo of this misfortune? Because it's a lot of makeshift parts.
Baby, let's hope that they manage to land
Scion ult MF.
one tapped. Yeah, exactly. It is a little bit of an odd one right here out of IG, especially putting the Shy on something like the Scion. If he can pop off on this champion, wonderful. If not, if you're not finding those big engages, those flanks potentially as well, it makes it a lot harder to be able to do. Let's see though what 369 wants to lock in into this matchup right here. Hovering the Aatrox actually does lock it in, alright. So wanting to actually take the Shy to task in the laning phase right here, this top lane matchup is now going to be very interesting and potentially be somewhere that we see our junglers heading towards.
I know you called out a lot of those potent tanks outside of the Scion that you can go towards, but I am very happy to see 369 lock in the Aatrox, mainly because the one worry for TES is sort of damage fall off, right? Talia, not really the most reliable damage in the mid lane position compared to a lot of those other mages. And then Ezreal can have some problems into pretty tanky front lines, cutting them down in time, compared especially an Azir behind it. So locking in this Aatrox is going to be able to get to those backline carries in a favorable top lane matchup. I'm a fan of that R5 pick, but we'll have to see if it works out.
This one is going to be so very hype. IG very much got themselves an attempt at a wombo combo composition, maybe not without all of the tools that you would usually expect it to come with. Top, they can poke, they can go for picks, and they can go for these front to backs right here. It's a lot more open of a composition from Top Esports, and they are very much going to be the ones coming into this one as favorites. It's on IG to upset the order here.
Game 1 in another incredible edition of the Shinobi Wars themselves is coming our way soon here. The first time we will see these two teams scrap in Group Ascend. Could not be more exciting, especially like the video you watched at the start before we got back from break, highlighted with the Shy Rookie back in this matchup against Jackie Love. I mean, I don't really think I need to sugarcoat this. There is not a more historical matchup in the LPL right now than this very one in front of us, Bloxer.
This is the matchup to be watching. If you're not watching every single LPL matchup, which you should be, then this is the one to tune in for. This is the one with so much going on about it, especially with the current form of these teams. Top Esports, they're on top of the world. They're looking so good. IG, after a brilliant placement in what was potentially a weaker group, all of a sudden they're faltering. They're not having these clean games that they need. So much is on this one.
So much, and it's all to be decided on the very familiar Battleground arena we all know, love, and sometimes tend to hate here as we get the Gyos to bring in a historical matchup. I don't care how fun the FPX AL matchup got. I know the Gyos weren't as loud as they are for this one.
No, of course not. These fan bases are deep. They are passionate, and they're going to be very excited to see this matchup. Hey, if you're IG and you've had a bit of a rough start to the split, well, this is the sort of matchup you'd love to win to really turn your fortunes around, change the narrative going into the following games for your team. We've been pretty critical of IG throughout the entire pre-show right here. If they can 2-0 TS, if they can completely dismantle them, well, then we're going to be talking about them as a very different team than we were coming into today.
We're going to have to reassess the old floor-ceiling conversations, because if that happens, IG's ceiling might be in outer space and their floor might be subterranean, I guess is the word I'm looking for. They're tunneling. They're with the moles is what I'm trying to say. We'll have to see, though. Certainly feels like the bottom lane prowess early on can go over to Gala and Mako here. The threat of the Braum stuns and the double taps. Misfortune really good at playing in the wave. Can make it difficult for Jackie Love to get a lot of that Ezreal damage out. Partly why Kanavi may be pathing down towards this very bot side.
If he wants to get involved in this bottom lane, could be a potential option. Beyond that, if Chris just wants to abandon Jackie Love to keep farming up on this Ezreal, nice safe as a champion, of course, go roam around with Kanavi. As much as the Xin Zhao is great on ganks by himself, add a Leona in, and that's a brilliant combo.
But this is the matchup that Top Esports are definitely looking to make a pressure point early on. The Shy's doing a pretty good job trading back and forth, grabbing those grass stacks. 369, though, maybe one of the best Aatrox players we've ever seen grace the LPL screens here.
I could argue one of the best that we've seen grace competitive League of Legends esports here. I
like
think
it.
369 looks so clean on this champion, and he is a pretty tricky one to be able to play out. Despite the fact that this was picked as a counter into the Scion, it's still not a completely one-sided matchup. You can win this. You can get solo kills as the Shy, especially if you can get a little bit tricky with that decimating smash. So 369, he's going to have to be careful with this one. You don't want to fall behind. Aatrox from behind doesn't feel great, but from ahead, as you were highlighting during the draft phase, this champion can get into the backline and do so much.
Chris taking a Zenith Blade forward that's definitely going to punish him back there, looking to connect it onto Gala. Trading is going to be minimal for that Leona. Jackie Love is going to be able to get the wave in. Both junglers are going to wrap up their full clears, trade their Scuttle Crabs. We'll see if they pay any mind to whatever side of the map they are on. Unfortunately, JJ does have his Scion pressing into 369's turret, so he's going to just try and get some scouting wards down, and shouldn't have too many shenanigans until 369 starts to win some of these trades on the Scion against the Scion.
Now, once you hit that level 6, you can really begin to threaten here onto the Scion. Still, he's going to be a tanky boy, and especially later on into the game, as we were highlighting, it's very much going to be on the Shy and JJ to get these initial engages happening for the team. And really, they need to make it happen perfectly for Gala to get these good ultis off. If you can't get multiple members into this ulti, if you're just blowing the entire bullet time straight into Kanavi's ulti, then this game isn't winnable for IG.
JJ going to be spotted, returning from first recall there in the tri-brush. Reset's going to try and come across here for Chris. Got to think he might be looking to move right towards that top side. His Grub's been such a priority for LPL teams early on here.
For good reason as well. Having that grub advantage, especially if you can pick up all 6 of them, is just so huge in the later stages of the game. It makes these pushes so much more potent, and both of these teams have got a couple of members that can really use those grubs if you're able to pick them up. We've got the first Drake spawning. It's going to be a Mountain. Picking that one up early would actually really help in these 1v1 matchups, especially up in the top lane. A little bit of extra resists would be great to have. We're going to see these supports heading up towards the top side of the map. In fact, it's going to be both Gala and Miko heading towards the top lane already.
Chris's first one here, but like you called out, Gala's swapping, so they're going to be able to buy some space for the Shy to try and keep his CS lead pretty even here. Jackie Love also coming through, so curious to see if 369 will stick around to potentially play for these grubs, or seeing if he can pick off Gala, getting a little bit greedy for these waves. Crisp is here as well. They'll spot 369, is level 6, but Gala won't be punished at the current moment.
That's always a bit of a terrifying moment right there as an ADC, as the top laner and support walk at you. Has got the flash and the cleanse at the moment, so wasn't under too much threat, but blowing both of those would make this coming grub fight so much harder to play out. And actually, here comes the engage.
Oh boy. 369. So much damage with that full combo already down. Is that enough alone to secure the 3 grubs for Top Esports?
I think so, yeah. You really don't want to be stepping up right now when your support half health, especially when that's so much of the CC that your composition is attempting to bring to the table. And so instead, it looks like we're going to see JJ heading down towards the bottom side. 369. He's going in, okay.
Oh my god, he's going in with the World Ender. Gets a ton of damage down onto Gala. No Summoners really burn there, but you get the ultimate out of the Aatrox, so makes it a lot less scary of a lane to deal with. But the big prize, like you called out, 3 grubs, going to be picked up there for Kanavi with no issue.
And picking up all of those going to feel so good later on, especially now that you've got yourself a situation where, hey, 369 gets on top of a tower on the split push, he can just begin to melt through those. Taliyah also pretty good on a side lane because you've got that ulti to roam around, rejoin into fights around these objectives that much quicker. Sort of composition that can really make it work. Of course, is going to be traded back over. IG do pick themselves up that Mountain Drake, and as we said, that's going to make it a little bit easier to play out these 1v1 matchups. Still though, as TES, I'd be happy with the way that this early game has started, even though this has been a pretty quiet one so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real CS differences. The only ones being held right now is for 369. To be expected, the gold lead is pretty marginal as we get a look at the classic Scion strat. You can bring 2 teleports to the table in the early game with that ultimate ability. But now with ultimates online, which jungler blocks are you looking to be more proactive here?
I think you just have to be more proactive as the Vi. If you don't, falling behind on this champion sucks, but also it's a real disservice to your team. You've got so much gank setup just inbuilt. You could use the Vault Breaker just to get closer, and then you can use that ulti to guarantee at least a flash, something out of your opponents. And if he doesn't end up being proactive on this one, it's a real waste of one of the strongest junglers that we've got in the league at the moment.
Well, we might just see the pop come here as Rookie goes in for a bit of a shuffle, but Kareem dodges it. When he becomes lightning, is going to land on Rookie as well. Gonna have to burn the flash over the sides of himself. JJ goes in. The Slippering Stones are gonna stun up JJ. He has to burn his flash as well. The Crescent Guard down. JJ gonna Vault Breaker himself to safety, but Kareem and Kanavi make it costly for the IG mid jungle duo. The other side of shove lands. In goes the Sand Soldiers with the Ignite, and the Q comes across. First blood to Kareem.
Oh, it's just a mistake right there out of Rookie. Thought that he could step up once again. Honestly, both of them, Rookie and JJ, stepping up in a situation where they really had no right to be able to do so. And although, yes, the Brom does arrive at some point, Crisp is already there, already got so much CC to add to the team fight. And like you said, it was really that Taliyah E that was doing the most in that fight. Just made it so there was no way, really, for JJ to get back out of this one. Rookie, you can see he wants the shuffle. Cream recognizes that one, and at this point, you just have to walk away, flash away. I don't know why JJ goes in. I really don't.
These are some of the worries we had for IG. The desync we saw, it's what's really plagued them in a lot of their bigger matchups. And we talked about how their early games were the most successful periods for a lot of their wins, too.
Yeah.
So seeing this now is definitely alarming.
Exactly, if IG fall behind, their late game teamfighting hasn't been strong enough recently to really justify not just fully playing for the early game. If you're trying to play for the later stages, this composition isn't too bad, but you really are very one-dimensional, as we've been saying, looking to get yourself that full wombo. And it's a risky one to try to do. Now they're going to try punish 369, pops the ulti.
Cease and desist, sends JJ under turret. Can he get the knock-up combo? Because JJ's taking a ton of turret aggro. The true shot barrage
Wait, he's got
from Jackie Love is going to find the first kill, and 369 survives. Top esports could do no wrong in this early game.
No, they cannot. 369 on this counter pick. Aatrox gonna make IG look silly in that one. And really nice from Jackie Love to be able to just make that kill happen as well. JJ has now died and had to blow a flash on his 2 consecutive ganks, not making this Vi work. I said proactive, but it has to result in at least positives for your team.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like IG are just forcing already. I think the Shy is just going to get canceled. I mean, that is what we call in the business a mental warfare ultimate.
He's still cancelling his base. Oh, Jackie Love. Yep. Okay, had the E. Slightly worried about the fact that Jackie Love was just stepping up in that situation, but all of this bullying, all of this pressure that we're seeing up in this top side of the map serves the purpose of picking up these grabs. This is exactly what TES have come to play for, and they're now going to have all 6 available to them, and because of the desync between the Grub spawning and the Drake spawning, they're not even going to be so late that they can't go contest for this Chemtech Drake if they want to.
And you know which comp definitely can play the map a lot more aggressively in the split push? Well, it's I was going to say that the team with the Taliyah, as you see the wall, that shows exactly my point. And 369 now is going to be such a problem on these turrets with the 6 grubs. The Shy's going to have to answer for. This is already looking pretty rough here as we get the roughest part of the game so far. 369's great escape.
Yeah, this one's a little bit of a force already. Now we're going to get to watch this beautiful true shot barrage. You can see he tries to Vault Breaker away, JJ does, but not quite going to be able to do so. And the fact that you don't even pick up the kill onto 369 there means you just lose any bit of pressure, any bit of tempo that you were able to exert onto the top lane. That's what loses them these grubs.
They might even lose them this next Dragon as well. Top Esports, I mean, they're just much stronger at this point, much more cohesive moving around the map. JJ's not even out of base.
Yeah.
This Dragon's gone.
This one's just gone.
The typical trade for the grubs, not even being found by Victus Gaming.
No, it really isn't. And like you said, the more proactive composition is also on TES. So IG, they are going to need to hope and pray that they have the skill to be able to execute on this composition that's not easy to execute on. At least, when things have been going wrong so far, it's kind of just been the top side that's been falling down. You can see right now, Gala, Jackie Love, they are dead even at the moment. A decent little CS lead making up for that kill that Jackie Love was able to pick up for himself. But at the same time, you kind of want your MF ahead right now, otherwise that bullet time just isn't going to be dealing the damage you need.
Yeah, the secondary reason why Misfortune is so prevalent in pro play is consistently able to grab leads out of the lane, too. And
yeah.
It's a couple 100 gold. It's not even 100 gold at this current point here. So IG, the hope here is, Blockster, that they continue to be proactive, because you can't sit idly by and expect this type of composition to be able to contend with top esports in this current game state.
Absolutely not. This is the sort of composition that needs proactive play and needs it early on. Unfortunately, that hasn't quite happened at the moment. Still, the gold advantage is only just over 1,000 right here for top. IG, they're not out of this one. This one is not over. But top, they've not expressed so far that once they get a lead, they like to throw it. This is not one of those teams where you see them up a couple thousand, but you're still feeling a little bit worried about their ability.
Rookie. That's another flash out. That's Rookie's flash on cooldown. The Azir, a very good target for Chris to just return to look to punish once more. Hey, look,
right now, it's just one
Chris.
more kill here that they need. Oh, Rookie just about going to be able to dodge away from that seismic shove. One more kill needed for top to be able to get themselves those feats as well. So they're very much going to be looking to grab those. 2 grubs, 1 Drake. A very nice early game out of top esports.
And I like the way the Kanavi and Chris were kind of just approaching strong siding towards the one real target that IG can have, because you can see what 369's doing, right? I mean, this lane's starting to run away with the Shy.
Yeah.
Run away from the Shy, and it's an Ezreal from Jackie Love in the mid lane. Like, this Ezreal's never in threat, so just overload towards Cream, and what can IG really even go for?
Exactly. Jackie Love is going to be fine at all times. Yeah, he's not in an advantage in terms of having more gold, but he's still keeping up more than well enough, and it allows Crisp, as we were highlighting early on, to roam around, to get involved everywhere else at the moment, and make these plays happen constantly. We're seeing Crisp pop out of a bush all the time, and just make IG uncomfortable. They have to be worried about where Crisp is at all the time right now.
Maybe here's the lifeline for IG. But Jackie Love is feigning towards his strong side of the map pretty well here. JJ and Mako are on one hell of an expedition right now, trying to flank around 369. Rookie's here as well. As the Shy has to burn the Unstoppable Onslaught just to get to safety. 369.
Top.
We'll be able to spot it out, and this is just so much pressure soaked.
Yep. I mean, you're going to lose this bot lane tier 1 tower to Cream right now. That's going to be feats picked up. Actually, without Warfare even going down, that's pretty rare to see have happen.
Good call, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, insane, especially in this kind of matchup where both of these teams do like to get scrappy, get bloody occasionally. Instead, they're going to play this one out a little bit more calmly, and it's not for lack of trying from IG. Hang on, Jackie Love has to burn the flash right there. He did step way too far forwards. Luckily, Israel has quite a few escape tools, but still, that is going to make him a little bit more vulnerable going forwards.
Yeah, that should get JJ salivating at the play, looking for Jackie Love. That is a rare misposition. This Kanavi and Chris maybe looking to brawl here. Rookie's coming over. Teleport from the Shy coming as well. Weaver's wall down. Kanavi's using the Crescent Guard to make sure nobody can really even challenge him, but he drops the ultimate, sees an assist down. Kanavi gonna have to flash out. 369 though gets the first big reset, and now the Shy is trapped too far forward. The Sand Soldiers though is gonna throw 369 under the turret. Gonna flash over the wall. The Shy trying to buy as much time as he can. The bullet time just to protect the Scion. We're going to limp away with a slight advantage once more to Top Esports.
And they're going to make that one into a 2-for-1. It's a little bit of a mess of a fight, and it's because a lot of that initial damage was blown into some pretty tanky members for IG, and there were also quite a lot of those Mystic shots missed right there out of Jackie Love, unfortunately. If he's able to hit a couple more of those, Gala just dies in that situation, but still, look at what happens on the backside of this fight. Nobody's able to pick up the Herald. 369 is going to grab this tower for himself as well, and this is what TES do, right? Even when team fights are not 100% in their favor, they still get so much more gold off the backside of every single fight. You can have a look back at this one. Miko takes a huge amount of damage at the beginning of this fight, and it's a lot of the main engage tools blown right onto him. Yes, he ends up having to run away, I think dying at some point in this fight, but it takes a long time for him to go down, and it means that you just aren't dealing damage onto these main carries.
Whoa! JJ, that is a one-way trip. Does not even pay off. The Dragon picked up by Kanavi. So if they're going to go down, slow Mako up, and he should be next on the chopping block. It is looking way too clean from your Split 1 LPL champions.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see out of top. Be able to dismantle these teams who are looking like they're at the bottom of the rankings at the moment, dismantle some of these teams who are looking like the mid ones, and taking these top teams to task. TES, they would like to go to another international. They are looking beyond, I think, a couple of these teams right now. It's not so much important to them that they come out of this one on top. They want the playoffs. But for right now, it's just so clean at the moment, only losing one death, and just picking up all of these objectives. Now, we missed the start of this one. JJ is sat on a ward at the moment, still decides to go in, and it's just a second too late. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Crisp again has been really on point with these solar flares. Everyone is obsessed with landing that stun, but you just section off support from AD carry, and you find yourself a free Braum.
Exactly. They are just picking themselves up more and more kills on the back end of these team fights, all of these objectives too. We've still got the Herald available, minute now until Atakan is going to spawn. You can see right now the damage is beginning to come through for a couple of these main carries. Mako's going to be able to jump over the wall, but you've got first items completed on pretty much everybody, but a second item now finished for both Jackie Love and 369. These two are rolling in this game.
Yeah, sub 20-minute Ezreal Triforce Moramana is terrifying, and we're talking about it on the LPL AD carry GOAT. So, that's it's rough. It's rough for IG, and again, it's just a different kind of flavor from this team up against those top echelon squads that makes you worried about how competitive they can really be in this split.
Exactly. If they're not going to be able to take wins off of teams like top, then who are they really going to be able to be at the beginnings with only 4 teams going through straight into the playoffs? That's really risky. And then you're up against some Group Nirvana teams who are going to be scrapping their way through, desperately trying to avoid relegation and not being able to play in that split number 3. A big threat for them. And then you've got, what, a couple best of 5s all of a sudden to play to guarantee either making it through into that split 2 playoffs, or you're just done for ages over the course of MSI. You're waiting for split 3 to happen. You know, you really want to be in this top 4. Guarantee yourself a little bit of a break more than anything between now and when the playoffs are.
And, you know, going back to the Shinobi War conversation, right, what made this revitalized was the return of the Shy and Rookie, 2 players on this team who have been at the highest of highs when it comes to competitive League of Legends. So to not be able to compete up against even the best in the LPL right now, it makes it just even rougher of a pill to swallow for IG fans. And the unfortunate reality right now of the game state is they have fallen behind nearly 4,000 gold and no control even trying to contest any neutrals. While we were talking, Rift Herald was a breeze for Kanavi, just like Cream finding this pick on a Mako might be a breeze. Dash over the wall for Kanavi. Glacial Fissure I'm going to use just to try to keep Mako up, but the Weaver's Wall will follow you, my friend. Kill found. Mako drops again to Cream as TES look to just put a stranglehold on this game 1.
Yeah, exactly. As much as this is a poke composition right here out of TES, they've also got some great pick potential with a lot of mobility to jump over walls. Walls are a mere suggestion to the majority of members here on Top Esports, and they turned that one into just a very easy little pickup. It's been a lot of these kills going down onto some of these main engage tools, and this was one of the problems I had with this draft coming into this game, right? There's a lot of hard commit engage. It's kind of only Mako who has that soft engage that you can throw down before the team fight starting without having to jump in yourself, but the Brom is very good into compositions that are trying to run at you, jump straight on top of you, and right now, at Top Esports, as much as they are doing that in some of the fights, oftentimes he's just getting caught before the fight even starts. And once the Brom's down, well, it's so much easier to play the rest of the fight.
And there's going to be a certain point where no matter how much damage Brom can block, if you're very far behind item-wise, even Brom can be like tissue paper.
Yes. Yeah, we're seeing it at the moment where he's taking a
my
ton
God.
of damage right here. Great example. Thank you very much, Cream, for demonstrating our point. And he's walking up into a lot of these team fights already chunked out heavily. JJ, what was that? Hello?
Getting caught going forward again, has to burn the flash. Unstoppable Onslaught can be dodged by Jackie Love, does have to burn his own flash.
Oh,
His
hang
Kanavi does go in, but 3-6-9 on the flank, looking to try and level this fight, but he can't find any of the kills just yet. IG are able to mop up everybody. Jackie Love's going to go down next. Cream and 3-6-9 can't find these trade kills. 3-0 for IG as they rescue the game state out of nowhere.
Oh, you know what? As much as I thought that was going to be a mistake from JJ on that engage, really nice play from the Shy, actually, to blow the flash out of Jackie Love, and let's just chase him down. I mean, the Shy just walked at Jackie Love there, Gala to beat his head in, and then once you're missing out on a lot of that Ezreal damage, it was very much just on Cream and 369 to be able to deal the damage they needed to. Like you said, there's a couple kills, mid lane tier 1, and the Drake going over to IG. That's a big swing in gold.
Huge swing. And that was one of the worries for TES, right, is that we'd like to see the Aatrox come out because Talia and Ezreal damage isn't the most reliable into this tanky front line as we get a replay look back at how this fight went right for IG.
And it's all about the Shy and Gala right here, chasing Jackie Love around. They even pull Cream up to try to defend onto this Ezreal, which doesn't end up working. Gala even able to flash away from that seismic shove. I missed that one during the live show of this fight. 369, as much as he's trying to get involved when it's just him, well, there is plenty of CC that Mako can lay down to stop 369 from being able to just walk at the backline. This composition has to work with a combo of 369 in the backline, making it so IG's backline are uncomfortable, and the front backline of TES actually able to sit and hit, something they were not allowed to do.
Here we go, though, with the Rift Herald play to try and get this mid-tier 1 down, but the bullet time for Gala cuts the minion wave down to a size. So we're going to keep that mid-tier 1 up here, as we do have Baron spawning not far away here, Blockster, and also it's a voracious Octagon this game. So topside River is going to be real spicy in this one.
Absolutely going to be the main focus for both of these teams. Second item's pretty much completed on everyone, and well on the way to that third for Gala at the moment. He has been having an okay game so far. Still, the bullet times have been used a lot more defensively for clearing out a lot of these minions, not so much at actually finding those big moments in and amongst these team fights. We're going to have to watch for that as this game goes on. If the MF isn't finding these big ultis, then unfortunately Gala just isn't going to be useful enough to his team. But with the top side being such a focus, you can see we're sending top laners down bottom side. Anybody that has a TP, go clear this wave out, but keep hovering up towards the top. You do not want to get snap engaged upon the Baron and just lose out on that objective.
Really helping out that IG has that mid-tier 1 turret down, so they can be a lot more carefree, trying to set up these more aggressive wards towards that top side. Always stress how much the mid-tier 1 turret really buys you space, especially towards Baron and future, soul-stricken dragons. But we'll see what Top Esports maybe try and lean more into that pick potential, those 6 grubs, because it does seem like they struggle a bit to 5v5 fight in their current iteration.
Yeah, the 5v5s just haven't quite been going fully in either team's favor at the moment. Jackie Love actually potentially caught here.
That flash, yeah, just gets caught trying to go upriver. Jackie Love is mincemeat. That is a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying all series long, and now the floodgates open here for IG as they look to try and chase down Chris, who does some good fancy footwork to dodge out on the Braum stun. Versus Octagon, though, being started up. Do Top Esports really feel confident without their AD carry even trying to contest 4v5?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like here as top, you can't just afford to let this one go. Weavers Wall going to come through just to section things off, but that feels like it's happened a little bit too early. The Weavers Wall just going to go down here. Kanavi, can you steal? It's all on him.
Kanavi, it's got to be the hero steal. Bullet time going on top of Cream. Chris can try and cancel it. Otacon is just boogieing in the middle of all of this. And there is a secure. JJ gets the voracious Otacon GA, and IG can just run away with this fight. What a 180 this game one is taken.
There we go, JJ. After a couple of questionable plays early on, steps up, is able to secure that objective. Cream right here trying to at least pop some of these revives because, yeah, the Baron already going to be falling as well. With the jungler dead for another 30 seconds for Top Esports. Exactly. Why not? Huge swing in this game. Can 369 do something about it? Jackie Love back up and available. This one's gone, though. Yeah, it's just over.
Wow. This has been a game where Jackie Love positional mistakes have opened the floodgates for IG. Just, again, not a normal occurrence in the LPL.
No, usually when we see Top Esports get a lead, they keep it, but it's just terrible decision-making here out of Jackie Love. Again, not something we usually expect to be saying. With the Ezreal, no flash, doesn't have the E, gets caught out in that one, and the 4v5 just so risky to try to play out here as Top Esports. The Weaver's Wall as well, it was too early as we highlighted, and at this point it's all on Kanavi for the steal. He's not quite going to be able to do it. And once the Atakan's down with that voracious revives available, you're just going to get walked down in this situation. Really unfortunate for Top Esports to be able to throw this one away, but this is huge for IG. This is what we've been hoping to see from them pretty much all split long.
And the pain point that is this Aatrox, and the fact that it's so hard to ever really get towards those backline targets, the Braum stuns, the Glacial Fissures, being so problematic for 369. IG may have found the formula to really win this game, and it's sticking together, tried and true as 5. At this point, it's got them a major gold lead. They're knocking down turrets like they're made of candy by this point. They're going to grab themselves Ocean Soul Point. Man, Blocks, do you think we'd be here like 5 minutes ago even?
No, it felt like Top, they were in the lead, and they've been good at not throwing those away for themselves. Of course, they haven't actually closed out all of their games as 2-0s. They have made things look a little bit harder than it necessarily needed to be. And at the beginning of the day, I did say maybe there was a chance for IG to at least pick up one game in this series. They've done well for themselves in this mid-game to get back into this one. They're just going to have to keep the pressure up. I'm surprised they're in this game as well as they are at the moment, considering we still haven't seen that big ulti out of Gala.
No,
okay,
but we have seen Mako get picked many times.
Yep.
And there's no Otacon of the voracious variety to save you, so Mako falls for a 4th time to little to no value.
No, I mean, you pick up the kill right here as Top as well, but there's not really anything to turn that one into for the minute. We've got 4 minutes until the next Drake is going to spawn. And we've still got just a little while left on the Baron buff at the moment for IG. It's going to make pushing up for any more of these towers that much harder. They actually still haven't been able to pick up that tier 1 in the top lane. There's quite a lot of standing gold that should be relatively easy to pick up if they try to send a couple of members up there. For the minute, more than happy though to just be clearing their waves out, getting themselves back into a good spot in this game, and now they've even got a small gold advantage. The gold graph going to look a bit like a roller coaster at the end of this one.
Yeah, it's going to have another big swing if Top Esports have anything to say about the end result of this one, right? We'll see how much more they can lean to this side laning, but the question I still just keep coming back to is when are we going to get that 369-esque Aatrox team fight? Because at this point, I don't think Top Esports win without it.
No, you need that moment right here out of 369 where it gets into the backline, is able to just completely and utterly disrupt anything that both Rookie and Gala are trying to do. But it is pretty tricky to do when you've got the Shy here on this massive tank of the Scion who's doing the same kind of thing to your backline. You kind of need both things to happen. The Shy doesn't make it work, and then you're able to get into your opposition's backline for this Aatrox to really pop off. Remember, it was a counter-pick Aatrox. This is something that 369 wanted to play into this matchup. Yeah, wanted to play into this composition specifically, and you got to pay it back to your team. You got to make it worthwhile. That counter pick could have gone somewhere else. And if you don't make it worthwhile, there's going to be questions going into game 2.
2,000 gold lead that is really not materialized yet. But we'll see if 369 and the rest of Top Esports can find a way to gravitate. They've been doing a really good job at picking off IG members that are going for rotates at the wrong time. Mako's been the victim a lot of it, and they have been able to marginalize how much value that Baron got. They only lose a tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. But Cream trying to protect this tier 1 turret is an easy fish to throw a line out if you are IG. Kanavi, though, covering. Make sure that play doesn't materialize any further. Allows 369 a lot of space on the spot side.
Yeah, gonna give him a little bit of time to potentially push this one through. We've got a minute 20 until the next Baron spawns, a minute 50 until the Drake. So these two are gonna come up relatively soon. It'll be interesting to see where a lot of the focus is gonna be, as IG picking yourself up an Ocean Soul would be massive. They've got a couple of champions, especially the Scion, who would love to have an Ocean Soul available to him. There already is a bit of a problem with being able to cut through this Scion right now on TES. If he's also got all of that healing coming through from the Ocean Soul, it's gonna make it nigh on impossible.
Who will make the first real play here? Becomes the question. You can see how antsy both of these teams are, kind of dancing around each other, especially the poke composition of Top Esports, trying to see if they can chunk out and separate IG. As Kanavi goes for the killer bolt, Gala is going to flash over the Weaver's wall and gets a huge bullet time turn. Cream drops immediately. 369, can he get the world ender resets? No, you're going to eat a Braum stun right to the face, and Rookie brings the Sand Soldier army through. Invictus Gaming, 3-0 again. They might have just turned this game into a big-time W.
Absolutely, that looks like the team fight that's going to completely change the name of this game. We've still got a couple of seconds until the next objectives are going to be spawning. 10 seconds though on the Baron. You'd have to imagine IG going to be able to pick this one up nice and easily. The jungler is available for TES, but Kanavi, he knows it's a losing battle. He's just going to head back to base, take a couple of Krugs as a very small, very sad consolation prize. IG, they are playing out these team fights so well, and again, 369, he just isn't able to make it work.
Hey, Blocks, remember I said that I didn't like Gala on Misfortune because it wasn't skill expressive to his movement ability? I think this last replay is going to make me eat my words pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, I mean, he just about gets away from that first seismic shove, but it's on the second bit of engage that comes through from TES, where he really shows that, hey, you can still show off the fancy feet involved in every single way. Just dodges that one, flashes over the wall, and then as soon as the Weaver's wall is in front of him, he's like, right, well, I'm just going to have to ulti over this one. Picks up that initial kill onto Cream. And once Cream is down, that's a huge bit of the damage. Although, straight back out of that replay, and now we're going to potentially look for this Drake.
This Drake decides the game here. Like you called out, Ocean Soul on this Azir, the Scion, especially the Braum, would be devastating for Top Esports. As Cream tries to set up a big Weaver's Wall. The Solar Flare this time is going to stun out of the bullet time, so you don't get any kills off of that. JJ's trying to brunt 369 out to the side, but goes back in with the Cease and Desist. Cream is down. Everybody is down for your Split 1 champions as IG are going to run this fight. Rookie is going to shut down Jackie Love. There's the ace. There's the game. IG are going to take a 1-0 lead in style.
Yeah, death time is way too long right here for Top Esports. And with the Baron buff still available for another minute and a half, IG, they're just going to close this one out styling right now on TES. After an early game where they were getting pushed around, weren't able to get anything. There was a pretty big gold lead for Top Esports for a while in this one. But this is the IG that we've been waiting to see. This is the IG that we got to see in the placements. It's nice to see it here in Split 2.
What a statement win for Group Ascend. Invictus Gaming, a team that had been so deadly in early game, but had faltered in team fighting ever since we got a Group Ascend. They flipped the script right there, Bloxer, like you called out, and that is such a big trend for this team if they can keep that cohesion going forward in this series. And just look at the future of the Group Ascend, like you called out, because of how many sheer games you still have to play if you're all these teams in the LPL.
Absolutely. The poor Group Nirvana teams, they get, what, 5 games to be able to play this one out? Group Ascend, you're playing a million of them, double round robin, 10 teams. There's a lot of games left to play, but picking up a win here up against Top Esports changes the landscape of this group massively. All of a sudden, IG, we're not looking at them as a middling team able to beat the bottom ones, but getting dismantled by those top tier teams. No, no, no. At the same time, I do want to temper our excitement just a little bit here.
Okay.
Top Esports, they have lost games in pretty much all of their series up against the top teams, and they've still come out on top. They've still been able to 2-1 in the end. It's not done and dusted. There's still a lot of League of Legends left to play, but I am very happy to see IG be able to step up in this one at least.
Just such cohesive team fighting, right? I mean, we were worried about how do you set up these bullet times. Gala does it virtually all on his own by this point. How does the Shy survive into this counterpick 369 Aatrox? He was an immovable rock, so tanky, even being down. I think he was still down goal by the end of that game. I mean, it's just who cares?
He's got 6,000
Exactly.
HP and he's in your backline.
That is what is so impressive from Invictus Gaming here, and I'm already wrong on what I thought, how I thought this series was going to go, and I could be happier, Bloxer.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to see 3 games from this. I think the fans want 3 games from this series. They want a full best of 5. They take a best of 7 probably. This is one of the most exciting matchups that we've got here in the LPL. And the fact that this series is at least going to go the distance is a great sign for things going on forward. Again, we do need to take a look though at what Top were doing, because the composition was working in the very early game. But it's specifically this counterpick 369 Aatrox, red 5, you see the whole composition, you take this one, and it falls flat. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work at all. I think the value of the Braum was really through there. I think Mako deserves his flowers, so I was able to mark 369. Though the one thing that Aatrox is like such a champion, it's all about flow, right? You're like, I always like to call him hitting sweet spots, right? You're hitting the sweet spots, you're getting world ender resets, but you get Braum stunned, you get Vault Breaker to the face, you got a Scion that slows you and knocks you up. I mean, this guy was just uncomfortable in any fight, in every fight outside of lane.
Yeah, and the thing is, this IG composition had some struggles with trying to go and engage for themselves, because it was a lot of hard CC that you're trying to throw in with your body. If you make that as a mistake, then you just get taken out immediately. But TES were doing a lot of the engaging for IG, something that a Braum absolutely loves to have it happen. MF likes people jumping towards her but not quite able to reach. And you can see here, look at the goal graph, you know? It's a beginning of a good looking game out of Top Esports, and then it just turns around all of a sudden and just shoots straight to the moon there. IG well played on that one, and that's the kind of damage numbers I like to see on an MF. I've seen some weak-looking MFs recently, not in this game.
Well, speaking of Gala's MF, where's our collective head going to be here with the player of the game pick here? Because, I think Gala has a lot of the nice stats, but I'm always adverse to giving Misfortune's player of the game, because I feel like MF is that AD carry where your success relies so much on your team setup for you. Where are you thinking player of the game goes here for IG? Because this one I really want to give to the whole team, to be honest with you. Maybe not Mako. He got picked a little bit too often.
Yeah,
but outside of him,
getting picked quite a lot. JJ also made a couple of big mistakes early on that luckily didn't cost the team the game, but did make things look a little bit risky at the beginnings. Honestly, I'd give it to the Shy. He was perfectly fine throughout the laning phase. Like you said, he was down quite a lot in gold, but was crucial in these team fights, and specifically in that second or third Drake fight. I think the third Drake fight, where he gets to blow the flash straight off of Jackie Love and then just chasing him around, bonking him, making sure that Jackie Love isn't able to sit and deal the damage that the Ezreal needed, that TES needed to be able to win that one. And that's the beginning of the comeback that we saw from IG.
I wonder if that play alone tilted Jackie Love into this next mistake, because like what am I supposed to do, man? I'm under my own turret. I've watched this Scion eat 5 turret shots. He's not even below 2,000 HP at this point. What am I supposed to do as AD carry player, man? My role's weak.
Yeah. And then in this one, the Secure of the Smite as well. We were a little bit worried potentially that Kanavi was going to be able to steal this one away. But no, JJ was actually able to secure this one. I think you're right. It took the whole team to be able to come back into this game. We can't give full team MVPs, but this is one of the most even games, I think, across the course of, hey, everybody stepped up to be able to pull this one back. I still just think the Shy was the one making the least amount of mistakes early on, and then was able to pull through for his team in these later game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rookie positionally was also fantastic in this game. I know the early level blown flash was rough, but he gets these Emperor's Divides that really separate the fight really well, and his damage numbers were also pretty high up by this point with the damage he was able to output with the Sand Soldiers. This is one of those spots where I am happy that I am not picking the player of the game
Yeah,
because
it's
I think
rough.
it's a rough decision.
Yeah, there's so many people that were able to do well in this game, that were able to step up. I think if it goes to any of the top mid or bot laners, I'm pretty happy in this one. Unfortunately, this is one of those games, as much as I'd love to always give those MVPs to supports and junglers, they don't get enough recognition a lot of the time. In this one, it very much was those main carries, these damage threats, who were able to fully step up in this game. And, like, because of this, because of the way that these solo lanes were able to step up, because of the way that we got to see Gala actually play a good MF game, that gives me a lot of hope going forwards, that it wasn't just a game where it felt like, hey, Top Esports completely threw it early. No, I actually had to fight back for this one. Yeah,
all right,
that's fair enough.
So
I
they give
can
it to
respect
Gala.
it.
Yeah, I mean, that Baron, that fight right in front of Baron really stands out. His ability to avoid the snap catch from Kanavi, get a valuable bullet time out onto Cream. I think that is what really hit the nail on the head of this IG win. But what a game one first. Like you called out from when we thought about what the goal graphs could look like, Blockster, it was a roller coaster. Top Esports, though, dropped their opening game to Invictus Gaming, who are looking to get back to even in Group Ascend, and they'll have at least 2 more chances to do it. We'll see you on the other side of our scheduled intermission, and we'll see if Top Esports can get it done on the blue side, or if IG are going to give us one of the biggest upsets of the Ascend group so far. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the surprise of the day here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Two Elise people named Slayer on the desk. Invictus Gaming come away with a comeback win over your Split 1 LPL champions in the faded Ninja Wars, as we've talked about at Bloxer. And it's, leaning towards that narrative, right?
Yeah.
It's been a while, even the video talked about it, since IG have really been able to say that they've come away with a big win in this war, as we've talked about it in the historic context of top esports taking on Invictus Gaming. Jackie Love against his former teammates on the world stage in the Shy and Rookie. So them being up 1-0 right now is really adding fuel to the flames.
The last time these two teams actually fought each other was all the way back in the Split 1 playoffs. First round, lower bracket, IG get dismantled. It's a 3-1 victory to top. That was that. There was not really anything that felt too much like it was going to be an IG win in that one, and that has, like you said, been the case for a while at this point. If IG are able to actually pick up this series, especially if they're able to pick up this series 2-0, does that mean they're back? Does that mean that we're going to get to see the form that we were hoping to see from them? The form that they showed us in the Split 2 placements. I mean, for the state of the league, that would be so exciting.
And how poetic was it that, I know Gala got a deserved player of the game, but the real stepping stones of that comeback are two of the guys that know the Shinobi war so well. The Shy Scion buying all that space, and Rookie getting a ton of action on that Azir. So if we see those two guys continue the form of the IG of old against Jackie Love himself,
Yeah.
it's bringing a big smile on my face even thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. It would be so much fun to see, and it just adds this extra layer to this matchup, where it's already hyped because these are some of the best teams that we've got in the league at the moment, but all of this extra flavor from the historic battles between them, from the fact that Jackie Love leaves the team, it's so, so good, and I really do hope that this game number 2 lives up to how hyped the first one was. It wasn't a complete domination. That was my thinking when I thought that IG was going to be able to pick themselves up at least one game here today. They get a massive lead early from a very early game focused composition and never do anything to mean that they're going to lose it. Or Top Esports, they completely throw in the early game and it's just a catch from IG. No. This game, Top Esports, they did what their composition needed to early on, and it was IG finding good fights for themselves, making their own destiny in that one that was meant that they were able to pick up this victory.
IG fans, they're loud in the arena right there, getting the little point to the fits. Gotta love where this team is at, but Top Esports, as you were kind of alluding to a bit there, Bloxer, do get on to this blue side. Picking your brain a bit, is there any sort of compositional style that screams out Top Esports, especially as you mentioned when they do go down or lose games in this group of send like we talked about?
I think either it's the full send composition that they can go towards, the sort of one where you pick yourself up a Kai'Sa and you're like, hey, Jackie Love, go carry us, get into the backline. Or it's, again, just going to be very front-to-back focused, like they had in this one, but I think you just need to get something a little bit chiller for 369. Yeah, you can get some leads for yourself up against the Shy, but it's very tricky to do so, and it opens you up to what happened in this past game, where you don't get yourself that big lead and just can't make it work. There were still a lot of very strong tanks in the top lane available. Something like that, I think, might just make this top lane matchup a bit more tenable later on.
It's time to add another tiny line of scripture to the very long scroll that is the Shinobi War. IG taking on Top Esports once again. TES on that blue side. Let's see how the Fearless format shakes up some of these bans. Already seeing that Yone and Gwen are yet to be banned away. Gwen going to be taken away there. So we're going to get at least one of Yone or Rumble that is going to be available for this B1. But Sejuani is taken away, so that's usually the handshake, right? Bloxer, you take away one or the other, and it's hard to lock in the Yone, hard to lock in the Sejuani. We'll see, though. Yone gets through.
Yeah, I mean, the Yone has been very strong. You can also move it around. It gives you a little bit of flexibility if you want it in terms of these drafts too. So we'll see if that is going to be the pickup. If not, things like the Fury have still been floating around. Yep, I was slightly worried that that was going to be the hover right here. Let's see if this one is going to be locked in, and we do get it. Now, Kadavi has had some great performances on this champion. It is such a strong pickup to be able to grab for yourself. Oh, I love this from IG. Yes, send it. Exactly. This is the sort of composition I was actually wondering if TES were going to go for. This is the full send composition. This is even more send than it is when you take yourself a Xin Zhao or a Vi alongside this Kai'Sa. You'd better get this working early because the Pantheon is useless in the late game.
Yeah, It is. I am, it's to a fault. It's been for many years. I am a Gala believer in a lot of ways. Him on Kaisa could be the X factor, but I do like this pivot coming across from Jackie Love and Crisp. A great way to deny that killer instinct dive threat like you were talking about, Bloxer, is that Featherstorm, right? The Rakan buys so much space with the charms and the knockups. So I think Top Esports have already done a pretty good job responding to IG saying, we're going to come at you in that mid game once we get these ultimates online. And they're inviting them to try and touch this Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, the full send composition, something it struggles into is champions where you just can't touch them. Well, I'm currently looking at an untargetable, and a Rakan who's slippery at the best of times, especially when you've got that extra range on that dash with the Xayah pairing. This composition isn't going to make it easy for IG to play this one out. At the same time, though, pretty squishy at the moment if you can get that lockdown, if you can get a lot of that CC going. And with the pairing of the Ahri right here for Rookie, it's going to make getting these early picks a little bit easier. The Charm is a great way to initiate these team fights and get somebody close enough for JJ then to be able to close the distance and open up Gala to go flying into the backline if he thinks it's a good situation.
This is formulating into an IG comp that, like we stressed in the pre-show, is what got them to 6-0 in the placement groups, had them look good against AL in early games. But the woes are going to be, how does this composition scale in, or more importantly, snowball enough of a lead to bring home a very surprising 2-0. Definitely looking for another engage tool, so like to see the Nautilus band coming across here. We've already lost Leona to the Fearless format, so do you just take away another engage tool here for Mako to make it pretty difficult to find that initial engage for the Ahri and that Pantheon?
Yeah,
it was Alistair.
Alistair. Maybe it's just a rel pickup right here without that counter, without having to worry about that one. Can pair pretty well alongside the Kaisa. It's not one of the strongest pairings that we have seen, and actually, once again, we are seeing, the Poppy. I was just going to say, the Poppy is something that was banned in the first round last time around. Works pretty well into champions with dashes, and of course there are quite a lot of those already picked up. And the Rakan here, both those are going to have a little bit of struggle. I do prefer it right here. Does open up the potential to get, something very much engage-focused like this Rakan, like this Rise. And also, it is going to be the Jace here locked in. Okay, so 369, he's once again throwing down the gauntlet. He able to have a good early game in the previous one, wasn't able to turn it around as
I'm TES. This is TES. Space. Look how much space look how much space they're going to have in this game. This is disgusting. Rise, Jace, Xayah. You talked about the intargetables. IG are going to have to really continue to have that succinct team fighting to get to all of these damage threats from distance. So it's got to be another IG early game masterclass, what we did not see in game number 1 for this comp to have any chance in this game too.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to play this one out correctly with your spacing, so important, as you've been highlighting. There's so much maneuverability as well. The thing is, we've been seeing quite a lot of Rise recently here in the LPL, and I've been seeing quite a lot of bad Rise here in the LPL recently. Rises who are just not using that ulti effectively at all, trying to go in situations where you have no right to, or just constantly using it as a defensive tool to get away from little ganks, getting someone out safely, but never using it proactively, never using it to actually further the aims of your teams. If you want to win this game right here as Top Esports, Cream needs to be on point with this champion.
Cream's got to be on point. 369 definitely has an easier time finding more value out of his top lane pick in another favorable matchup. But we are on to potentially historical ramifications. A battle won for IG in the Shinobi Wars has not been something said in a very long time, not been said in any of their matchups in 2025 either. Can IG bring it home here? I don't hate playing this dive comp if you're the one with confidence. And if any game is going to give you confidence, it's that game 1 win for Invictus Gaming.
Exactly, and this is the kind of composition that actually we haven't been seeing that much from IG. When I said I wanted a full commit dive-based composition, I expected Top Esports to be the one playing that right here. But if you want to close this one out, if you want to change up the narrative surrounding your team at the moment, this is the kind of composition you could do it on. If they can 2-0 here, we are talking about IG as one of our top dogs all of a sudden.
It's important to remind everybody, they are towards the bottom half of the Ascendant group, staring down play-in tournament at 1 and 2, how sweet would it feel to get back to even footing, taking a series off of the top of Group Ascend right now in top esports? Well, it's time to find out as we head right back to Summoner's Rift. Game 2, potentially the final one, if IG have any say, up against the defending champions of the LPL.
Now, as much as it would be fun to talk about any of the lanes right now, we gotta talk about this jungle matchup. Nefiri into Pantheon. If you'd have had shown that jungle matchup, what, 6 months ago, a year ago, you would have thought that the players were crazy and in bronze. But no, this is a couple of champions that we've been seeing way more recently. The Nefiri certainly more than the Pantheon, but the Pantheon's so interesting. You have to get a massive lead on this champion early on, but if you can do that, I really like the pairing alongside things like the Ornn, the Ahri, the Kai'Sa, things that can go diving in. You can set that up so well with that ulti.
Jungle definitely going to be such a polar opposite playstyle too. Last time we had, the Vi Xin Zhao matchup where both really wanted to be proactive around their ultimates, look for gank angles early on. This time it's got to be all JJ getting up in the face of top esports, because Kanavi is going to be farming, feeding his dogs to try and be that menace that we know Nefiri to be, like you talked about.
And the fact that Nefiri, it just has so much survivability now with that E, the fact that you can go untargetable, makes it so tricky to actually be able to kill this champion, and just does so much damage as well. As you were highlighting by walking away from your camera right there, space, going to be the name of the game right here for top esports. And this champion, Nefiri, buys so much by both being such a threat that you have to back away from, and also just surviving for a ridiculous amount of time.
Definitely ease of execution to the side of top esports, without a doubt. But confidence is one hell of a drug. We start to see the pain points of picking this Kai'Sa early on here. The Ornn matchup is a weak side, so once again, there is a lot of space for Kanavi to try and cook here. He's going to get around that ward, go for an invade onto JJ. Smite's going to come across to get some health back here. The blue buff started. Kanavi has to be careful, though. First roams definitely can come from the IG mid and bottom lane. His rookie is going to come off his mid wave to make sure Kanavi doesn't get too pesky on this blue buff. Both bottom lanes also spotted out.
Fight?
We're going to have some Clown Fiesta early level shenanigans. JackeyLove immediately has to cleanse. JJ is going to throw down the Unbreakable. Kanavi has to hop back over the wall. Flash from JJ's burn, but Gala stacking up those plasma stacks. Has the lethal tempo.
Gala.
It's going for JackeyLove, and Gala finds first blood. Down goes JackeyLove. Green's going to find the trade, though, with Chris, so it's both marksmen falling, but so many summoners burned.
So many, and it's the fact that Cream roams down so much later than Rookie does that makes it a little bit of a weird play right here. The fact that Cream finally does get himself down into this play is what finally secures the kill onto Gala, but Gala flashing forwards right there, and Kanavi gonna pick up the blue buff at the end of this play as well. And now bot lane right here for IG gonna head straight up towards the top side of the map. Now in terms of carries that we want to be seeing, Gala getting an early kill, that is gonna feel so good for him. He had a great game on the MF, but this is a very different style of champion.
Champion, the Gala, can definitely just run this game with.
Oh yeah.
This replay does at least show, I like to see that IG are not just going to let top esports push them around. And that's most important, especially given the comp that they've drafted, is Gala just min-maxing these autos to an absolute T.
He really, unfortunately, needs to step back at the end of that play where he was able to pick up that first kill. Maybe then wouldn't have given the return kill back over. But of course, it's Crisp that ends up picking up that return kill for top esports. So the gold not going to be going to anywhere near as much of an effect as IG. There's going to be the cull into Gala's back pocket. So he's all about getting himself to that item spike. First couple of items as quickly as possible. TP's coming in the top side. We've got a lot of people around here.
JJ, you do not have flash to play this far up. Kanavi might just get fed a kill here to the dogs. Oh, yeah. There we go. Kanavi gets it. That is a big problem for IG going forward to this Nefiri runs away.
Yeah, that's a big mistake, and it's twofold, right? You're giving kills and gold over to Kanavi already, and then you're also just delaying yourself here as JJ. When he had that blue buff stolen away as well, he's beginning to fall behind by a decent margin to Kanavi, and anytime that this Neferi is able to get a lead, it's very unlikely that you're going to throw it away. You're so much survivability, like we've been saying, so much damage as well built into this champion. So we'll keep watching on to this mid lane matchup. 20 seconds until we're going to be seeing these grubs spawning. We've already got an Infernal Drake in the bottom side of the map as well. That's going to be very juicy for whichever team can pick it up.
The grubs not being the game-defining thing for our first game was still such a weird thing to think about.
Yeah.
6 grubs in the LPL, I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if you get 6 grubs in the LPL, I'm willing to bet good money that you're usually winning your games.
Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately for TES in that previous game, grubs are a win more, and they just never really actually got to step up to towers. At the point at which towers are really going to be under threat, that's where IG have managed to fight their way back into the game and actually get themselves a lead. We'll see if it's going to be a different story in this one. Straight onto the grubs go TES with no response. It's going to be JJ picking up this Drake for himself and the rest of the team in the bottom side of the map. And it's going to be all on the second set of grubs, right? If you can go 2 for 2 and get an early Infernal Drake for your team, that's going to be very worth it right here for JJ and IG.
Called it out. Grubs for Dragon. Going to be the trade, but as we point out from draft, it's important to keep in mind that IG need to keep being the more proactive team on the map here. You cannot just let a Rise farm up to that big 3-item spike that has made so many LPL mid laners look fantastic. You can't let JackeyLove get any more comfortable with the Xayah scaling up as well. So JJ needs to continue to be proactive. Maybe using that flash as it comes right back up on cooldown, especially once Rookie gets the Spirit Rush. IG need to make sure they are all over the map.
Exactly, you have to be proactive with this kind of composition. It's very much going to be on IG to get themselves a lead early on, and to all be strong enough to really unlock Gala to play this Kai'Sa exactly as he wants to. If he can feel free to go in with the ulti, to be weaving his way through these team fights, then you're in a great spot as IG. If he's having to sit back and kind of just poke out with a W, that's not going to feel so good. As yeah, JackeyLove taking a huge chunk of damage right now. Is going to tick 6, so not going to be under too much threat to die at the moment. No junglers in the area to make him sweat, but you really don't want to be taking a couple of extra pokes from the tower shots here.
Yeah, I don't want to, I'm not trying to read in any of this, but just the JackeyLove rhythm doesn't really feel like it's there, and that's been the most reliable part of top esports for eons, it feels like. So if he's out of a funk, like what is top esports at that point, right?
Yeah, JackeyLove is the guy. I mean, we've been talking about it, right? So much history between these two teams because of JackeyLove, and if he's feeling a little off kilter in this game, we'll have to see how that works out for top. Right now, he's just being not allowed to go back to base. They're getting poked about right now. Echo just constantly stepping up, stopping any available recalls. He's probably sat on quite a lot of gold at the moment, is JackeyLove. Finally, they're going to be able to get one off. And it's actually going to be Cream heading down to pick up this wave in the bottom side. Still got 3 minutes until the Drake spawns. It's the next set of grubs in 2 minutes that I'm really interested in, and seeing where is this bot lane from TES go, because I don't think it's going to be back towards the bottom. No, I'm heading into the mid lane to be available for this upcoming grub fight.
Very integral fight, especially because you just cannot give... Definitely not 6 grubs, right? But you don't even really want to give mites over to a Rise Jace comp. I know we kind of were hoping Top Esports would lean into that split push a bit with their Taliyah Aatrox to the lanes, but Bloxer, this is a comp that's perfectly aligned to dominate the side lanes.
Oh, it really is. This kind of composition, if you can get that split push actually working out for yourself, constantly being able to push through multiple lanes right here, it's going to be very tricky for IG to really play around that one. And you've also still got quite a lot of threat in a 1-3-1 with those 3-man. You can get a lot of good engages off, especially as Crisp right here. We'll see how he plays that one out going forwards, as Gala takes a decent chunk of damage right there off of Cream. With Gala down in the bottom side, less than a minute until these grubs are going to spawn. He's not so likely to actually be involved in that play.
Yeah, IG really just need to find some way to break these lane assignments, because the gold lead is definitely starting to grow, and there's just no pressure on Cream or 369 if we're matching a Kai'Sa and an Ornn into them. And you can see the gold leads are starting to build up for those two, but it even further succinks with Kanavi just being able to farm up like a menace with the lead he's gotten. He's got his Eclipse done.
Yep.
Like IG, I cannot stress how much more proactive they have to be.
Hang on.
Here we go. Grand Starfall. They don't get the Ornhorn knockup. Will they be able to kill out 369? They've got the knockups coming across here. But Kanavi gets the reset. Sure, JJ trades out 369. Both mid laners are rocking up to the party. But Nefiri is unleashed. Kanavi is here to stay. Double kill on the top side.
That's not who you want to be giving the double kill over to, as you highlighted perfectly just before that play starts. The Eclipse already completed onto this Nefiri, more than enough damage between them. Nico potentially looking for a play onto Cream, not going to be able to find that one. And it's now Kanavi with the fast track here towards these grubs, possibly going to be able to pick up all 6 of them for his team. With JJ only now on the way back in, I'd be very surprised if any of these get stolen away. Great play right here for TES, and it comes off the back of what was a proactive play from IG.
And Top Esports just had the answer. This game is going a lot like the last one, but the difference in compositional strategy from IG and when it has to spike is so much different that even though I'm going to sound like a broken record and say this is a spot where Top Esports should run away with it, it feels a lot more suffocating than last time.
It really does. So we have a look back at this play in the top side of the map. Kanavi just arrives here at the perfect time. It's kills going back and forth initially, but Ricky is just giving so much less value right now. Isn't actually able to step up, land a charm, really do anything in this play. Not in the same way that Cream was able to be very effective with that roam up. Picking up a couple of kills for his jungler as well. Yeah. Being able to step away with this game, really run away from IG with it is exactly what you need to do. And you're right to highlight the fact that this is not the sort of composition for IG where you want to be falling behind. The Pantheon specifically needs itself an advantage to be useful. Well, you're currently down by about 30 CS. You're down by a ton of kills as well. You can see 1.2k the disadvantage. Right now, not reflecting in terms of items and barely in terms of levels, but that's really going to begin to show as this gold gap continues to widen.
Yeah, I mean, one Kai'Sa scaling with a lead is not going to save you here, IG. Gala cannot carry that much of the burden by this point. And I hope to see the Top Esports really just sink in and don't recognize they have to play for these 5v5 team fights so much. Maybe with Kanavi's lead, they'll look to try and deny this dragon. They do have first row coming from the Shy. Kanavi not going to try and mess around with that steal, so dragon stacking is on the side of IG, but again, you're just settling 369 and Cream into these side lanes of Doom. They're going for the Grand Starfall combination again with the Ornhorn knockup. Kanavi's here again. They've got the Realm Warp coming across. 369's going down with the knockups land. Kanavi is going to get bunted out, though. Mako with a good keeper's verdict, and this time, the pick composition doesn't pay the price.
That was really well played right there from Mako. He completely won that fight for IG. It was a brilliant little stun that was able to pick up that initial kill onto 369 and then punts Kanavi away. Make sure that there's not going to be any follow-up coming through. Brilliant Poppy play right here. And as much as it feels silly to say, obviously Gala and Rookie, they're going to have to be the main carriers in this one. But it's very much going to be on these accessory players to be able to facilitate that happening. The Poppy, a very good champion to make that happen, and it's so nice. Watch exactly what the Poppy does in this one. The initial play is just a straight up send it. This is exactly what you need to do with this composition. They all go flying in exactly as you need to. Watch Mako right here. Gets the stun off that allows that initial kill to go through, and then immediately channeling right there onto the ulti to stop himself from dying, possibly the Shy too if he ends up going down. Really saves his team right there. Well played onto Mako. And it's at least something back for IG.
It's a veteran-built squad for IG. Maybe showing their true colors, understanding how they have put themselves in good spot with this game with some of those counter picks. We did talk about how important the Poppy is going to be, and Poppy is such a neutralizer, and is a pretty potent counter into what Nefiri wants to do. So we'll see how often Mako can really mark Kanavi and try and shut down this Nefiri, because that was something Mako did a really good job with into 369's Aatrox in the last game. But
yes.
6 grubs, hell of a drug. Down goes another turret.
Indeed, and these towers are beginning to take a lot of damage too. You can see both the mid lane and the bottom lane tier 1s have had a big chunk of their health taken out. They're going to fall relatively quickly if you can actually get on top of them right here as TS. They've got plenty of wave clear on this composition too. 40 seconds until the Herald is going to be spawning. That could completely break the map open for TS if they're able to pick this one up. I wonder if IG are going to feel the need to get involved, not just allow this one to go over. So far, in these 5v5, 4v5 skirmishes, it has been TS coming out on top. So IG, maybe you want to find yourself a pick beforehand. That's what this composition is really good for.
Here we go. You called it. Teleport. They have Jackie Love found. Flashes. You have to use the Feather Storm soon, but doesn't get a chance.
Okay.
Gets knocked up. Down goes Jackie Love again. And does IG just get a runaway for the hills? Looking to pick off the rest of the members. Big charms come across, though. Chris is locking all of IG in place. Gala finally swings over. 369 goes down first. Here comes IG once again. Just when you think they're out of the game, they find the kills. They find the way. They force the Shinobi Wars. Rookie's charm does it. 4 for 1 for Invictus Gaming.
There we go, IG, 2 games in a row now. They've had a rough early game, but turn it around in the mid game. Beautiful plays right there. Kills going exactly where you need them to. Gala, Rookie, finding all of the gold they need. And let's see what they can get off the back of this one again. TES, it feels like they're just crumpling in these mid game fights.
And again, I can't believe I'm saying it, Blockster. Jackie Love is picked off again for nothing.
Wandering around by himself, also gets tagged by that W, allowing Gala to go ulti on in. Doesn't even get to use the ulti. And then here, that's not the Realm Warp you were really looking for. It's just way too slow coming through too. And oh boy, it's just going to be a complete disaster on the backside of this team fight. The fact that the Shy also survives in this one, Knavi flashed forwards. I didn't see that midway through that team fight, looking to pick up that kill. That's going to be a big engage tool just gone. Woo! And it turns into a complete disaster. You can see the coaching staff right here for IG so happy with that one.
I mean, there's a bow on the head of Jackie Love right now in this game, and it is mind-boggling to watch. Now he's without his flash now as well, which makes him a victim for this dive play over and over again. But it's important to still factor in Top Esports build up enough of a gold surplus that they are still in the lead in that department. But they might have to fight their way to find themselves even bigger
damage
margins. As Cream gets knocked down to half, like you called out, Mako doesn't really come away from that one as the weaker member.
No.
And with that reset, do IG set themselves up for a very early soul?
Quite possibly right here. They've certainly got the fast track down towards it. The Shy also has that Ornhorn, being critical throughout the rest of these team fights. It's going to be the Herald dropped here into the mid lane. You should be at least able to crack this tower. It just depends on where the re-engage is right here from IG.
There's no Spirit Rush up here for Rookie. As the mid-tier 1 turret goes down,
There's
the
the
Shy
Ornhorn.
channeling the Ornhorn. A couple of big knockups, but they can't go in. Mako can't find a target because Chris keeps everybody at bay. So there's some of that desync we talked about with the IG team fighting. I think that's just going to force them to give up this dragon that could have been pivotal towards their scaling.
Yeah, you lose the tower and you don't manage to find the fight off of the back end of that one. Going for this play, I think, would be a bad idea. Of course, IG like those occasionally. It's going to be a TP coming in here from the Shy.
Mako,
bit late.
You are at 40% HP. The Grand Starfall on the backside. Mako needs to knock somebody out. The Realm Warp, how many people is going to take away all members of Top Esports as they avoid the flank? And they won't have to pay the price at all for taking that dragon away from IG.
And they might pay with this mid lane tier 1 tower. It's a small advantage for IG to be able to pick this one up. But overall, that's a lot better from TES. Like you said, IG, as much as they have been able to swing back in this game, their mid-game and late-game team fighting and a lot of their other series was one of the biggest problems they've been running into, not being able to find these big advantages. Knavi, he doesn't know it, but he is currently surrounded.
Oh, good untargetable, though.
Reaction
Dodges the
times.
charm. Knavi is prepared for the pick plays that Jackie Love seemingly is not.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he was able to press that button that fast. He had no clue that he was about to get walked into. Just about is able to spot that one out, sweeping his way through his jungle. And oh boy, this game really does feel like it's on a knife's edge. As you said, the gold lead's still going to be the advantage for TES, but with all the time that we spent around this bottom side of the map, Atakan now going to be spawning in 10 seconds time. It's going to be ruinous again. Sorry, voracious again, so it's going to be something you really want to be playing for.
Kanavi wins the red buff battle there, so gets the red buff. And yeah, the goal difference, it's once again, you got to set up Gala to bring these fights home. I mean, he is so much further ahead than his counterpart. Still weird to say out loud. And I mean, look, 2 items. He's got the Yuntal crit, Yuntal and IE. Like, this is a full crit
He hits
damage
like a
scaling
truck right
Kai'Sa.
now.
Yeah, and it's only gonna get worse, right?
Yeah, it isn't going to be the sort of Kai'Sa build that completely falls off later on, and because of the composition that you've built for yourself right here as TES, there's no need to be making a build that has to take down tanks. There's none to really worry about, you know, the tankiest member is probably going to be Kanavi just because of... Alright, all good, all good. Slightly worried about 369 right there, but there's no follow-up. There's nobody that you really need to worry about as a tank, so you're able to just go for this full crit build, melt through your opponents. Let's see, if Gala feels comfortable, feels empowered to be able to go jump into the backline right here, Jackie Love is going to be using that ulti defensively every single time.
Don't have to worry about itemizing any sort of armor pen as well into this TES composition that does have a very makeshift
Full
front line.
damage.
So you can go full damage. He is up a full item and then some.
Yeah.
And then you do have to factor in by this point in the game, right? IG, the Ornn pick does go away from their, you know, RE style, the Pantheon style, maybe a bit of the Poppy, but Ornn augmentations are going to start to kind of nullify that gold lead a bit, right? Just in raw gold stats.
Exactly, and the Ornn was just the non-committal engage that they really needed. You saw in that previous fight where the Ornn horn comes down, but you don't have to all go flying in. It's not like you've got a Vi, a Xin Zhao, a Malphite, any of those kind of champions who have gone flying in themselves. Even the Alistar or the Rel that we've been seeing a lot recently in the support role. You can throw that one down. If it's a good fight, wonderful, go and engage upon it. If not, it sucks that you've used that ulti, a very big teamfight tool, but it's not the end of the world. You haven't lost everything because your top lane has gone flying in and died for himself. The Ornn, I think it works really well, and like you said, it's going to make these items differences a little bit less so for TES, something they need to worry about.
Every level the Shy gets is going to be an upgraded Infinity Edge, likely upgraded Sundered Sky is going to come through. You're going to have a Rod of Ages from Rookie as well. We'll get an upgrade. And what do we think of this Rookie build, by the way? I know this is kind of the new tech that allows for Ahri to be a bit more of a scaling threat, going the, you know, Rod of Ages and then Haunting Guys as well, building into likely Liandry's. How would you like that Bloxer in this game?
I think you need it. I think you need that late game scaling option available to you because your Pantheon's going to fall off, because your Kai'Sa, sure, you're going to keep doing quite a lot of damage, but you need some other threat to be able to play for, and it also just keeps you a little bit healthier with this build too. I think something that you really do need as Rookie, because your whole composition is built around going in, moving through the backline of this composition, being a little bit healthier, having a little bit more in terms of resistance stats, it's just going to help you out a little bit more. I think it's the right game for this kind of build.
3 items done for Gala. Gets the Phantom Dancer in before an Otacon fight, before this next Cloud Drake comes up. So it is now going to be top esports' problem, this Kai'Sa, even if they are the ones that kind of wait to see if IG can successfully dive into them. If Gala gets in a prime position, it is a buzzsaw to the face of TES.
Rookie actually completes that Liandry's that you were just talking about as well, so he's going to be in a pretty good spot to lay down the damage in this team fight. The Drake already going to be started up right here for IGTS. It's on them to walk into the darkness.
Kanavi can hop over the wall. Do you got the steal in yet? It's going to be 50-50. Kanavi gets it. Grabs the Cloud Soul, and now you don't have to fight unless JJ tries to start it, but he's all on his own. Charm doesn't land. Kanavi uses a great Untariable, but Gala gets the first kill. Gala's going crazy on the front line again. Nobody's touching this Kai'Sa. Nobody's touching IG Gala. Give him the quadra kill.
Beautiful play right there. Gala is unleashed. 3 items Kai'Sa hitting like a truck, as we said. Jackie Love, the only member of TES to stay alive. They're going to lose the Atakan as well. And IG, they have come here to play.
Wow. I mean, JJ, the confidence to just flash stun anybody he can. They don't get the charms. It doesn't matter right now. Gala is just different in this game.
Oh, yeah.
So far ahead. 8-1 now, gets the Ornn itemization. It doesn't even matter that they lose this Cloud Drake because they are running these 5v5 fights.
Absolutely, and just watch Gala throughout this one. He's playing on the edge of this one, dodges away. That was so nice. Dodges away from getting charmed up by the Rakan, and then at this point, he's just unleashed, using the ulti to get a little bit closer in. And at this point in the team fight, JackeyLove's already run. He has already turned tail and fled this fight. He's already back to his tier 2 tower by the end of this one.
Yeah, another clutch Mako Poppy ult sends JackeyLove out. And Top Esports are now going to have to deal with a team that is so... I mean, it's like they're rabid to look for fights, and now they have a Otacon revive.
Well, that's what you need to do with this composition. I was worried for JJ's life when he went flying in on that initial engage, but it works out beautifully. It's the engage that was needed. Baron now going to be started up by IG. 369's got a flank. He's going to be spotted at least.
Kanavi, can you be the hero here? Look for the steal angle in. But TES, they're not confident in what they want to go for here. They're going for a pick onto Rookie. Baron is below 2.8k. Mako very low, poked out the Ornhorn. In goes the Shy. Finds absolutely nobody. Rips the Ornhorn. And Gala gets picked off with the Killer Instinct. The revives are going to come across. But do Top Esports have their fight now without Gala to deal with? The revives are coming across. Rookie cannot get over to JackeyLove. Stays safe. The Keeper's Verdict is buying a bit more time for IG to get the revive off. So they're not going to pay with the Baron. But that was a messy, messy fight. The IG synchronization did not come online this time, and TES punished it.
Ooh, you have to wonder how much of that team fight was IG saying, hey, we've got ourselves the revives, why not go for this one? At the same time, you do still go for over a huge chunk of gold. There's 200 gold every single time one of those revives gets popped. Yes, it doesn't turn into the Baron because there's no respawn timer, but it's still giving TES an advantage in this game that they didn't need. And in this one, Gala giveth and Gala taketh away. This was way too aggressive right here. It's at the exact moment that the whole rest of IG seems to think twice about going in. The Gala's like, no, no, no. I got this one. Goes flying in with a Killer Instinct.
Gala.
Again, he has the revive, so it's not the end of the world. If he does that during a real team fight where they don't have the Atacon revives available, that's the game right there. TES just completely turned that one around.
I just think that they can never fight unless Mako punts somebody out. I still think that is such a underrated key piece to IG finding these fight wins, especially punting out somebody that can lock up Gala while he's trying to dash across. But IG have no fear in their hearts. They are right back to setting up around this river, daring Top Esports to walk a little bit too far forward on their lonesome. Trying to win this vision war, but they are kind of playing into the hands of this range we keep talking about for TES.
Yeah, the poke damage is taking big chunks right now off of IG.
Oh, Gala's got a GA.
Good.
All right, maybe he can do it. He can do it again, Bloxer. So
one more time. Let's run it back. And hey, I do think that's the right decision. So much of this game is on the back of Gala right now. They're going to start up the Baron once again. They don't have the false lives available. Let's see where this ulti from the Poppy is going to go. Like you said, it's a big part of being able to win these team fights.
Gala's already 60% HP. Took up a lot of that Baron brunt. They still really want to fight. Looks like it. JackeyLove gets forced out of the Featherstorm. Has to charm the cleanse. Does get back there. And this time Mako is punished. JackeyLove survives. Finally finds that killer edge we need to see for the TES AD carry.
Oh, that is so unfortunate right there for Mako. That heroic charge, the angle was off by just a millimeter, and it means you don't get the stun onto JackeyLove. If you do, you pick up that kill, and then the fight is won for IG. Unfortunately for them, they're just going to lose out onto their support. Now, it doesn't seem like it's going to turn straight into the Baron. The Shy, though, getting chased here. He's tanky, but is he that tanky?
The Shy's just dead. Kanavi chews him up, spits him out, and now I think Top Esports have the Baron under control.
Yeah, really should do. You've obviously still got the jungler up and available and spent enough time that Mako is back. He's trying to run to this one. The Baron is melting. Grand Starfall in. Okay.
JJ, you crazy man. Can you come up with the steal? Oh, they're going for JackeyLove. Gala is going to fall. Gala's going to find the kill to JackeyLove, but the Baron does go into the hands of Top Esports. Rookie has to bail out, and that GA does jack squat for Gala. He's not strong enough to stand up to 3 members of TES as they stabilize this game state. Oh, Rookie. Oh, Rookie.
I think
you are lucky Spirit Rush is back up, my friend. You are lucky.
Mako being in the area, just about going to keep Rookie alive right now, but Yeah, not ideal, and this is exactly what we'd been talking about for IG. Their individual players are so good. You've heard of these names, even if you're not a consistent LPL watcher. So many people that have spent so much time on the international stage. But at the same time, the way they play together isn't always excellent, and in that team fight, it felt so disjointed. We should get a replay of it at some point. There is going to be a Drake up and available right now, so we might end up skipping that one. But the way that IG are going in, it's not all together. It's just members jumping in at disparate times, not quite working out. We need to see IG play out another clean team fight where you're able to have Gala working his way through that one pretty much untouched. Otherwise, I don't know if they're going to be able to win this one. TES is such a good team, and they are clawing their way back into this one. They are now on soul point.
It's the IG that we were worried about. The sort of panic, the overconfident ability, thinking that they can just kind of force through their issues, their lack of cohesion. It's shown up in these last couple of fights. Top Esports done a really good job punishing it. Keeper's verdict for Mako. Not going to be channeled this time, but IG are struggling to hold their base at all.
Yeah.
Baron 6 grubs is so oppressive.
Yeah, we highlighted the 6 grubs earlier on, and with the Baron buff, these towers are just going to be melting. IG, they don't really have the wave clear to be able to step up to this one. If they want it, they have to go for the fight.
Okay, Featherstorm out from Jackie Love, who's originally been the target. Keeper's verdict's going to send him out. This time they get the slam onto Cream. Cream's trying to survive, goes into the stasis. Mako's able to survive, but the dogs will hunt him down. Down goes Cream. JJ's going after Chris. Gets a huge knockup. In goes Kanavi. Gala trying to kite back, but Kanavi will hunt him down. The pack smells blood in the water, and now the rest of IG are just going to crumble to the might of Top Esports. The Shy will not survive. Rookie teleported to his base just to be the only one to tell the tale of TES rescuing the series.
20 seconds still on the Baron, and we've got long enough death timers right now that at least this inhibitor is going to be under threat. With 6 grubs, you can go for the game right now. Do you want to overpush this one, though? TES, if they throw the game away right here, it's going to feel so bad. First Nexus Tower is going to take a huge chunk of damage. Miko has respawned. 17 seconds until Gala's back up.
They just can't do anything. Mako's dead. Rookie doesn't have Spirit Rush. He doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have anything. And Top Esports, despite the heroic team fighting of IG once more, this time survive and send us the distance.
Boy, that game looked like it was gonna be Tops at the beginning, then IG, and then Top, they're able to bring this one back. Like I said, send us to a game number 3. Exactly what everyone was going to be hoping for from this series. I'm so glad it's going the distance, but what a crazy game that was.
Whew. Yeah, that was what we call a barn burner in the industry right there. I will say, though, you take out a couple of those really good team fights from IG, was a pretty dominating start to finish here from Top Esports. One bad Jackie Love pickoff, one, crazy fight around Dragon. Outside of that, Top Esports picked that distance comp, and they executed it almost to a T.
Yeah, exactly. If you can remove one really bad teamfight from it, it makes it look like an overall pretty solid game. I am worried about TS going into this third matchup, about how they seem to be so good at getting early leads and throwing them away in these early to mid-game skirmishes. That's beginning to be a little bit of a pattern for this team. They're able to overcome it in this game because they are so solid in their late-game team fights, but you really don't want to have it that close going into it. For IG, this game was winnable, right? You get a quadra kill right there. Gala looking so clean on one of his best champions with the Kai'Sa. And then in the remaining couple of fights, especially that one where they had those Atakan false lives, they just went way too far forwards. They were jumping in situations that, honestly, he had no right to be doing.
Yeah, it's... Sometimes IG, it's like a caffeine crash. You get it. It's like you get so hopped up on this stuff. You're so excited. You want to run around, do everything, and then the crash comes in, and it's just a rough one. They were playing like they had Voracious Atakan buff in every one of those last fights, right? Like they could have just given up position around those Barons, given up position to TS, setting up new vision, but they wouldn't budge. They were just stubborn, it felt like.
Yeah, IG, they don't concede map pressure. If you're going to have map pressure against them, you're taking it off of them after they fought you for the 6th time. It's fun, I enjoy watching it, but it isn't necessarily the clean League of Legends that we've really been looking for from IG. It's not the clean League of Legends that some of those top teams, I'm thinking BLG, have been playing recently, where they're just taking apart opponents step by step by step, building it up brick by brick. Instead, when IG win, it's a mess. It's a complete disaster of team fights that they're able to come out on top of. So much fun to watch, but I don't know if it's repeatable again in this game number 3.
Yeah, and going back to looking at this through the historical lens of the Shinobi Wars, especially recently, this is what is really, that last point you just made, Bloxer, I feel like has separated IG from top esports. IG from the upper echelon of LPL contenders for the title is, just stubbornness to give space, wait for your moments in fighting, and just being addicted to the thrill of the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I think defined them in their series last split in the playoffs against top esports.
Exactly, they were going in way too much, they were way too excited to press all their buttons, see all of the flashy ultimates happen, and it just was coming back to bite them time and time again. You can see in this game, IG are actually only in the gold lead for what is probably a combined 15 seconds worth of time right there. There's a little tiny bit of red right at the bottom, and you can see every single time the TS were able to get themselves an advantage, IG found a good fight. They were able to build up, good fight again, until right at the very end where the composition came online. Unfortunately, it's an early game team fighting composition that didn't get itself a massive gold advantage. As much as there was a huge amount of gold in the back pocket of Gala, you can see he wasn't even able to deal more damage than Rookie was in and amongst that fight. And overall, it turned into a little bit of a mess later on. The scaling, it came through for TES, and I think more than anything, Kanavi got this Neferi working.
Yeah, it's just the ease of execution on a team that has shown such resolve in the LPL. It's hard to really see them ever losing to really any opponents in this style. Like, you saw the damage numbers. It was so easy for Cream and 369 to play this game. It's not even funny.
Yeah, it felt like they were able to space so effectively throughout that one. Jackie Love got himself caught a couple of times, but in the team fights where it wasn't him making a positioning mistake, he felt like he was also able to sit pretty far back. In these last 2 team fights that we'll probably see highlights of here, he was pretty untouched in a lot of them, was able to actually use that ulti as you would intend, rather than not even being able to pop it as we saw a couple of times during the early skirmishes. It was just an easier to play composition, and it also felt like the Ornhorns that were so good in the early game from the Shy just sort of fell off a little bit later on into the game, wasn't actually landing them onto as many members. It's tricky to, when you've got so much mobility on the composition from top esports, but he really needed to find those to be able to buy the space for his team to be able to play this one out.
That's your look at the Gala moment in the one fight. You saw the Mako Keeper's Verdict come across, a big Ornhorn, enough space for Gala.
The other Gala moment.
But this was, the desync. Like, even outside the Gala moment, right? You see that, but the Shy. Ornhorn doesn't lane. He doesn't get the knock-up. Mako doesn't throw anybody away with the Keeper's Verdict. Rookie doesn't land a clutch charm this time. Everything had to line. It had to be a perfect storm for IG to win any of these fights. And as cool as that one quadra kill highlight was, it overshadowed how difficult of a game plan it had to be for IG in this one.
Yeah, I think the Pantheon was the bit I was questioning coming into it, and that bore fruit towards the end. As much as it did look good for a couple of moments, a couple of these team fights, it was off the back of the whole team having to full commit to these team fights, going flying into the backline, because JJ, the only way you can make a team fight start as a Pantheon is to just ult your way into the backline or just walk at someone in E. And if you don't have that full follow-up, if you're getting hit before these team fights start with all of the poke that top esports had available to them, it means you're not able to play these ones out as you would intend.
And it's just leaving enough space for the defending champions with the pedigree that top esports has to overcome the adversity. Jackie Love wasn't getting picked off as often, was able to stay safe in a lot of these fights, and most importantly, set up his teammates to bring it home. And that once makes me want to revisit the conversation we talked about, right? Where if top esports, what do they look like when Jackie Love gets a bit knocked down, gets put behind? I think this game will reflect it. When we talk about them, the lofty goals you've talked about, Bloxer, of like international performances, defending champions. Winning a game like this where Jackie Love was a bit off, put behind, is actually pretty big.
Yeah, it's a big sign. We haven't really spoken about the MVP here because, honestly, it felt like it was Kanavi, right?
Yeah.
The second that this game
Yeah.
turned around and went in the favor of Top Esports, it was going to be Kanavi right here on this Neferi. There's a reason that it's one of the top pick ban champions we've got in the LPL at the moment. Once you get a couple of items onto this champion, get it online, just deal so much damage, so much survivability baked in as well. And it made for a brilliant game to watch for Top Esports, the sort of comeback that you love to see as a fan. However, in this next game, if you are a Top Esports fan, you're hoping that they don't throw the mid game in the first place.
You are hoping that they find themselves the most compelling win of this series. But yes, you called it out. You alluded to it a bit here, Bloxer. We came in talking about how this series is marked and has been marked over many years as the Shinobi War. Not Shinobi Skirmish, not Shinobi Battle. It's a war because it takes all the resources, all the time, and a full series. Do or die game number 3 here between Top Esports and Victus Gaming for the first time. We'll be live with the draft after a short break to see who comes out victorious. The checkered flag is out here, folks, on our next fold in the Shinobi War. Victus Gaming taking on Top Esports. It has been a banger so far. We had a roller coaster of a game number 1, a Top Esports domination outside of a couple key spots, and that means that all of that is in the rearview mirror here, Blockster. We go into game 3, 20 champions off the board. Jackie Love maybe back in rhythm. Gala playing out of his mind, and the stakes could not be higher.
They really could not. Top right now, they want to keep themselves right at the very precipice of the standings at the moment. Top 4 teams, remember, go straight into the playoffs. Everybody else, they've got a last stand chance up against some of those Group Nirvana teams who have been scrapping their way through. Nobody wants to do that. You want the gap between the regular season and the playoffs. These top teams are playing so many games in this Group Ascend. From Victus Gaming, though, dropping to 1 and 3 would feel really, really bad. That's not where you'd expect a team of this caliber to be at all.
No, it would, especially knowing that another way these two teams are tied together is knowing they both were 6-0 in placements. Like,
yeah,
immediately booked their ticket to Group Ascend quicker than most. To go from that to 1 and 3 would be such a quick drop off and disappointing, especially knowing the pedigree of some of these players, right? We stressed it in the history video. What the main thing that reinvigorated the Shinobi War was the fact that the Shy and Rookie were back on IG. For the guys like that to go from such high highs in the placements to 1 and 3 in Group Ascend, it hurt to see.
Crazy. I mean, it wasn't even like the group that IG were in were slouches. They had JDG in their group. They beat JDG twice during that group phase, but hey, maybe they're best of 1 merchants, and now that we're in the best of 3, is not looking so hot at the moment. We are going to jump here into the pick and bans. Things are looking standard at the moment. Once again, Gwen, not going to see the Rift today.
Yone as well goes banned the entire time. Varus taken away the entire time, along with Rumble. So despite all those champions at the bottom of your screen being taken away from both these teams, they will not relent and let through some of these pivotal picks. But the Skarner went unbanned this entire time, and it will be locked in. So JJ gets on to what used to be the most popular champion in the LPL, just a split ago.
Yeah, it's such a strong pickup still very high priority in terms of champions we like in the jungle here on the LPL, and for good reason. If you can land that multi-man Impale, well, there's your teamfight one pretty much every single time. At the same time, though, we have seen a lot of Skarners struggle a little bit more now than they were previously. The champion isn't in quite as strong as a spot as it was beforehand. TES, they are going to respond by picking themselves up a Victor. That's very early to take yourself your mid laner right here. And actually, they're going to take both of their solo lanes right at the very beginning. To be fair, Victor, Renekton, both of them don't have any counters that you think are completely unplayable.
A lot of confidence there from 369 and Cream. Sort of signaling that they're comfortable in any one of these matchups. Also, I wonder how much this plays in the fact that while Jackie Love, was very much the target of last game, he's struggled to really find his tempo in these last 2 games. Who cares about any of that, man? We're getting the Shy. The grass Nidalee top is coming out once again, baby.
Oh, I didn't want to talk about it, but I can hear the crowd beginning to go like, oh, exciting. Oh, is this going to happen? He's played it before. It looks good. At the same time, though, this is risky, right? This is peak the Shy. If you make this work, you can completely take over the game, and has a good matchup right here into the Renekton. At the same time, though, oh boy. And we are going to get the Orianna right here locked in for Rookie. Solo laners are just getting slammed at this point. It's bot lanes we're waiting to pick up later on.
This is a worrying trend because if both IG and TS are going to leave AD carry for second phase and support, honestly. Like,
there's
how
so
thin?
Left.
How thin are both these pools about to get?
Yeah, because you've already lost yourself 4 from just the way that Fearless works. We've already had 2 more banned out right here. And in terms of the top tier of ADCs, things are definitely beginning to run out. Now, that does leave us with a lot more of the interesting pickups still potentially up and available. Things like the Draven, potentially. That could be something really fun that we might end up seeing right here. Maybe some kind of APC as well. We've seen the Ziggs banned out a couple of times recently. That can look super strong here too.
Jackie Love, back when he first came up, he was known as that crazy Draven player. So if we want to keep pulling on the historical heartstrings here, I'm glad that you called out the Draven that gets banned in Jackie Love's face. So it's like, no. If anybody's going to know about it, it's going to be IG. So they'll take that one away.
Yeah.
Is this... I wonder if it's not just 4 marksman bans, or do you just get rid of the Nautilus too by this point? Nautilus and Rel are taken away after this?
Nautilus and Rel are the last remaining of those top tier of supports that we've been seeing recently. Instead, no, we're just going to get the Corki taken off the board. We really are squeezing right here onto those bot lane champion pools. We're down to a very middling tier of pickups. The Ashe, something that has been able to survive so far, can work in either of these compositions. I think with TES, you could really make an Ashe work. It is pretty immobile, but your victory is too. You're already having to defend against them pretty heavily. And alongside this Sejuani, that's a lot of CC that you can lay down. Nope, gone again. We're running out of everything.
So now we're looking at, Lucian Melio is a pretty potent bottom lane. Jin's still available.
Jinx?
You've got Jinx if you really want to go to her. I know Aphelios is kind of working his way back into the meta a bit. Jackie level lane on the Jin.
Okay.
I don't hate playing a bit more supportive if you're Jackie Love, because you do have the Renekton and the Victor. But yeah, if you're Gala, right, you have an Italy top, an Orianna mid, a Skarner. Like, you need to pick a hyperscaler if you're Gala here. So let's lock this Jinx.
I think the Jinx is going to look like the best one. The Aphelios still, as you said, has been rising in priority recently, has been looking better and better. The Jinx, though, I think you've also got a much easier time to play it right here. And actually, how can we forget? The Alistar has been able to get through all of these games. That's surprising. We usually see it picked up very early on. And if you take it right here, it kind of locks the Rel out as a possibility for TES, because that is a terrible matchup for the Rel.
Not the greatest for Nautilus either, but isn't the worst. I do think you can get a bit more creative here, Chris, because this comp doesn't need like a primary engage from support, right? You do have the Sejuani. The same thing was the same could be said for IG with the Skarner, but we'll see if maybe Chris tries to. Is this maybe like a Nico angle if you like your front line already?
Nico, Renata, Melio, Lulu, I think those are all valid if you want to go for something a bit different. Yeah, as we were saying though, the other option, the standard option in this situation was just going to be to grab the Nautilus. It's another bit of that engage that you can have some non-committal as well if you decide to use that ulti to begin these team fights, and works really well alongside the Sejuani and the Renekton to just be constantly laying down those stuns. This is going to be a very high CC composition that TES have got for themselves.
It's the most stock standard front to back comp you're going to see, right? Maybe you can plug really a lot of AD carries into this type of style, but because this comp from TES is made by getting space for Cream, getting space for 369 again. But IG are trying to once again be that unique squad. You always are when you have a player like the Shy on your team. So even though they have the Skarner, they've got an Orianna, the Alistar, all eyes drift towards that top side. Can the Shy finally win this lane? He has not won the lane up against 369 yet in this series, despite it being even one apiece. Does the Italy top do it, Bloxer? That's the big question I have.
Oh, I mean, if you're IG right now, you are hoping so, right? You really feel like you need this one. Last time we saw it was up against FPX. They needed to pull out something a little bit funky to beat FPX. Not the best look for IG. It was into the Gnar in that matchup, though. I feel like the Renekton is both easier and harder as a matchup. It's a lot easier to get the poke down, range versus melee, but at the same time, especially once you tick that level 6 right here for 369, the all-in potential to just one-tap this Nidalee is so strong.
Here we go, folks. We're coming in for a landing one way or another. Game 3 in the most historic matchup the LPL has ever known. Jackie Love versus his former teammates in the Shy and Rookie. IG looking for a win over a top esports organization that has taken their crown as one of the premier teams in the LPL. And it couldn't come in a more fun fashion. Fearless format, best of threes. Here we go. On to the Rift we go one final time.
Oh, the crowd cheers right now. So loud, absolutely ringing out through the stadium at the moment. Both fan bases. I mean, they are so incredibly excited. Hello. We're excited too. Promise.
I was a little surprised. I was going for a drink.
Yeah.
I was going for a little drink. Got to keep.
Hey, you need to be ready, right? There are going to be some explosive team fights in this one.
All right. Here's my first question though, because I know this was. There was some TikToks made after this. How many grass stacks can the Shy get in the first 3 levels? Because didn't he get? I know the LPL tweeted out. Didn't he get like 9 into that Gnar? Like he just got 9 in the first 3 waves.
You would just step into him constantly, and you can potentially do that. If you can space it out correctly up against this Renekton, you might even be able to beat that record. We'll have to see. Yeah, exactly. Let's see how the Shy wants to play this one out. Oh,
Gala!
Immediately.
All right, so we trade Cleanse for Ignite. I think Chris is going to be happy with that.
Yeah.
Good to see Chris punishing the fact that Alistair is a glorified, buffed-up caster minion in level 1. So.
And the muscles are all for show at this point. He's going to go in once again, doing it in tandem with that 4th shot. Exactly what you want to do in this matchup. Guarantee the extra bit of damage onto your opponents right here. And Chris can just keep doing that. You have to be careful once the Alistair hits that level 2. All of a sudden, he becomes a champion.
Oh.
Nice, though.
Riot. What is this hitbox, man?
Oh, nah, it's not hitbox problems, it's just Crisp on this champion. He's been looking great with it recently. It's actually
Hold on,
mid
guys.
lane.
What? Mid lane? This is the snoozer lane. Everybody relax. Oh my god,
You're
I
just
thought we
meant
would
to
never
be
have to look at this
pushing.
lane. Yeah, you guys are supposed to be trading waves. Holy
Yeah,
moly.
I mean, there was a hover right there from Rookie onto the Silas. That would have been an explosive lane, potentially. This is the sort of lane you're meant to just be chilling in. Specifically, the Orianna is one of those pickups you grab because it neutralizes every lane, because you shouldn't be getting taken out. Now, yeah, has to put down a ward, would potentially have been spotted out. And maybe even dove right there. Huge damage going down. Creep does take a little bit of a tower shot, but Rookie is rapidly running out of mana.
Yeah. Kanavi trying to get a little bit silly with it, trying to steal away this blue buff, but does have to be careful because the Shy would definitely be able to step first with both mid laners pretty poked out, so he's not going to try too hard. Does mess up his tempo, so this is going to give a lot of space to JJ to maybe, at the very least, get some aggressive wards down, or maybe look for a gank or die potential. I mean, he's going to get done with his blue quadrant like 2 camps ahead of Kanavi.
Yeah, he was just able to run straight through this jungle. That's one of the best things about this Skarner. He clears almost as fast as champions like the Lilia, and yet is so tanky, so potent at ganking in the early game, something that those kind of fast cliff champions usually are not. It's one of the reasons he's been one of the highest priority pick bans that we've been seeing in the LPL here. And JJ, he loves this kind of champion. We saw in the first couple of games where he just goes flying in all the time with the Pantheon, with the Vi, loves playing these very aggressively. And so what can he do right here on the Skarner? Because if they're going to win IG, I think it's going to come through jungle intervention in these lanes, getting them a lead that they're then able to carry through into the late game. They do have late game scaling. It's not like this composition completely falls off in the later stages, but you don't want to be trying to scrap from behind.
Oh, we're scrapping early. They're going after Rookie, who's flashless. Mako here to cover, though. We'll make sure the Rookie just gets poked out, not taken out of his lane. I like this aggressive stance, though, for top esports, initializing this lane swap early. The problem is, IG matched it pretty well. So I think the only advantage is Jackie Love gets onto this top wave first. You allow 369 to get on the bottom lane first, but 369 doesn't get out of the pesky grass Nidalee lane that easily.
No, is just going to be forced back into this matchup once again. The poke is pretty strong, but to be fair, the wave clear early on for this Nidalee is not the strongest. 369 is going to be able to push these waves through relatively easily, and he's actually not taking too much damage. Kala is entirely by himself at the moment. He's now going to have Mako roaming up towards him. We've got the first Drake on the board already. It is going to be a Chemtech Drake. But probably more importantly, as we've been highlighting throughout this series, Grub's going to be up and available in 50 seconds time. With both bot lanes up in this top side, it could turn into a skirmish.
That's the hope there, Bloxer. I was curious if there was a bit of a window for the Shy if he wanted to shove the wave in, and then JJ hops over the wall. They both actually can get over the wall where the Scuttle Crab vision wouldn't see them. And they can take that dragon for free, but they won't opt for it. Instead, we're back to grass stacking. I promise I'm not going to say grass every time he does it anymore. It was funny for a couple times. But, I mean, the man, as I'm explaining the bit, just got 2 grass stacks in that time. So.
Exactly, and he's got most of the health bar of 369 out already. Of course, there's plenty of healing that you can get from 369, but that requires going in, something that's going to be pretty risky to do. I think that's why the Shy didn't push that wave through initially. You want to draw 369 away from his tower, make him have to step up to not miss out on all of this gold and XP. But away from this bottom lane right now, potentially we're going to have that skirmish around the Grubs pretty soon. Crisp, where's the hook?
There it is. Dredge line down into the Deadly Flourish. They are locking up Mako. In come the junglers. Kanavi's trying to get towards him. The flash forward, the shot for Jackie Love. He has his revenge for first blood. Kanavi does take a turret shot. Gala's going to be able to get excited. Here comes the turn. Crisp is the next target. Has to flash himself out. So it's once again both AD carries having a big heavy hand in the first 2 kills of the game. As Gala does also burn that cleanse. Good call out there on the back end, Boxer.
Yeah, decides to cleanse away from the zap. Something that you wouldn't usually expect. Clearly was worried about that full re-engage coming on through. And in terms of where those kills go, JJ picks up that first one, but it's going to be Jackie Love over on the side of TES who's able to pick up that initial kill. And now, with all of the priority around these grubs available to them, IG going to make the move towards... Kanavi is walking back up, though, to be fair.
Can he steal one of them?
Can he steal it?
Mako's
I think probably not.
He's got a pulverize. JJ has his smite still. Bop. See you later. 3 grubs, IG. Nice try, Kanavi. He was cute.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I'm not even going to say it's worth to stand around right there. You probably actually don't want to be wasting your time just watching that last grub go down. It's just going to delay a little bit more of the clearing. And obviously, as we've been saying, Sejuani doesn't clear anywhere near as fast as the Skarner. But we are going to have a look back at this play in the top lane. And we knew that Chris was just going to be looking for this hook. With the Ignite laid down, actually, I think that JJ pushing Kanavi towards the backside of this fight probably isn't the best way to play this one out. It does pull Kanavi out of position. He takes a couple of tower shots and allows Gala to be able to pick that kill up.
Whoa!
Whoa! Hello!
First impale of the game, Jackie Love.
Oh,
you have nowhere to go.
up.
You're eating the rock to the face. Barrier will not save him. Gala gets the first kill. Gala gets excited. Shockwave down. IG first to move towards the top side, and they grab themselves the feats of warfare.
And this is what we've been seeing recently, where IG, they're able to get themselves advantages, usually in the mid-game, but they are doing this early at the moment, exactly the kind of composition you want to do this with. Crisp attempting to walk away, he's going to get stunned up into the wall and taken down right here. 3 kills over to IG for nothing.
That is 2 kills on Rookie. That is the first kill on Gala. Exactly where you want the gold as well. Because like you talked about, while this team does have to play in a traditional front-to-back 5v5, they do have those scaling threats, and it might be most pivotal if you can get Rookie ahead the most, because you know the Jinx is going to come online at some point.
Exactly. The Jinx is guaranteed to hit at some point in this game, whereas Rookie right here on the Soriana being able to get involved in this play and pick himself up a kill with the Shockwave is great. We didn't end up seeing the start of this one, but it's actually straight up just JJ walking at them. The triple knock-up here is gorgeous as well from Mako. And then they're able to just play this one through, pick up the kill onto Crisp on the very end of the play as well. And this early game looking very IG favored at the moment. TES, they're kind of getting pushed around at this point. It's just the kill onto Jackie Loves that's keeping them in this, down by about 2,000 gold.
It's going to make it really rough for them to try and contest those pivotal grubs that we always talk about. Because they're, like you mentioned, they're just going to be in such a tough spot to even really find a way to set up for it and even contest. I mean, you know 369's not moving anytime soon. This guy's got to answer wave after wave and his health bar at half HP constantly into the Shy. Or he's going to give up even more turret plates. And Gala and Rookie both still having Flash while Jackie Love and Kanavi don't. I mean, it is a rough couple of minutes ahead here for Top Esports.
Really is. They're going to have to just hunker down for a little while, see what they can do. The Shy just taking plates in TS's face. Can he get the kill
popped here? This is what the Shy definitely has to be worried about, but even through the Dominus, his health bar is much better set up. Here comes the Inferno Death Rocket. I don't think it would have killed 369 regardless, but good to let him know that Gala can snipe him wherever he is on the map.
Yeah, just assert dominance in this situation. Throw that one out. Unlikely that you're going to really miss having it in the next couple of minutes at least. And just watching the Shy step up, take turret plates in 369's face right now. Popping the dominance, like you said, and it not doing anything. That's not a great sign going on forwards. The Renekton, he doesn't scale as badly as he once did. He used to be the kind of champion where if you weren't ahead in the first 3 minutes of the game, you were basically useless. Now he's pretty good as an engage tool, as a frontline space buyer for the rest of your team. But still, you don't want to be falling behind this early on, and you certainly don't want to be giving a free laning phase over to the Shy.
Or Gala, who is now just comfortably farming and spacing Jackie Love off these waves. Jackie Love will likely be going that collector sort of Jhin that scales with crit. I just realized How did 369 get that deep into enemy territory? We don't have time to talk about that because we are setting up for another grub fight. Top Esports are puffing their chest out. They're saying, all right, we got 4 up here on the top side, IG. Let's throw down.
Yeah, I mean, they've only not got 369, who was proxying out some waves. TP actually going to come through from the Shy.
Oh, the Glacial Prison there from Kanavi completely whiffs. They're going after Gala, though, with the depth charge. Jackie Love not able to find the kill there. Now Kanavi is on the back foot. Here comes the Shy on that Nidalee. 1 spear, 1 kill.
Oh,
Kanavi down. Chris next. 2 more kills to IG, and the Grubs are going to be their prize.
Oh, the Shy, he's still stepping up right now. Manages to get the flash out of Jackie Love as well. And Grub's going to go over to IG. They're going to be able to get all 6 of these right now. If this tower wasn't going to melt beforehand, it certainly is going to now. That's going to be first brick going over to them. Feats going over to IG. They are here to play in this game number 3.
And you're just understanding that they are so much better tempo right now. I got to give credit back over to the Shy. If he doesn't force 369 to TP to save that lane, he doesn't get the 5v4 advantage, swaying that fight. It's the small, big things in the early game that are coming up huge for IG, except for that last grub. Kanavi steals it away. 369 has Dominus popped off, and it's Rookie that gets picked off, trying to hover over towards that river right as we're praising IG. They bite off a little bit more than they can chew.
Yeah, just a little bit right there, and that's going to be a decent little bit of shutdown gold as well for the kill onto Rookie. We're going to be able to pick that one up onto 369. Oh, Impale, just going to go wide right there for JJ. Felt like he was expecting 369 to go jumping in a lot deeper than he ended up doing. It's going to be a little bit of a waste, pretty long cooldown on that early on, but there's nothing really to be scrapping for at the moment. We'll have a look back at what happens with these grubs. Oh, that's not ideal right there. Glacial Prison out of Kanavi going well and truly wide, and it was a lot of engage onto Gala that started this fight off, but Gala's absolutely fine. He buys more than enough time for the Shy to be able to arrive on the flank, and they're able to pick up a good couple of kills.
IG in their comfort zone. One of the better early game teams, but the Shy may be picked off here. Entire Nautilus combo down. Does dodge the Deadly Flourish, but eats a Dredge line in the face. Shy has to flash. Now he's going to use the Cougar stance to try and jump out. Curtain call, not going to be used. Kanavi flashing after the Shy, using his fancy footwork, gets over the wall, but eats a Glacial Prison right to the jaw and shatters it. Kanavi completes the kill that TES were so desperate to find. But what does the response
looks like
look
it's going to be a dive.
Yeah, you called it out there, Blockster. They're going after 369. Remember, he does not have Dominus, so the Croc can't get angry. The Croc can't really disrupt this dive unless he flashes, but Mako's Unbreakable Will makes it an easy dive to complete. Rookie gets a kill back there for IG.
They're actually, TES were able to actually pick themselves up that first brick. They're just about, despite the fact that both the top and bot lane towers were incredibly low for IG, they were just able to get that play off a little bit quicker. TES showing that they are not just going to roll over and let this game happen to them. They are still fighting in this one, and with a composition that scales quite so well with the Victor, with the Jhin, they are still going to be powerhouses later on into the game. First items now being completed across the board. Nothing too interesting, nothing that we weren't expecting at the moment. We will have to track through what's happening with these Heartsteel stacks. JJ is able to pick his Heartsteel up quite a lot earlier than Kanavi is, and is as such likely going to be a lot tankier.
This is League of Legends rewarding you for having 7 of 7 KP in the early game.
Yep.
That's the difference.
As it should.
As it should. As it should.
I mean, both junglers right now are going to be 100% kill participation. They've been getting involved all over the map. Just been working out a heck of a lot better for IG and JJ in this one. 9 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn. Kanavi getting jumped right now. JJ incoming too.
JJ. Impale is available. Gonna go for it. Kanavi's not that tanky. Into the chompers.
Oof.
Pulling the prey into the trap on his own. JJ knocks out Kanavi.
Ooh.
369 wants a piece of the Shy once more. Dominus pop of the Shy. This guy just doesn't take that much damage. It's taking full double combos from this Dominus Croc, but 369 bides his time and finds the solo bolo.
There we go. That's what you were hoping for from 369. Finally going to be able to pick himself up a kill, get rid of that Cougar in his lane. And it's going to be a trade back and forth. Kill in the top side for a kill and the Drake bottom for IG. Every single one of these players are coming out slightly ahead, and it's reflecting in the gold lead right now, up by about 3,000 at the moment. Next Drake going to be soul point for them as well. But this Crocodile is beginning to be scary.
And it's such a pivotal piece, that front to back, right? Because you put
Jackie
Love on the Jhin, which you called out will scale with this build path, but it takes a lot of time, so the mid-game Jackie Love's going to be pretty, like, supplementary with these deadly flourishes. You need 369 and Cream to do a lot of the heavy lifting. So to see 369 doing this, getting a huge gold injection, pretty pivotal to for TES.
Do we have to watch this one again? It's just so unfortunate here from the Shy. He jumps in a situation he just had no right to be able to do so. You have to poke down 369 first and then go for the plays, or have a couple of your friends waiting in the wings try to bait 369 in. In the straight up 1v1, you really don't win that at this point in the game. Maybe once you get a couple more items under your belt as the Shy and you're able to try to one-tap. At this point, yeah, was not going to work out, and indeed did not. Looking at the game at the moment, we're going to have a push through the mid lane right now for IG. They've not got any real objectives to play around for a little bit. The next thing spawning is going to be this Atakan. 3 minutes time on that one. So for right now, what can these teams get in terms of just pushing forwards, attempting to get themselves as much gold as possible? If somebody steps up a little bit too far, there is pick potential on both of these compositions.
It's a great point to make there, Bloxer. IG, they do have the Herald in their pocket, but as you called out, you'd probably like to hold that to try and grab this Dragon. Force that sort of conundrum of, all right, do you want to give us third Drake, or do you want to give up your mid-tier 1 turret? So
yeah.
I foresee IG kind of settling until that point comes, because, again, they're still kind of waiting on both their carries to scale up, especially knowing the rookie's building the double stacking build, right? He's got a Roa, and he's got a future Seraph, so
yeah,
Rookie also needs some time, despite getting 4 early kills.
It's probably going to be another 7-8 minutes right here until Rookie is really feeling like he's online. You've got the time to spare as IG. That's not a bad thing. Like you said, it's going to be plenty of time for Gala to be stepping up. But it does mean that they need to temper their aggression, something that, I've got to be honest, I've not seen IG do particularly this year.
Yep. They haven't done it in the series either. It's what?
No.
Won them game 1 when they were behind, and it's what? Threw away game 2.
Game 2.
Yeah, when they were making the comeback. The distinct difference of where we are here is that IG have a commanding early game lead, something that has been a success story for them in the placements, but they've never attained up against top esports in this series, which makes this game 3 even more interesting.
Yeah, it really does. It means that there's so much resting on the shoulders of IG and their carries specifically to make this game work out for themselves without throwing things away, without over-aggressing. TES, there's a sort of team that you really can't begin to throw back to. TES, they've shown that they can make mistakes here, but once they get themselves a lead, they've been very unlikely to let it up in the mid to late game. Herald, gonna go down into the middle lane. TP coming through from Cream. Everybody is in the area.
All right, Mako, he wants to go for the ride. He eats the Glacial Prison. He has the Unbreakable Will, so Mako's feeling pretty comfortable on this front line. They're going to impale 369. Dominance doesn't mean squat when you've got a machine gun of a Jinx on the front side. Ooh. Down goes 369. It's going to make this Dragon in about minute. Oh, it's still a minute 30 out. Yeah. I baited myself. It won't cost them too much.
No, but it does mean that this mid lane tower going to be under massive threat right now, even if the Herald isn't able to pick it up in the first instance. Those grubs that you picked up earlier on for IG are going to. I hope we look back at this one, because 369 goes into the backline in a situation that I don't think he particularly wanted to. Yeah, sure, going for the single man impale is often a bad idea in and amongst a big team fight, but in this situation where the Renekton has gone way too deep, you're basically just giving the kill over. I mean, you've gone in with the early aggression. The Glacial Prison comes through early on, but it just lands onto Miko. It's not exactly who you want. And then 369 jumps in, impaled immediately, and gets taken out.
Every time Mako eats a Dredge Line or a Glacial Prison with Unbreakable Will
he's feeling
stacking,
good.
He's got that demon smile on his face.
Yeah.
I bet he's sitting over there cheesing. He's like, oh,
exactly.
you guys are trapped.
Yeah, I've seen a lot recently of Nautilus hooks being thrown at Alistairs, and the Alistair going, thank you very much, I'm gonna go knock up your backline now. Have fun with that one. And indeed, it is good fun, but not for the team that initiated the hook play. The Alistair's so strong, there's a reason it keeps being banned. Keeps being threatened right now. Great counter pick to the very strong Rel at the moment. Now the Drake is going to be up and available. IG, they are around it already. They've also got the Shy in the area too. As TES, do you want to step up for this one? You don't really want to give away Soul Point, and at the same time, they just don't have the vision in the Drake area.
Yeah, they might get pushed out of their own mid lane here as JJ goes forward with the Ixtal's impact. He's holding on towards that Impale. Kanavi's going to have to flash over, though the Gravity Well is going to hold the Skarner in place as the Shy pulls up to the party. Shockwave lands, though, onto Cream. He'll stay safe for now, and now the top esports turn comes out. Current call down. Can these find any big-time targets? The 4-shot being held there by Jackie Love as the Shy survives 369's onslaught with the dominance off to the side, but the Shy, he dives in on his own. The Shy, no, you griefed it! Now the Dreadslide lands on a Mako. He doesn't have the Unbreakable Will. Has to burn the flash, but Chris eats the rocket from Gala. Now Gala gets excited. Flashes galore as everyone's trying to run away from each other. Now nobody wants to smoke anymore. And we're going to limp away with only 3 meager kills unless JJ gets a little too big for his britches. And everyone settles back down, but it's top esports thanks to the Shy finding a marginal win and maybe stopping the Dragon stacking.
Walk away. IG, walk away. Oh,
no.
They're going to TP in. Nope,
It's
they
IG
don't know
Blosser.
how to walk away.
Oh boy, all right, so they're TPing in to a 3v5 where the Dragon is already gone, and, well, I guess they traded TPs, so it could have been a lot worse knowing IG. Let's say that.
You can't see it, but I'm physically facepalming. Like, I just...
I believe it.
Oh, IG, they love going for these re-engages after fights that they just aren't winning. The initial engage on this fight is okay, but again, going for the single man Impale in this situation, not ideal. Kanavi able to flash away. I was surprised that the Shy lived here because he was then sandwiched between 369 and Kanavi, but Kanavi decides to go for the re-engage to try to make this Jhin ulti worthwhile. Hang on a second.
What's going on in the pip here? Yeah,
Hang on a second.
Is Rookie caught here? Rookie does not have flash. Nope.
Who's
They
caught?
just
Hang on, TP.
slithered the way out. Oh, okay. Shockwave.
Crisp
is caught. Here comes the Shy. Once again, diving into the face of 3 members of top esports. The Glacial Prison from Kanavi, though, goes wide, so they can't lock off the Shy. And now he gets to throw down his fangs and push the tempo forward with Mako, who likes his confidence with the Unbreakable Will. Gets the headbutt knock-up, throws the Ignite down, rocket through! Kanavi down! IG get their 80 carry on a big reset, but I think they're just going to settle down and hopefully take this Otacon as their spoils of victor.
Exactly, you've now got the jungler off the board right here for top esports. They're not going to be able to step up to this one. Atakan, the prize, as you said, going to be a Ruinous, so not quite as strong necessarily, although
Big
with
XP
a lot of the
gains.
Drake stacking going down, and like you said, yeah, the XP gains also going to feel pretty good in this one. And hey, I think IG kind of threw it with the Voracious Atakan last time around. Maybe it's better for them to have one that doesn't allow them to go flying into the backline.
Are we sure they know that there are 2 different types of Otacon? No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
That would be funny, to be fair. As much as I said that some of their compositions do feel a little bit like they're playing down in bronze, I would hope they've at least read the patch notes at some point throughout this year. For the minute, though, they are in a very good spot, and, you know, we're trolling, we're laughing. IG, they're a fun team to watch. They seem to be having fun with it, but so much is resting on this one. They need to pick up this win. They don't want to be falling to 3-1 in this group ascension. They want to best what has been one of their biggest rivals in the LPL here. Last time they faced, they end up falling to them in round 1 of the playoffs last split. They need their revenge here, and they're in a great spot to be able to execute it.
And I want to back up the scope even further, knowing the Shinobi War, and factoring in the return of the Shy and Rookie, because we know that top esports in recent history, the last couple of years, you know, have not been on the same level. IG have had so many players come and go through, and this war kind of settled down, went into the back seat. But when the Shy and Rookie were a part of this, they were consistently the ones beating up on top esports. It took a while for Jackie Love to get TES over that hump over IG. So to see them right now up nearly 5,000 gold in the second most pivotal series up against top esports of old.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool for the Shy and Rookie, showing that they still might have it after half a decade's time since the true era of the Shinobi War.
Exactly. It really does feel like it's a situation where TS, they've just had IG's number for years and years at this point, but hey, IG, they're stepping up in this one. They're in a good position to be able to close this out. We have, however, seen IG get a little bit too high fee, feel themselves a bit too much, and throw away leads bigger than this one. About 5,000 gold is the advantage right now for IG. They've got themselves the turret advantage too, so they're in a good spot in this game. With the Baron up and available and a minute until the next Drake is going to spawn, questions are going to begin to arise about which of these objectives these teams want right now.
If there's any spot on the map that makes me nervous for IG, knowing, you know, some of their most recent games, even in Group Ascend, it is Baron. And last game, too, their biggest throws really came at Baron. So if they want to show that this gold lead's legit, they're going to go for the series win. Legit. It's got to be a clean Baron take or a clean Baron turn into a game-winning fight for me.
Yeah, absolutely. They really can't afford to mess around with this one. We saw it in one of those previous fights where the Shy, I think, misclicks and goes jumping in when he really could not afford to do so. But luckily, there's been some really nice plays so far from both Rookie and Gala. Let's see where the shockwaves are going to be, and very crucially, if that first kill happens in a timely manner for IG. They need that first kill to get Gala excited, otherwise on these long, more extended team fights where Cream and JackieLove are able to do multiple rounds of combos of damage, that's where they're going to come way on top. Hello, JackieLove.
That's the
I respect that. Yeah,
I mean,
I respect it.
That's a 3-item Orianna. I mean, Rookie.
Oh, yeah.
Now those early kills are cashed in. Now this scaling build is cashed in. So, JackieLove, that to some may seem like a bit of a overreaction. No, it's not.
He dies there if he doesn't do that, because 100% Rookie is looking for that ulti to just be able to one-tap this poor Jhin. It does now mean that as JackieLove, you're going to have to play these next set of fights up way further back. It's going to be partly why IG were able to just go grab themselves that Drake so easily. And you can see everybody on TS scattering.
They're going for Cream. He does flash out the Shockwave. The Shockwave finds nothing here. Gala is brunted on the backside. Can they get that first kill, though? Cream will not relent. Gala going to dodge out of that Dredge line. Kanavi's going forward. Do they get the Heartsteel proc? Yes! But will it cost them everything else? Because Top Esports is crumbling on the backside. Sure, you got Gala, but you didn't get IG. 369 will find Mako, but it's scrapped as the rest of TES feeds to the slaughter.
Kanavi going on a little bit of a magical journey right now through the rest of the jungle. IG giving Chase and Wolves a suggestion to this composition. Kanavi gonna most likely fall right here. Yep, he is dead as well. This is gonna be an ace going on over to IG. They can't turn it into a Baron. They lose too many members for that. But TES, they throw everything and the kitchen sink at getting Gala and pay the price.
They're too far behind for that to be the only way to win these fights. Rookie's too ahead, the Shy's a bit too much of a problem, and JJ's unkillable as we get a replay look at this. And as you called out and pointed out so well, look at how much caution is thrown to the wind just trying to kill Gala's Jinx. Well, we'll watch the other side of that fight. The Shy just ran JackieLove. That was gross.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're picking this Nidalee for. You just walk straight at your opponents, take them out, and this fight, it's a mess, sure, but it very much is going to be IG favored. Now the Baron falling under 5,000 at this point. It's just gone.
There we go, IG! Successful Baron takes.
Are they doing it?
They're just a different animal
Slayer,
today.
Are they doing it?
They're doing it, Bloxer. They are doing it. 1 and 2 will not define Invictus Gaming. Top Esports will not define the Shinobi War anymore.
Oh boy. If IG can do this, it changes the narrative around this team so much. Not only are you taking down your biggest rivals, but you're now sat at 2 and 2. You're solidly in the mid-pack of this group Ascend. Gonna put you in a good spot to really try to compete, and maybe this is the 6-0 that we saw from them in Group D during the play-in stage. The team that was able to 2-0 versus JDG. We don't want to look at this team as just being good at the best of 1 series. We want them to be good in these best of series, and so far, it's looking nice.
And in this game 3, look at the top side. Gala was a standout in game 1. He got the player of the game. But it's JJ that's been proactive. It's Rookie that has more than enough damage. It's those two, the mid-jungle duo, that might be what puts IG over the hump against Top Esports.
They do it. They're being able to push onto the tower right now. These Baron-empowered cannon minions doing work. They also had 5 grubs picked up earlier on in the game, so towers will begin to fall. Midwave isn't being pushed through right now. They're just kind of looking to play through a single lane. See what happened in the picture-in-picture as well. Wow. The Shy actually able to survive into that one. And now the push coming through. They're actually pouring minions into the base.
They're pushing their grubs in the Nexus turrets.
Wow, it's melting.
Top Esports, you gotta fight here at some point. You can't give everything. 369 gets punted halfway across the fight by Mako. They're trying to knock down this last Nexus turret before they really go for the fight.
Gone.
Top Esports, your base is crumbling. The series is
Love.
crumbling in front of you. And
Oh.
it's Jackie Love that gets picked off.
They've done it.
Soak it in, ladies and gentlemen. IG have done it. They finally found themselves a battle in the Shinobi Wars 2-1 over Top Esports.
Oh, they're just not quite going to be able to get that final kill onto Cream, but IG do it. They finally best their biggest rivals. It takes 3 games, but what a way to do it. This last one's so clean. IG, they were in the lead from the very beginning, and they never threw it away.
And even Jackie Love has to give a smile. Seeing his
yeah.
old boys, the Shine rookie. You heard the crowd. They're about to go crazy. I want to. Let's just soak this in. I feel like the crowd's. Okay, maybe
come
not.
Guys, that was a terrible battle.
Okay, they were really loud when they won the game, all right? That is the statement series for Invictus Gaming. Dare I say all of 2025 so far?
Oh yeah, absolutely, this is the most important. Yes, the placements were important. You really didn't want to be in Group Nirvana, but it never felt like IG were going to be one of those teams going down into that bottom group. And top 2 places in that group, it felt relatively well secured for them. It was a group with LNG, but they're able to get 2 wins up against JDG. We were beginning to think maybe this team can do it. They take 3 games to beat FPX. You know, we've got questions, but it's fine. FPX, they beat them. You pick up that win. Wonderful, all good. And then that's when things begin to go wrong pretty damn quickly overall. You know, they lose to BLG in convincing fashion. They lose to AL again pretty convincingly. They're able to fight back a little bit in game 2, but they throw a lead that they did have for themselves. And now, picking up this win, 2-1 up against TES, it just changes things.
It completely shakes up the top, middle, bottom of Group Ascend. And, you know, even looking a little bit forward here, right? I know you mentioned it. Tomorrow, Invictus Gaming now play again against one of those weaker opponents. Hurts my heart to say it. In Thunder Talk, who have struggled more than IG have. So, yeah, right. So, bring this momentum through, and IG now are at a seat where they can go from what we were thinking would be them going into that match 1-3, potentially 2-3 in Group Ascend as the first round robin starts to kind of wrap up.
Yeah.
Now they're going to be 3-2 and shaking up that top half of the bracket like we talked about that can get you an auto bid to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, there are 8 weeks of this, and we only rarely see members from Group Nirvana. It's Group Ascend playing just constantly. This is a brutal schedule that we've got for these teams, and it means that momentum is going to be a big thing. You know, feeling good coming off the back of a great victory up against one of your top rivals means that Thunder Talk are going to be looking mighty juicy right now to IG, and they could maybe end this week number 2 sat at 3-2. It's not ideal. They would love to be right at the very top 5-0, but considering the way that they started, being able to turn things around like this would be great.
Would be awesome. And the real cherry on top of this is in this game 3, Bloxer, they did it in the IG way, right? They did it with the shy Nidalee top having the impact. They did it with Gala on a hyper carry Jinx being so flashy. JJ, you called it, that guy just runs forward with a head of steel, perfectly executed on Skarner. This felt like an IG signed win, and that's what makes it so much more awesome.
Exactly. I mean, they were in a good spot in game number 2 as well. It wasn't like game number 2 they were completely destroyed. There was a quadra kill that we got to see out of Gala. We got to see the Nidalee out of the Shy. This is a them way to be able to win this one out. Look at the damage that the Shy did. Oh my lord.
Wow, I actually, they might actually give this guy MVP. I really feel like my vote is JJ. I think he was flawless on the Skarner from start to finish, so I would vote JJ, but it's hard to ignore those damage numbers. It's hard to ignore rookie's scoreline. Again, I find myself repeating what we talked about after the game 1 win for IG, which is this felt like this is more of a complete game win than when we were talking about game number 1's victory for IG.
That one was a roller coaster, as we were talking about. This one, the goal graph, is a smooth upwards curve towards the victory, exactly what you want to have happen. And it's just off the back of pretty much everybody pulling their weight. There are a couple of really nice plays out of JJ to get things going, but really it felt like it was the constant roaming around that Mako was able to do alongside everybody else that was really able to just unlock this game right here. Gala had some great team fights, and the one where he dies, well, it takes so much away from top to be able to kill the guy that all of a sudden they've lost all their damage, they're out of position, and they just get cleaned up by the rest of the IG members.
What a win. What a season-defining moment for Invictus Gaming, who have struggled to start Split 1. A lot of questions were given their way about how they performed in the best of 5 gauntlet, how they murmured out or, kind of whimpered out of the playoffs against this very TES roster. They come back with the 6-0 placements. They look shaky again, but in the Shinobi War revitalization, they find their biggest series win against the team at the very top of Group Ascend, the team that has tormented them for so many LPL splits of past.
And it feels so good to be able to talk about IG in a really genuinely excited way looking forwards. But, of course, there's another side to this one.
True.
Top, they were sat right at the very top of them standings. They were looking so good in Group Ascend 3-0. Yeah, most of their victories came in full, all the way 3-game series. They weren't cleaning up necessarily, but they were winning. They were still looking really good, especially when they got an early lead. They were able to just clean house. Now they lose this one. Their next matchup is also versus ThunderTalk. ThunderTalk has a terrible time in the next couple of days.
Oh, man.
These poor guys. Their Saturday and Sunday not going to be an ideal weekend. But it very much means that they're going to be looking for revenge. As ThunderTalk, while I'd be scared of IG because they've just shown a great matchup, I'd be terrified of a TOP who just lost to IG.
Yeah, just lost their first series since the International. That is also a big point to make here for Top Esports. This was the shakiest I've seen Jackie Love look in a very long time. It wasn't. He was definitely the target for IG, but this was also just. He was caught in game 1 to give IG the momentum, caught in game 2 to give them momentum, and invisible on this Jhin. It was rough.
Yeah. The thing with the Jhin pickup is that you really need these team fights to go long enough for you to get multiple rounds of your 4 shots in and then be able to ult to clean up the end of a team fight. These team fights were just happening so quickly and they were so messy, partly because the Shy was in the backline every single time chasing somebody around, that it meant Jackie Love was just never unlocked. But the thing is, the composition was there. You've got enough of a front line that in a more normal game, you probably do manage to get those multiple rotations off. It just didn't work out, and that is partly on Jackie Love for just not having the confidence to really be able to step up on the Jhin. I'd love to see more from him here. In the 2 losses, he looked pretty dang bad, and even in the victory, like you said, some shaky moments.
I do think that, as you mentioned, Group Ascend, the format of it, I know we had groups of best of 5, Fearless, and Split 1 was pretty grueling. We'll get back to that conversation. The point I want to make there is, all right, so they do, all right, I know ball sometimes, Bloxer, JJ.
Yeah.
Gets the MVP. I mean, that's a flawless Skarner performance. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I really do agree with this one. As much as there were a lot of damage coming through from everybody else, as much as the Shy had a pretty fun Nidalee game, none of that works if you don't have JJ here on the Skarner making it happen. Being able to just get into the backline constantly, finding the impales to start off the fight, was just pushing people into the walls to get those kills initially, that then gives your Jinx the excited, that then gives the Shy enough time to work around the backline on this Nidalee. Everything has to run through this linchpin of JJ, and he looked great in this one.
Back to that point as we close out here, Blocks, I want to make really quickly, is I think this is the most oppressive format we've seen so far from the LPL split.
Yeah.
I think it was bound that every single top team would have an off series.
Yes.
It's always a position to show growth here for TES. And like you mentioned, what are they going to look like after this pretty rough and somewhat embarrassing series loss?
Yeah, they're really not going to be feeling good about this one, but it's how they bounce back. ThunderTalk, their next matchup, then WE, so they've got a couple of lower tier teams to be able to hopefully style on, just show that, hey, we're still top dogs, you don't need to worry about us. And then at the end of week 3, they've got the matchup that I think everybody's been most excited for here, BLG up against Top Esports. That one's going to be a certified banger, and that's going to be one that everybody's all eyes on, right? BLG, so far, they've not been able to drop basically anything. They only ended up losing a matchup earlier on to, who was it, AL? So they also have a little bit to prove at the moment.
Yeah, lots to prove there. Looking ahead, that will be a series everybody circles. Obviously, tomorrow, though, we start back up with the 3 by best of 3 format here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast. There will be FunPlus Phoenix taking on Weibo tomorrow. You mentioned it already. Thunder Talk IG, and then BLG JDG to round out that day. Wow, what an end that will be. But before we get on out of here, to end off this day, this awesome IG victory, got to make sure to shout out some very special people here at the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mong. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product, an English LPL product every day. So big shout out to you two for your awesome elite coffee support of our streams. You guys can obviously support us in so many ways. We love you in the chat. You follow, the subscribe buttons on YouTube and Twitch. Anything is appreciated to keep this thing running. But for myself and Blockster, that is going to wrap up the day. I have got a hot date with my pillow and covers as the sun is very much so up. So make sure to tune in the same time tomorrow for more LPL action. Until then, take care.